Everybody is discussion over the last 15 minutes. Thank you for all my sponsors for listening. Again, in the description on YouTube channel as well as on podcast. Today's dot is $8 for we are doing the list on to do on the games 83. We are picking up So actually, we are thinking about Orel. What I'm talking about Orel on Yoshi about from 6 to 11 years old, but as making the dinosaurs of Ohana is like I used to what the fuck is that? Generate like she's like, that's my autistic son. I'm like, I'm gonna shock this nigga, bitch. I know. I didn't know you lived with a Orel. She's like, let me put him back to sleep. He was having a bad dream. I said, bitch, I'm having a bad dream. I just seen her dick. How you think she's like, we can finish fucking. I'm like, I'm good. I don't want no more of that retarded producer pussy you got in my I think it's a side of that shit. With a handicapped kid, that retarded kid, because like at least if she got a handicapped kid, she probably drives a van. Actually, expensive. And I sit in the front seat. Recline my seat on that leg. I'm like, shut up, you're not gonna get your fucking legs anyway.
Rashi points out that we have the highest. Allora, mi dice a bomba da homo, sono inizia a fare un po' di homo. So poi work to do this service as a part of the exercise, and then again, these stuff for someone again can have this we're talking about it here where this particular point is not coming love because his brothers had died as a result of this performance.
It's like your fight is like a it's like Showtime at the Apollo Creed.
His face with Joe Rogan's vintage. Look at Rogan body ass nigga. It's a lot. Doesn't know it. Here you go. Second line to the top, maybe for 8 is down with that. See, you know, this is what you say. The way you find out, that's when you got to have a call. It's actually like a clean book. Let's take that thing, but I don't want to leave in the dust. You should not put the mix up of his back. Now, the hustle is only leaving outside the house.
Skills come with it.
My God, it's really very funny. Well, I think one of the objectives is after the rebuttal, you have to continue the service in place. Someone else with the service in place will do the temple service. So the raises the fact that that's what it has in only months ago, and because that's the other part of the not. I'm going to now, it's really much coming right now. Therefore, calling does something about this. Using by prohibition. Maybe we should make it fucking back to yesterday. Fucking back to yesterday's stuff. So remember again, on one hand, it's by English it says well, and by Chima it says you say. I mean, no, I live in these
Take a breath. Lord knows you need it. That is an incredible haircut. As the barber for we go in there, they fucking Starlink antenna. Dude, does your head get its own Wi-Fi?
but don't get it. How many points?
from Sister Act.
Like by Shuma is
That
easily
thing is hanging
so
up like a
again.
thread back
Only
there. Look at
also
that.
be distributed to my
Oh my God.
mix it in the thing. First
You are something else. So David, what's been going on in life?
touring
on the Killers of Tony tour, you know what I'm saying, bro?
The fact that it's not allowed to leave the
real
tells us that a regular call can't explicit
2026
infer
David sees when he stands
the
on scale.
So this is something that is run by the inference. And there's a principle you might espouse the principle. What's the principle? Anything that is run out of the inference is self-connected. You know,
the trainer at your gym text.
you're saying specific concept. One of those concepts is not you cannot use it okay, Yoshi, next.
I love it, Dave. Well, you're one of the best fucking dealers in the show. Guys, trying it again. Thanks so much on always.
Go ahead and
Great, David. Look at your waves goodbye.
scared and
Think about that finger there, dude. Alright, book we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your next bucket pool is Ben Dalkey. Ben Dalkey, everyone. Here we go.
Remember again. So what happens if a blemish
I think I have a bad
Ready
handshake.
or
So I did some research. Apparently, Trent Gofer are the ones top handshakers. Read that Gofer's handshake is known for being both firm and
what's
personal.
his logic? So you must
Just
say,
definitely intro for a guy who rips.
long job. The pasuk says, and again, if the Kohen has a mum, you should not come to the
Whereas
parochah.
Trump's
And the rest of
handshake
the
is
pasuk
more of a
is, the
power
Lo
move, a
Yichalel
handshake that
has
makes
to
people
be
go, oh yeah, because he rips.
not to know. What's your kilo? Kilo. So the Gemara says, y'all is all
My handshake is both smooth and pliable. A hand that makes everybody go, oh, this guy's gonna get raped.
If you have a comment,
For some reason, people think guy rape.
I've turned them so. So if a power move does the avoda, he's
But
also
I'm not
fighting
strong to
stuff.
rape with force.
So
I
I
can
can
only rape
shove
with
up
drugs.
kilo from kilo to Balmo.
I'm skinny and I'm skinny arms.
Yeah, it's like
But I read that your legs are about
I
twice as strong as your arms, so maybe I should
by
start
no
raping
side.
with my legs instead.
No says the feet face. Ziemlich wenig gibt es shove up in Balmo in no says it's just like that's what's good. So keep Balmo in state place. Which not a lot of guys instead of
Get raped right now.
no, it's Balmo from no so why? Shuhagoth with Suhagoth. Because remember again, the common number between Shuma and Balmum is in both cases we deal with the disqualified coin. Like Balmum, the coin himself has a blemish, and in the case of Shuma, we have a coin who is Tame, eating Shuma, consuming Shuma. So it makes more sense to learn out physical disqualification from physical disqualification. Agra, just the opposite. Medosa Habalila. No, you should learn out from those. Why? She can Kodesh. Nim, Pigel, Venosa, because again, it has a lot of commonalities. Number one, Kodesh. Number two, again, it's all taking place inside of the Mikdash. And furthermore, again, it's Pigel and Osa. Ella, Mitame, I'm sorry. Ella, Mitame, Shishimesh, Ella, Mitame, Shimesh, Gamar, Suhagov, Suhagov, Kodesh, Nim. I'm sorry, I lost the place. Adraba. We know some of the Lila. She came Kodesh, Nim, Pigel, Venosa. Again, we should suggest we should have from Mozart rather than Ella, rather again, it is better. No, we'd rather learn the case. We're going to learn out. Ultimately again from Tamei Shishimish. Who's Tamei Shishimish? That's the Kohen who is Tamei who does the Avon. Again, this is more like yesterday and Sunday as well. So the Gemara says, "Coming to Shimish Kamar." So, to which the Gemara says, "Kodesh, name, take off Kodesh, name, take off." Okay, so we'll say so. This is very logic. Very logic. Ultimately, again,
is learning it out, but when I see this, okay, so what's this? Remember, trying to figure out the leader. The Baum does the Azalocha. Rabbi says, again, a couple of different ways to learn it. What about Rabbanon? Rabbanon, Amr Krad, Bo, Baum. The Rabbanon says, Bo. It says about this, about the coin that does the Avon. Again, this individual is Chayiv Misa, but not a. Okay, that's the logic. So it goes right there. So the Gemara goes right there. Is it the Megillah? What about the case? So therefore, if I'm not focus again, Gemara is off my focus, is not Machriya. Does not decide. Coin Balmum does the Avoda. So halacha, what right this is because right. So I'll just tell you that if a coin Balmum does Avoda, it is not clear mind, rather again, it is love. It is love. That's like the okay. So next, intentional Megillah. What's the status here? Rabbi says there's a chiyuv nisa. That's haram. I'm saying that it's a love. Okay. Says the Gemara. So what's going on here? My time is Rabbi. What's Rabbi's logic? Why does Rabbi say that ultimately intentional Megillah is nisa? So Rabbi Yachol, Gamar 8, Chet Mitzvah. Zir Shavah of Chet Shuma. It says Chet, ultimately by Megillah. It says Chet by Shuma. Mala Halan, just like by Shuma, and both sides. All the cases of Truma are a Kohen who's made partaking of Truma. That's the case. So just like by Truma, there's the Chiyuv Nisi B'Dei Shemayim. Afkan Nisa. So too over here, by Nisi Megillah, intentional Megillah, there'll be Nisi B'Dei Shemayim as well. Rabbanon on the other hand, say no, Rabbanon Amr Kra, Bo, V'lo B'Megillah. Rabbanon say again, once again, when here or where is there Shemayim, that'll be the case ultimately again if the coin goes ahead and intentionally does the Avodah instead of Tumah. But the mice and naturally is and I will say once again the Rambam passes like again actually the Marmot the Mishpat for that is on Amud Aleph. Rambam on yesterday's page Amud Aleph. Rambam passes like to come in and intentionally goes in and violates the Megillah, and it is not easy to Shemayim, instead it is it is a prohibition. Incredible. Alright, so let's go back to the Mishnah. Zar Shimish B'Mikdash. Remember again, I will say this was Shabbos Gaf, right? So the Mishnah said this was the end of the Aleph on the days. Zar Shimish B'Mikdash, intentionally, right? So the Kiva or the Cherek, Omer B'Dei Shemaim. The Kiva is Cherek, strangulation, and the Chachamim say it's Nisa B'Dei Shemaim. Either way, not good. But Lamaisa again, Machlokes as to what the prohibition is. Tanya, Rabbi Shmuel Omer. Ne'amar kan v'azar hakorev yumas. The ne'amar lahalon kol hakorev al mishkan Hashem yomos. So we'll say so. The mark over here. So the Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel says as follows. On one hand it says hakorev yumas. So this is talking about the non-coin does the avodah. Then the mark goes the second pasuk. What's the second pasuk? Kol hakorev al mishkan Hashem yomos. Amdu v'gvoa. So again. And this is actually talking about by Adas Korach. And in any event, the Gemara quotes another one. And it says, whoever comes close to the Mishkan Hashem, Yos will die. Mala Halon, B'dei Shemayim, just like by that second pasuk, it's talking about B'dei Shemayim. The Rashi is out over here. Look at Rashi. Mala Halon, Rashi is very close to Tosos Elo. Mala Halon, B'dei Shemayim, the Masayim B'chamish, B'sruf Niksir. Remember again, this is by the 250 followers of Torah who were killed, were incinerated. By right, is when they brought the Torah. So they were killed B'dei Shemayim. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Shmuel is making a Zera Shavah. It says by non-Kohen who does the Avodah Yamos, Vazara Karev, or I should say Yumas, and it says by Atas Korah, Kol HaKarev HaKarev al Mishkan also Zar. They were non-Kohen who did the Avodah. So they were killed. Mala Halon, just like by Korah, B'dei Shemayim, they were killed by Mishkan. Afkan B'dei Shemayim, over here it's Mis B'dei Shemayim. Again, this Rabbi Shmuel's Naya, that if a non-Kohen does the Avodah in the Beis Hamikdash, he is killed with Mis B'dei Shemayim. I Rabbi Kiva says no. Ne'amar kan b'azara karev yumas, v'ne'amar lahalon, v'hadavi hahu, o chomev hachalom hahu. So we'll see. He makes a different Zera. It says by the non-Kohen who does the Avodah yumas, and it says by the Navi. This is the false prophet. False prophet. These are individuals who go ahead and get to worship Avodah. Plus it says you must by
them as well. And therefore, what? Just like by the this false prophet. Allah halon b'skila, afkan b'skila, just like the false prophet killed with skila, so the Zar who does the avodah is also killed with skila. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri says no. Allah halon b'chenek, afkan b'chenek. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri disagreed. In other words, he's Rabbi Akiva about the death penalty for this false prophet. Rabbi Akiva says it's skila. Rabbi Yochanan holds that it's chenek. But either way, what we'll do is we're going to build a Gzera Shava between false prophet, right, between the Navi, between the false prophet, and the non-Kohen who does the Avodah. So again, Rabbi Akiva is going to result in the punishment of Sra, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, result in the punishment of Chenek. So the Gemara says, by the way, by my commit, we show Rabbi Akiva. So first of all, before the first machlok is between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? Rabbi Shmuel is making the Gzera Shava of Ba'azara Karev Yumas, and he's comparing it to followers of Korach. Just like the followers of Korach killed Nisudei Shanayim, so too again, this does the Avodah also killed Nisudei Shanayim. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. Akiva compares the Zar to the false prophet. Just like the false prophet is killed with Skila, so too the Zar is killed with Skila. He says, what's their machlokes? Well, my comment is to give Rabbi Akiva. We'll say first white line on the bottom, Peidal Ilay. Rabbi Akiva suffered done in Yumas mi Yumas. You must be Yamos. Oh, keep us like this. Let's do it right. I make it Gzera Shava with identical words. So the word you must, it says you must by Zar, and it says the false prophet. By Adas Korach, by the words of Korach, the Lashon of the pasuk is Yamos, not Yuma. Rabbi Akiva says I'd rather make those identical words. Rabbi Shmuel saw Rabbi Shmuel, then done in head enough. So Rabbi Shmuel then says no, it's better to make it Gzera Shava between the Zar and also Korach. Why? Because they were ordinary people. As opposed to the Zar and the Navi again is a chashuv guy. He's a chashuv guy. Remember again, the only way the false prophet gets any kind of legitimacy is if he's proven himself as a guy Rabbi, as a good guy. So therefore, Rabbi Shmuel will say better to learn out ordinary people from ordinary people. So the Zar from Adas Korach, and not the Zar from which the rest of the Akiva, Kevin Shediach in the Fahed Yom. Incredible. And the Akiva says, well, maybe this Navi once upon a time was a big deal. But once he's now trying to convince Jews to worship idolatry, in the Fahed Yom Yosef, there's no more ordinary person than this. Very profound. Very profound. The Gemara says like this. So it's as if the Akiva is saying to degree is like you're based on past accomplishments. The identity and your status is fundamentally tethered to what you are here. Incredibly. So the Gemara goes on. My commitment to Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan. So by the way, now we understand that we have a fundamental machlokes. Ultimately, Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. Now, but in actually the false prophet himself is a focus Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Akiva says Skila, Rabbi Yochanan says Chenek. So what's going on here? In which the Gemara says, what's the machlokes? The Gemara says, Michael, Rabbi Yochanan, the Michael, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Kulta, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Banan. They're arguing that their machlokes is the machlokes of Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbi Banan. What's the machlokes? The Sanyo, Navi Shediach, Skila. If a Navi tries to kill a tree, he's killed. Skila. Rabbi Shimon, Shimon says no. Chenek. The Gemara says Rabbi Shimon, hi, Hanan Tanadi Akiva over the Chenek. One second, we have on record Rabbi Akiva also says Chenek. So you just said before that Rabbi Akiva told that a Navi who tries to convince people to do idolatry ultimately is killed by Skila. They had Rabbi Akiva's on record in the Mishnah saying that it's a Chi of Chenek. Straight to my Rabbi Akiva. He says, my focus, Rabbi Akiva said, two different Tanoim. One is that Rabbi Akiva holds that the false prophet is Chi of Skila. And one of the things he said, Rabbi Akiva holds that he's Chi of Chenek. Nisin Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Akiva, Rice with Rabbi Akiva. Okay, our next view of Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Akiva. And the Rice reflects it. So I will say, Halach Raisa, how do we pass this? So this last case over here, last case, the Raman passed is like the Chacham. That is a Zar goes ahead and does the base of the Shemach when does the whole base. That Halamaisa, he is Chayiv Misa the Shamach. I will say, Hadron Allah, Elohim, and Swafin, Mazel Tov.
It looks like now we begin with base, 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 80. It's like new Mishnah. Okay, so what we are clearly doing is we are being Baruch Hashem, through the various misos days. So these are the individuals again. We spoke about strangulation a little bit. Again, you have the cloth around the neck, and pull the rope from both ends, and ultimately strangle the individual. Again, we'll get more into this later on. So you must so who gets chenek? Again, we'll talk more about the actual penalty of chenek in just a little bit. Who gets chenek? Right? When is there chenek liable? Hamakis, and when a person hits his or his mother, Goniv Nefesh Yisrael, kidnaps some. Zakim Mami Hapi Bezin. So we're going to talk about this, about the Mami Hapi Bezin. This Zakma is the men, if you have a Bezin rules a certain way, and there's such as in the minority. Remember again, the way that it works is Ahiram Nuhato, so you follow the majority. What happens if you have a judge who refuses to yield to the majority? He refuses. That's called the Zakin Mamre, the Vegas siege. So again, everybody is put with Chenek. Again, we'll worry about that later. False prophet, right? Which again, interestingly enough, ties into what we just learned before. Apparently, this mission reflects that view. And ultimately, killed with Chenek. Someone who prophesies is idolatry. Someone who has someone who commits adultery. There's someone may pass coin. So remember again, this last case is interesting. There's someone pass coin. Remember again, we had this case. I saw a pastor who commits adultery is given the unique punishment of sreifa. What if Rothschild, right? We'll call Rothschild's the witnesses show up, witnesses show up, and they think that Rothschild did adultery. So they're trying to be liable to sreifa. That the two more witnesses finish him. Impassively, you might have seen Rothschild adultery. Why? Because the time you're seeing that she committed adultery, you were with us. You were with us. So now what's this? Now generally again, so women get a reciprocal punishment. It seemed to indicate, but I said just like they wanted to strafe on, so to get strafe. But we'll see again, we'll see tomorrow, but we'll see the idea that we learn from Sukkim that it's only the Baskon itself who gets strafe on. Even Zomin don't get strafe. Whatever they get chenek. Same idea of Ba'ala. Putting the man who commits a Rothschild is also put to death. Not with strafe. The strafe is unique for rather again he gets. So we'll say let's analyze. You know that if one hits, right, when one strikes their father or their then Allah for a nice penalty, it's a death penalty. Because for striking one's parent, death penalty. Where do you know this from? It's the Makya Obevi. Most Pasuk says if your father or your mother, you're put to death. So the Gemara says, we're going to stand, and in general, it's interesting, in general, whenever the Torah gives a qualified death penalty, whenever the Torah says you put to death, if it doesn't give a specific type of death penalty, the default is chenek. We've seen that before already. The default is chenek. The Gemara says, the calling mikdo. 1 second. How do you know? Maybe when it says makeh of the imam most your mother, your father, you put this on the case where you hit them and you kill them. Otherwise, hit their parent and kill their parent. That's where there's a death penalty. To which the Gemara says, here's the problem. The problem is, what is that? First time, if a person knows his father is high chenek. Now, the Gemara is operating under the exam chenek is considered to be a more lenient form of death penalty. So that's going to say, stam person, a regular person. You're executed by sight, chomer form, heading, or more chomer form. If you kill your parents, you're high chenek. What does that mean? 1 second. Now, that's fine if you understand that chenek in general is a more lenient form of death penalty. But if you say the chenek is more chomer, then what is there to say? Ella, so we're just trying to figure out here. Here's what I know. Pasuk says if you hit your mother and father, you're put to death. Stam unqualified death is chenek. Or trying to figure out over here, what does it mean you hit them? You hit them and you injure them, or you hit them and you kill them? Which the Gemara is very interesting. Elam b'B'Ksiv, Make ish v'meis mos yumas. Uksiv obe'eva hikol b'yado Yamos. So it's very, very interesting. Look at other cases where the person is hitting. And notice the intriguing lashon that the Torah uses. Right? Maki Ishmael is a man is his fellow, and the other person's. Then the hitter is put to death. Or Ove'ivaiko, if you hit someone with animosity, right? Biyado with your head, Vayamos, and he dies. And if you notice in both of these passages, what do you see? You see that there's a qualifier. The pasuk says, and Reuben hit Shimon, and what happened? Shimon died. So there's a qualifier, which indicates to us what? Shmamino, Kohecha Bi, Stam Lavnis. There needs to be a qualifier. Reuben hit Shimon, and Shimon died, indicates to us that in the Stam case, where it just says Reuben hit Shimon, what does that mean? That means hitting without death. Hitting without death. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so now what I have over here is follows. So now, we've proven this first part. Remember, again, what's the first thing we try to figure out who's liable to that? First case is his father or his mother. Where do I know that out from? If a person hits his father or mother, it's not that. Because if it was killing them, it would have said Makeh Vayamos. The fact that it just says Makeh is just hitting with an injury. And what's the halacha? Most you must. When the Torah gives you an unqualified death penalty, that automatically means connect. So we've proven this first line of the Mishnah. Incredible. By the way, it was the Gemara says, Makish, that interestingly enough, it says there seems to be two redundant psukim. On one hand, it says Maki Ishvanes most of us. It's someone and they die. You'll be put to death. And then it's the Chomake Nefesh. Like the Rothschild is the Chomake Nefesh. The Nerd says so. Suppose it says if you kill a Nefesh. So it says, right? It says Chomake Maki Ish. If you hit an Ish, a man, and he dies, you're put to death. And then it says Chomake Nefesh, which seems like a person. You're put to death. And both those psukim. Suppose they just. Because of Maki Ish Vames, Israel would have just said Maki Ish. If you kill that Ish means a man. If you kill a man, you're put to death. I would have thought like this. How about Ish Gebar Mitzvahim? I would have thought like this. When are you liable for killing someone? You kill a man. Why? Because a man is liable to a whole bunch of mitzvahs. So it makes perfect sense. But if you kill a child, you're not liable. You're not liable, right? The child's not having mitzvahs. Therefore, says no, what is nefesh? Means anyone, any living thing. So even if you have to a child, because of Rahman and Komak and Nefesh, if someone would have just said Komak and Nefesh, I would have thought like this. How about me? I feel you've fallen. I feel the bench. I would have thought that even if you kill a fetus, right? What happened? Right? Whether this is in utero, right, or a fetus that is not yet proven to be viable, or baby was born after 8 months. Now, the Gemara operates on the assumption that a baby born 8 months is a non-able. Not going to live. So I would have thought that you would, if you kill even a fetus that's not proven to be viable, or a fetus in utero in 8 months, the Gemara says, therefore, tzrichi, therefore, I need both. So interestingly enough, so Komak and Nefesh, I'm for going ahead and killing all viable things, right? In other words, I say differently. Really, I need, right? Because if it would have just said Makish, I would have thought adults. Therefore, it's Komak. But if it just said Komak, I would have thought anyway.
Energy. Have you been on this show before? Tell them I've seen you in my nightmares. Then remind us how you've been on stand-up comedy. And how old are you? 22. 22. Okay, so you start young. How's it going for you? Pretty good. Yeah.
Just to be active.
Not that good. Okay. For a living, how do you make money?
If you hit your mother or father, you're not hired.
Military pension.
The first one says, so obviously not good, you're not hired. So,
How much money was saved up? Who is intrigued by how people survive? 30,000. Okay, good. And you were in the military? From my grandparents.
Maybe every high connect, you hit them with
You inherited money from your dead grandparents. Okay. So you got 30 grand. What's your situation like?
I'm gonna call the plus. It says
By yourself? Oh, wow. One bedroom? Okay. Very good. That's amazing. So how do you spend time when you're not doing stand end up at night. What
Just
else?
like an animal, there's only liability if
You seem like the kind of guy who'll take a pair of binoculars, go to the
go back a cow, all right, it's weird. Livestock, you're not trying to do, there's no penalty.
What do you do, man? Play a lot of
Just like
games.
market, they were only fighting
What kind of games?
that's the position market. Other also only fighting for
That's
the
striking.
person.
I've never played. You've played. Without a doubt.
Suba,
That'd be against the answer is, what is it, death what? Stranding. And that's a video game. Is that just online?
liability for
It's something on the TV screens. It's a very long, it's a very slow. So senior video game correspondent. Do nothing over here. So Ben, what do you think is the most interesting thing about your entire life? You're 22 years old. There must be some fun fact about you, something that happened to you before, your family drama story, or something interesting about you.
Physically,
I did recently start getting
you're
tested.
coming in, there's no
Oh
wire.
my God! There you go.
How can that make
You
you
got it.
You're going to get that
Getting a pussy, ladies and
Why?
gentlemen.
Because at the end of the day, I actively diminish the value.
So what is this transit for you? You're getting pussy. Did they
Hello.
do you smile? That's it. Pussy. So you're transitioning, you're getting a pussy, is that right? Okay, so how did you start getting pussy? Take us through this, because if you can get pussy, this is proof that any can get pussy. Take us through that.
So it's completely accident.
Yeah. Unlike the rapings that you're used to, which are very purposeful rapings. So let's talk about the accidental pussy.
Yeah, no, I started giving up in my
So just take us through it. So you perform, she comes up to you and goes, I think you're really funny. I hope you don't rape me.
She said that she wanted to bully me. I was like, that doesn't sound fun, and then I became for not letting her bully.
Okay, and that happened exactly what happened.
Let her bully me.
Right, but what does that mean for bullying you? What is that? What did she say about you? What is bullying to her?
She said I looked like a school shooter.
Well, we all thought that, but like, there must be layers to it, right? Was there more?
Well, I mean, for some reason she acted to that.
And then what? You took her back to your place?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
So what no,
Just having sex.
Let's talk about it. How did you botch sex? Yo, we're getting there, man. By the time, just pretend. We say something, just pretend like I did. And then what happened? After the it's gonna be a good interview. When I go like this, just know that means. And then what happened? Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm pretty sure I have erectile dysfunction. So.
the ruling of what's the ruling
My dick didn't get hard.
Using your hand or how do you know you couldn't get hard?
You know there's concept of cumulative gravity, right?
You were there. This is your story. Are you writing it right now? Okay, so like you were there, and then what happens? You guys start making out, and then what happened?
Nothing after that, pretty much. It was pretty bad. I mean, not really.
Okay, and it was only out from that. You might say that's fine, but I'm really not the issue from the history. That's fine. Element the less than congregation. But if you don't hold the history, it's many don't. And it wasn't many reject that concept. And you say
Really just bullying you and then looked afterwards.
when you are right to that kind of but if you did something to show it, and if we're not liable to death, you are liable to pay. So you reject that. What happened? Not mercy. It's supposed to remember again. Just to understand. You're just trying to figure out the possible.
Sylvester Stallone.
So what's like
Kyle Dunnigan.com on this appearance of Kyle Dunnigan's. We've seen this meme on What's What Kyle. Bill Maher, the Kumar plug Kyle Dunnigan authors come on here. Their careers are so good that they who's on a sold out tour right now all around the country. Okay, so and did you try to hook up with this girl again after this one experience?
If I end up
So
trying to help someone, I'm not lying.
how were you able to fuck her?
Then,
Setting up the lights. Did you think yourself? What tricks did you use? What did you do to lots of self-talk? Like what were you saying to yourself? Like what? Was there anything else you were telling yourself? You are enough. So amazing. So let's face it. So the first thing you get hard, right? And you're with her. Was this the same time you guys hung out?
I would say yeah. I would guess.
You would guess. Okay. So
Pull around for a bit.
pull around. So what exactly does it mean to you? You did something with your hand there. What is that? But then at some point, to tell yourself you're enough, and then it got hard again. So how long did it think you lasted? You put your hair inside of her vagina, and then how long do you think that lasted? 35 seconds. Great answer. And then so at 35 seconds, you feel it starting to happen, and you pull out. And then where do you finish at? Where did you shoot your load? On her stomach. On her stomach, very good. Expected something weirder than that. Thought you would have like been shy on the floor. Or just on your own pillow or something like that. You went through it. Did she know what's or anything? What was it for you? Was it during bring the lights back up. Do you think that's how it lights out? And if you been doing this regularly since then, was it just that one time? And once a week, every day. What are we talking here? All right. Very good. Very good. And you're excited about it. You got your fingers in 35 seconds. Wow.
That's the concern.
It's not that bad. It was right deal here. So I know a joke about it. There you go. Line up again. We'll see what you do. No need to do something on the radio. There you go. All okay, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Okay, what this is all about. Noise. Nino, everybody. Nino.
On one hand, and the mother asks, his son allowed his son to quote-unquote injure his father for the purpose of first two opinions, yes, the outcome of the law, technically, not the other market. Again, see, not his son to take out. And now they not only his son for life support. So,
Again, we're gonna stop over this at the table tomorrow. The final decided what it is. How do you reconcile it? Is it that a manifold of even if the son is trying to help, the law of the race again, son is not allowed to do anything for her, it could potentially result completely in prayer, or it could be more. So, only the sons of the people to do it, not necessarily to the child. Takeaway, but it's important to understand, we have solidified the first understanding of need, that clearly if a son, a child, does strike their parent and causes physical injury, then Allah the punishment is coming. Like it was on Saturday, they did say one person on Wednesday.
Nice little dip on liquids, 500K now.
Let's say good morning. It is incredible Spark Hashem be here with all of you and the great Spark Hashem. Can't be with you in person, but at least together virtually. Tremendous. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Summer sponsors, those who serve the variety yourself, dedicating all the specials this year. Close to the solo and so. Stanley Rosenzweig and Rose. Running sponsor David and Wendy Hector in honor of David has 54th bar mitzvah anniversary. Incredible. Today will happen all the old bound. I'm sure the celebration. Welcome to David's new Isaac and his Kitty and his children. Yishai Rama and Ora as well. And Dave Wolf, commissioner of the yard site of Dr. Wolf. Father Cyrus Shalom. Then the verses of the Rothschild and Nathan and Adler, member of the father Ben Adler, Baruch Mordechai Ben Malinu, in America. For all of the Neshama Slav Naliyah, the families in the Kama, all these dogs, and the Prophet Shemir, and the Kama, and the Kama, and the Kama, and allow our Holy Focus to be successful in the Kama of Maaseh. Also, we are beginning today's daf, initial honest, and the top of the daf. We were forgiving that the only us and yesterday our son and Rosh Hashanah speaking. How are you doing? Moshe Obey Bochas. We spoke about already this season yesterday. This is the situation where a Yisrael is producing wine for a customer. Even for an Akam, she points out over here, Sha'asal the kashrus, so the Yisrael, the Jew, made the wine, and he made kosher wine, and the Mochel the Yisrael. And the intention of the wine ultimately again is to use it to sell it to another Jew. So the Nasan Damin Sha'al Obi Kohamin, Achim Kareno, so the way this situation works is like this. Essentially the app provides all of the materials. The Jew has not gave the apple anything, and it usually comes after the sale of the wine. So really, everything belongs to the apple, being produced almost like under hashkafa by the Jew. The Jew has not paid for anything yet. So now the Rashi pointed out, the no small after the Yisrael has gone ahead and produced the wine, so he leaves it in the domain of the apple. Okay, so as I said, obviously now you understand what's the tension is what's the status of this wine given the time that although and therefore the pasture is kosher, but at the end of the day it is domain of the apple. So how does that impact the ongoing status of the wine? What's that like? So the like the guys have a sort of surrounding. So again, assuming that we're talking about a home, comes up into the public structure, which means others can see what's happening inside of the house. So the Irshiyish, but all they go have music and motor. As long as it's a city, the wine is going to be what's the staff in motor. The mere suspect of a kohabim was interestingly, the kohabim itself is going to be nervous. What do you have to do? Let's analyze this. Wine, ingredients-wise, process-wise, is kosher. It was made by the Jew. It's now been back with the apple. Of course, the concern then we have is that the Akum is going to touch the wine. The Mishnah says like, if the place where the Akum's home opens up the cabin so people can see, which means the Akum touches the wine, people will see him touching the wine, then the wine, the logic, and he ends the first short line around the water. The nearest is the official happen or another. Akum is going to be too nervous. He's not going to touch them all. Also, we come up, we saw the Irish Slavin. ואפילו אם מפתח עושים שריק הוא שאין לו כלום על עושה יין. So Kasser has got obviously interesting. Okay, we'll define more time of this tomorrow. But the point is like this: as long as the home is visible from the Rosh Hashanah, and this is a city in which there are Jews and non-Jews, the Akum in whose home the wine is deposited is not going to touch the wine. Why is that? He's going to do this. I'm going to touch it, or I'm going to shake, and I'm going to stir it around, do a little libation activity, and someone's going to see me. As someone sees me, I lose out on the opportunity to sell it to the Jewish man. So therefore, again, near systems is fearful of being discovered. From his libational activity will be discovered, and therefore he doesn't do it. That's the first part. The ear of the other that the Akum lived in a city. Now, all of this presupposes that they're Jews, passing by. But of course, Akum lives in a city where there are non-Jews, then this creature goes out the window because no one's going to see him. In other words, whoever sees him, it's not really going to matter. The wine is possible. Ad, ultimately, again, the Jew goes ahead and hands the shoulder. He appoints her to be there. Make sure that the Akum doesn't go ahead and touch the wine. Then the wine could Interestingly enough, the swimmer doesn't just have to sit there the time. Rather, the show ultimately again is able to be what we call rotated in that as well. Shimon allows it says, which is obviously an atom. Shimon allows the domains of an atom are all one. What is the Shimon allows? What is the name? Also to be determined. Let's see. Yeah, Rabbi, in those numbers, so the same case. And I go ahead and make one. Now again, remember the case before. Supplying all the materials. It's really the only one. But I'm making to sell to other Jews. Once again, the one is being deposited with the atom. The halach also though is about the Mars. In this case over here, you said you had no right to receipt. And in the receipt he writes, silver paid. He paid me for the wine. Now remember again, I actually didn't pay him for the wine. But he's writing that I paid him for the wine. Mutter, ultimately, again, it's mutter. Now we're going to see what's the option of that. Silver's paid in wine, which means it's mine. I can go in and out and take it as I please. Because he knows that he practices it. There's an instance here that's there. How about when you see someone hosting it, you know, my own stuff. But again, it's writing the October. You can't touch it until you actually see the Rabbi said it was awesome. Makes sense because in this case, it's the actual ultimate control over the land that we have to consider. It's going to go in. Leadership will also follow that. So this is another what's the case. I went ahead and I made one. So I made one. Now the wine, the grapes, everything belongs to the apple, right? So really what happens over here is I really owe them money. I made the wine, soaked the wine, ready to be sold to you still. It's being deposited at his home. So what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said, if it's a city where ultimately again there are Jews and non-Jews, right? And the apple's house opens up into Rosh Hashanah. wine is committed. The Acharon's not going to do it because the Jew could see it. Now, by instance, this is a city of only Oldei Kochavim, then again, the wine is not going to be. Why? Because since there's only non-Jews who are there, he feels free to do whatever he wants with the wine. Even if there are only non-Jews in the city, after all, the Rothschild there are peddlers. There will be another spice peddler, perfume peddler. There are merchants who go into the city. There are the residents. There's always Jewish people that meet this enough that will create a little bit of a fear that the Acharon's not going to come touch the wine. I'm sure that has a rock literally again shame that nothing but Allah أيدي فوق مصر منكم الله فهنا سجل الله city has commercials and not access because it's restricted therefore Allah for the city but only as Gentile residents the one is because Allah is surrounding so remember again Mishnah says that in a city where you have huge numbers and still the house of the Acharon has to open up into the surrounding. Now the Gemara says, by the way, a window is like a straw. In other words, even if the house itself doesn't open up to the straw, but there's a window from the house to the straw, so people can see in to see what's going on. That creates enough of fear and the people that he's not going to play around with the wall. Similarly, again, look at that. He's right across. So again, even if you knew but ultimately again that feeling of useless and fear you have to kind of play around with so again the ashbar ultimately if you have a dark it opens up into remember actually again this was on London and they would leave because that people would see the outfit people would see what's coming yeah that would see the here that is not going to touch the you must be because this is see again a function ultimately then let's say again the Acharon has his house and next up the Acharon is a Jew and the Jew has a function and therefore not a country everyone knows what do you do with the country you climb the country with the dates remember again these are not coconut trees these are dates so it's common dates so because he's those guys therefore it's going to skip the Acharon's home and therefore the Acharon is going to unless discuss let's point out that there's tremendous what's happening what do you see if you spot see that let's so the Gemara says secret what happened it's not secret like the whole problem secret all it is the head was cut off let's say the country was cut off and therefore Allah there's no one says that the presence of the country permits the wine to use, and one says that it's possible. Watch this. So nine. Sorry.
100%. I am live streaming my life 27 for world peace. If you haven't joined the Big Steppas Discord, you need to. It's discord.gg Steppas. I have my own channel in there. You can see me shill live right now if you want. I will give you the privilege of being able to watch me not just from there. You can also watch me in the Purple Pill. I have 3 showing in the Purple Pill embedded. Nobody else does that. If you're not following me, you need to be, because I'm the easiest follow back in the. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you know who I am, you will. I share my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than my streams go back to the pen. You've seen the death of a queen, the birth, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show timeline and a time capsule of an achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase 10 is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist met number one resource, and I have more data on the internet than any person, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral with you. I want to make you, your friends, all financially independent. If you're not, I want to ensure that you have generational, if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch live in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam, and you can view that ceiling cam in the profile. You can all my YouTube links in my profile. Additionally, you can find them in post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, and cloud seeding. I want to help others. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things we do is we build wells and towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an avid of the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. A reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, to give people hope. With that, I want to thank you sincerely from the bottom of my heart for the opportunity to share. Welcome, Euphoria. I don't know if that's an official Guinness World Record, but they should make it one, because I'm dominating that bad boy. I can tell you that dig me a roundup at the end of the year, and I'm not in the top percent of Discord, not in the top 0.1% Discord users. I'm in the 0.01% of Discord users. I'm the top Discord user in the world.
If you can imagine, that was like a center and multiple homes open up into that cluster. So the cluster is owned by the and renting or purchasing a home. Usually, I want to go ahead and I fill up the home with wine. We sell that on the most. And again, once again, it's a case where I'm depositing wine with the that case. I'm depositing wine with the aqua. Just the difference is there's another root from that cluster. What's that? Mutter. Allah says that the wine is mutter. Yeah, even though again that Jew, or there's no seal on the presence of the Jew. The mere presence of Jew in the cluster is enough to allow the wine to remain days.
Let them try, baby. I've got redundant streams. Bring it on.
However, again, he lives in a separate symbiote. So ultimately, again, he chooses in another cluster. Then ultimately, again, if the Jew has the key to where the wine is being kept, and there's a posem, and or there's a posem, right? There's a seal on the wine. Ultimately, again, the wine is going to be moved. Okay, that's this. The time we saw that also here again. Yeah, this is the previous one. The apple. Sell this wine to a Jew, but being deposited in the rishus of the Sodom and it lives in that very same country. Again, he has the key or his seal on the and his seal and his seal on the wine. Ultimately, again, the wine is going to be more. I'm going to on the channel. Funny, he must have a close to the other window. I said, no. If he still is living in his concert, even if he doesn't have it, or there's not a seal on the wine, it's still going to be what the wine. Since the presence of the smell by definition prevents the apple from doing anything he's not supposed to do. Incredible. Gemara says, however, let's say the Yid is not living in the same country as Yaakov. He's living ultimately again. Sorry. But let's say again, going ahead and living in the same cluster. Sorry. However, let's say the end of the day, right? It's the Jew living in the same cluster. Ultimately, again, even if he does not have the key, and he does not have ultimately again a seal, it's going to be but if the is in a different cluster, ultimately again in a different culture, even if and the chosim is in a very male. Come say,
yo, what up? How you living, Pride Crypto? What's good, Pimp?
Come say that ultimately again the so when ultimately again up until the time that a shomer comes. Or until someone who comes to a so what are the coming what exactly are they coming to? Gemara says,
Yo, Pride Crypto, I can't hear you. Can you make sure you're speaking into the microphone? Can you hear me?
Because 1 second. The second part of Alay, the Rabbi Yochanan, Hana, Achapi, She'imach, Gat, Vachosin, the Rabbi Yochanan said to the Tama, rather again, ultimately, it's not the end part of the ratio. Kanakama, the first that's mutter. Kanakama is living in a different culture. Again, it's going to be mutter. Shemach, Vachosin, Biago. That is a question ultimately again as the akum, then again, what if he has the key, the seal, the comes in the older shamer, or actually, mamona above the keys. Some of the again, they say no, even so, if it is in a different culture, it's the key or there's a seal that's enough, until there's a share, ultimately, again, it comes to a conflict. So the mercy does that. Knowing the first one on both sides on the following day, not about keys. So you there's a share that becomes an appointed it's clear that he is coming. Allah and Mamona shitting about him. Rather, the way you have to say it is Allah for the Maisa. We're talking about a situation where there's a person who doesn't come at appointed times. I.e., comes when he wants. Comes whenever he wants. Okay, we'll say we'll finish up this sugi, then we'll see what the Rambam has to say about it. Omer, Rishus Olam Achasi. Remember again, listen to the Mishnah. Shmuel was made this statement that all of the domains be one. By the way, Shmuel was a lahak. Shmuel was coming to be naked or not. To be more than or more to the Tanakama. So the Ruga Omer Ziri, lahak. But the Ruga Sene Ziri can be so not Amazigiri Lahakel. So that's how it was. Judging who the Omer Zigiri Lahakel, Sabah, and Israel used to say, about Kamatana. Shame, their shoes so awesome, as their shoes over top of an and so listen to this. The comments is like this. In the same way that ultimately I should shoes so awesome, the same way that if it's in the shoes of the apple, the owner of the apple. And again, all the qualifications, there's no use for cities, and ultimately again, the city is not, and his domain doesn't exist, so I'm going to be answered. The same however is true if the wine is deposited in the home of the owner. In other words, the account is like this. Whether the wine is deposited in the home of the apple owner or in a different apple, either way it's going to answer. Why? Hashinon Lazon. Ultimately, I get Pushish for recipe. I will say, the truth is a lie. Let me show you a very important Rashi. Look at Rashi, Lahakel or Lahachir. It's also right across the Rashi Lahachir. Rashi, Lahakel, Lahachir. Lahakel, the Kamatana Kamo, Obeko Chavim, Aser, Laniko Chavim, Shehu, Rodin, Badai, Obeko Chavim, Achad. So, for example, right? So, we're trying to figure out what it is in Shimon Elazar saying. So, kind of Kamo goes like this. It's a city that is all apple. Right? So, and that's true. Whether you place the wine in the home of the apple who is the owner, or you place it in the wine of the apple, ultimately again, who's not the owner. Also, the Gemara says, the Kaman of Shimon Elazar, that he pushes over the Achmasi between us, however, all the English by love mutter, the high of the Kaman Yusas, or the half near Kaman, when he say it, the Kaman dash of the Bice, Bala Kamar, that's it. Shimon Elazar, the main. So that's like the position of the Tanakh like this. When you have a city that is all apple, right? So often the Tanakh is the wine. And the Tanakh doesn't make a decision whether the wine is being placed in the apple with the older wine, technical one with the wine, or not. So the Shayla is where is the that I was sick? Is the Shimon Elazar ultimately again? Is he agreed or ultimately is he doing one thing? So now let's go back to the Gemara. The Shimon should also have to other the Nami Hustler. Shimon goes. So that was like this. In a city where it's all apple, whether you deposit that wine in the home of the apple owner or in a different home of an apple, going to regardless the wine is going to be awesome, right? What do you mean by Shimon Elazar? He says like this, that remember the apple owner says to the other guys, but I can't make this one guy because all eyes on you. You can make it guy in that side. And then next time you deposit it's wrong, you can also give it to me. So therefore this vessel, this yayin vessel, distance between the two of them. So that's the position. If Shimon Elazar on the Medran so, there's two cells. However, Shliko Chavim Acher, Sir, Melochesh. And then Shimon Elazar perhaps comes along and says, no, any time that it's on the city where it's Kulo Acher, it's all out the domain of the owner. In the domain of someone else, you're not at this secondary apple is going to make the wine into the eye. There's no such regional reciprocity. I'm not going to see you. Lahapnio. Also, Tanakh is like, what is this? So, Medran, we're in their Shusal. And I'll be talking about Tanakh is like this. When do we have to be places? When we have to discern ultimately again in a case where the city that the owner is going to make the wine of the ice. That's only this place in the home of I'm actually going to make the wine in that side. And therefore, why should we go? We're not sure about reciprocity. And then how you should spoke about public accuracy. Shmuel on the other hand says no, he says rather all people public should be like one of our local and I saw
16 cars down, 20 cars.
so that's the two versions of Shmuel.
It should be a beginning.
right? That's the concept, not domain is the sort of mention of also every domain of an act is considered one domain. Ultimately, you're going to figure out the reciprocity. Good, Mars goes by Mars said, as of your female, camera Gabi are so then we got the this name called Harzak was the guy's name. Rothschild, he was an official who was second in command to the king. So one time this guy Harzak deposited his wine with a ship.
Join spaces of
Yain touched the family from the outside. So this is this same case. So Jews who created wine, who made wine, they deposited it with the pipe. They deposited it with a ship. So now what's the status of the law? You know, Keith actually will go more most of I got what we have to be concerned regarding collusion or reciprocity, but there's a possibility of reciprocity. However, again, about Hong even the Alice say, and therefore the Omono. But in this case over here, where there's a lateral relationship, rather than Charzak, who is like second in command of the king, sharecroppers. So if you come to deposit wine with them, it would be uncommon for them to deposit wine with him. And therefore, Haisa, we could say in that case, no concern only again for pollution, and therefore the wine shouldn't be Inessa.
Ellie, thank you so much for having me. Thank you for your kind words. I do give alpha, certainly as best I can to help people. If you want to know the site that we were previously is spacesdashboard.com, spacesdashboard.com. It has every single space that's going on, and you want to be locked in with all of the amazing conversations that are happening on X like this one. Your iOS device, your Android device is only going to let you see maybe 10, maybe 20 at most different spaces that are going on. Spaces Dashboard allows you to see the hundreds of different conversations that are happening, not just in English, but in every major language in the world. Spaces Dashboard also allows you to filter the different spaces, whatever your interest may be: NFTs, cryptocurrencies, finance, investing, entrepreneur, whatever it is that you may have a passion. Spaces Dashboard will have some type of conversation that's going on that will interest you. So I cannot that website enough. I want you all to know that it is the best that you're going to find when you are looking for amazing conversations such as this. I did my best to follow every single in this space. I'd appreciate it if you'd follow me back. We are all doing our best, bro. And you should find the easiest follow back in the world. I follow everyone back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I have 24 hours a day, 7 days, 365 days a year, 4 worlds. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My show back to the pandemic. We've seen the death queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Big Brother, a real life Truman Show. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. Why? In 2018, The Economist magazine, the data had overtaken petroleum as #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friend, your family, all financially independent. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these YouTube links, take a look at my profile. They're available to you there. They're also in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to Linktree. I dare you to look at my Linktree. No, to look at their Linktree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person. Also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow every single day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build water towers and well-helping nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Share program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth's water onto land to make it drinkable. A reply guy. If you're a web marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free coach and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you to know that I'm here to support you both professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Right, from our outside, where he says it's as if you've paid me already for everything, right? Ultimately, again, Allah for the Maisa, this is about Shivu Kasaraskis, how you're young, Harsha Akramuna Fishes, and I guys are sitting there, I didn't finish on the dirt, which is that Allah for the Maisa, if the wine is in the Harsha Sarabim, and this is a city, only again, where Jews and non-Jews live, and under those circumstances, wine is going to remain. Most incredible. We will stop over here for today. What I'm going to report separately is Rashi. You know, Rashi is something fascinating about Rashi over here. Rashi goes ahead and Rashi points out. I don't remember seeing this before with Rashi. I'm sure it's not as happy. Is that Rashi gives a little synopsis on the halacha l'maisa. Actually, you know, let's take a look at it now quickly. We'll just go through it quickly. Actually, no. I'm going to record it separately. We'll do it separately because it's a little bit of a Rashi goes through essentially what is for Rashi the halacha l'maisa. You will see in Meretz Hashem that Rashi's halacha l'maisa is a little bit different than our halacha l'maisa, but nevertheless, an incredible piece and understand the most I today. We should do a wonderful day. Such as the feel with all of you.
Everybody on this space. I just asked you. I don't really have much to say. I'm just going to know myself and show myself. Yeah, I don't really have much to say.
Good morning, everyone. We'd like to thank you all of our sponsors. Just for this morning, to thank Alex and the third sponsor, Berkshire Pay Havens, from Sunday Park of Arnold, to dedicate the ultimate Rothschild this year.
Yo, Pilly, what? What's good, son?
Granddaughter took back.
I'm fine. I want to tell you, like, the rest,
Anonymous.
to the individual that you could.
What'd you say, big man? You're breaking up. Can you repeat that?
I said, my resume, I want to send it to you before I send it to the email you sent to me earlier.
Absolutely. Send it to me in text, please.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
Sure, take your time, my man.
Let us begin with an incredible done ahead of us today. Okay, so we'll say today's our test 8. We are picking up the gem on Zayin on the base 7b, and we left off Mishnah on the bottom. Nishmat Habazon Mikato Baharat. So this is very interestingly enough, the Mishnah is going to delve into what is considered to be the paradise of killing someone with showcase, because it's the case for moving goes into the forest to go ahead and chop wood. And what ends up happening? The axe off of the handle. Right? So imagine chopping wood, the axe off the handle kills him. What's halacha? Rabbi says he does not go to Galus, understand. Not go to Galus means what? Because this is not his, it's intentional. So remember, as we this one yesterday, encouragement of God is only quite very specific scenarios. So let me say inside the case is not God. From the symbol no, he doesn't get God. It's the thing with this Mir Hashem in the Gemara. That's case 2. Mia 8 and Mia. Case 2 is wood. A splinter of wood flies off the tree and kills Shimon. Right? So case 1 is flying off the handle, killing Shimon. Case 2, splinter of the tree. Case 2, Rabbi Omer Rabbi says, oh, this is the case of Galus. The Chachamim ain't a Galus. Chachamim say no, he doesn't get Galus. Okay. So it says, therefore, these are 2 cases. Sentanya, I'll remember the Chachamim. So Rabbi says the Chachamim, so Rabbi says like this. What's the position of Rabbi? Rabbi holds that if the axe head flies off, no galus. If a splinter of wood comes off, yes, galus. What's the Rabbi's ideal here? So let's say, so the lashon of the pasuk is right there. The pasuk itself is that Sheylavo Esre'elu Bayar Lachtav Eitzim. Right, moving goes into the forest, the wood. And what happened? Nidcha Yado Bagarza close heights. Nashal Habarzel Min Ha'itz. That's the expression. The Nashal Habarzel Min Ha'itz. So Rabbi says the Chum like this. Does the pasuk say the Nashal Habarzel Min Ha'itz? So does it say that the axe fell off of its handle or flew off of its handle? So rather, what it says is so something with the accent with the tree. So that's how Rabbi understands that the paradigmatic case of Galus is not where the axe head falls off of, but rather where a splinter comes off the tree, a piece of wood comes off the tree, and that's what kills Shimon. Furthermore, furthermore, again, it says 8. Lower down, right, lower down, and then it says 8 above. It's just like ultimately, again, the 8 mentioned earlier, it's talking about a piece of wood from the tree itself. So to again, the 8 that is lower down, i.e., the nuts of min ha'etz, ultimately, again, it's talking about the tree itself. So the itself. So it says, this is already has the twofold drush over it, so just a little bit. So part 1 is to say the Nashal Habarzel Nikol, that the axe head fell handle. That's issue number 1, right? And number 2, it says, just like in the beginning of the passage about trees, so to the Nashal Habarzel Nikol, talking about trees as well, not the axe handle. Okay, so that's the position. The truth is both the Chachamim and Rabbi darshan the same passage. What's the same? So that's the place in the Torah. Literally again, the barzel axe head will come off the 8s. Rabbi Sabar Yesh in the Masoras. So Rabbi says, interestingly enough, we go ahead and we assign supremacy to the way that read. So Leish in the Masoras, you see this type of machlokas many times, means that when we look at how to darshan a word, it's read, how it's actually pronounced. We look at how it's written. How does this play out? Well, let me actually read it. Sorry. Rabbi says the word is read. Now remember, the word as it's written in the Torah, nun shin, that could be pronounced as not just v'nashal but v'nisha written. Vav nun shin aleph. That's Rashi on the daf. Rashi says, "Kimashiniv shal teva lemoshe mikra." So already holds like this. Look at how the word can be pronounced, not how the word is written. Therefore, kisha'ata korei v'nashal, ata mosif havara shal aleph o shal hey bein nun l'shin, u'lefi ha'masoret v'nishal ksiv, u'perusha v'nishal shehishal habarzol min ha'etzan mispakeya u'matzes re'eh. So watch this. So as it says, when we look at the word as it's written in the Torah, we look at the way it's pronounced, or the way it could be pronounced, not the way it's written. It could be pronounced as v'nishal. Now what is v'nishal? Shamin, if you were to read it like that, the Nishal Habarzal Mina 8 means, and the Barzal, the axe head, dislodged something from the tree. It dislodged it. So therefore, Rabbi understands that the paradigmatic case of killing choking that's mentioned in the Torah is when a splinter of wood comes off the tree that is being chopped and kills Shimon. That's the Gullus case. That's the Gullus case. On the other hand, Rabbanan Sari for each other, Rabbanan Sari, Ish in the Mikra, Noshal Karina, Lashon Pal, Habarza, Aslo, the Noshal. The Rabbanan on the other hand say, no, look at how it's written. It's written as the Noshal. So Habarza, Mina 8 literally meaning that you flew off the head and killed Shimon like that. But looks like it's going to play a very useful here. Right, let's go with what everyone agrees with. Obviously, Reuben has to be executed. So in this case, why is that going to be executed? Why not? Right? No intentionality, right? It's definitely a shock. It's what we call an accident. Now it just is a type of shogeg which results in loss. Right? Because as we've already seen in yesterday's daf, not every case of accident death results in it to go into Golis, right? Into exile. Cases. Therefore, again, halal for Lamaisa, Rabbi says, and what it all comes down to is how to the phrase of Vishal Habarzo Min Hayit. So the Rabbanon will say, the Nashal, that's how it's called, Nashal Adina is really the applies off of the handle. Therefore, the Rabbanon's case, right, you didn't stop in wood, the axe that flies off the handle, kill Shimon, we didn't go to Golis. Rabbi said, no, we look at the word how it's read, the Nishal means the axe that dislodged something from the tree, it's from the tree, from the tree, from Shimon, that's the case of it. Incredible. You might be wondering, Rabbi is in my thoughts, you're like, Rabbi would be bold that we go ahead and we look at the way that the word is written, the way it's read, Rabbi would hold what the discussing about it. Already, so we open on Rabbi, Rabbi Yehuda ben Roy, Rabbi Shana, Rabbi Shana, Rabbi Kiva, Kulu, Shiru, each in the Mikra. Those are the problem. We have an explicit statement that says Rabbi holds, each in the Mikra. That when Darshan pasuk, we look as to how it's written, not how it's read. So what's going on over here? So Shimon says, "Hey, the common ball." You're right. Yeah. So whether it's close or Rabbi holds it in the Mikra. That's like remember that I'll say, well, it's Rabbi said two things. Rabbi said number one, it's in the beginning of it and it's in the end of the pasuk. So the beginning of the pasuk is that a person Asher Yavah Asher Eyobayar last quote is right. So there, trees in the beginning of the pasuk, we're talking about trees. So therefore, behold, when it says V'nashal HaBarzel Min Ha'ed, just like the beginning of the pasuk, the first ultimately end to a tree. So the tree at the end of the pasuk, at the end of the pasuk doesn't apply only to trees. Okay, so that's why even if Rabbi holds which in the Mikra, he still has that Gezeru Shalom. Not just show that piece of because once it shows again. So this is a fundamental focus of the Rabbi. Like, what is the paradigmatic case of Golis when it comes to chopping wood? Is it axe that flies off and kills Shimon, or a splinter from the tree that within its base flies off and kills Shimon? Look, it's not even the case of Rabbi. Not shut the piece of the Mikra. It's coming to other coming to cut. We're going to focus Rabbi Rabbi. This following case. Look at the verse. Throws it at a cluster. Cluster is falls down and falls kills Shimon. Okay? So we mentioned, by the way, this is my focus Rabbi Rabbi. Right? Rabbi will hold that this is Gullus. Similar to this case. And the Rabbi will hold that this is not a case of Gullus. Okay? So when it says Pshita, okay, that's kind of obvious. Now we'll warm the I would have thought that maybe this is a case of secondary. Everyone would agree that halacha l'maisa again that there's no galus. Kamash like this case of the cluster of days is effectively the same case as the center. Whereas according to that, both must be again be galus. The Rabban you would have to galus. The Gemara says Ella call the Rebbe from Mishkafla. So according to that, where would you ever find a secondary force which would not result in results? More like that. If you go, the Shagat Isa will not be a guy. So it will be a case ultimately again of secondary force. Secondary force, Reuben goes across Earth and the branch down on Shimon. That is secondary force. For the reason you would not go to secondary force. Now, interestingly enough, how do we ask it? So again, what's interesting about this is obviously there's no death penalty, right? Because of nationality. The question is what that I'm not asking, like that Rambam says, Nishmat Abayton Mina Eitan Mispakeya, Eino Gola, Befei She'ein Zeba Mikol Kofo. So interesting enough, the way that I'm asking here is that a lot of nights of living goes down to chop wood, and the axe hand flies off handle. Again, we may try about these, but that's not the case of this. Right? Again, he holds that halacha l'mais, that nishmat abazon min ha'etzah mispak, right? That if the axe head falls off, you're not chayav for that case. Right? Again, it's not accidental death, but l'maisa, no cover. He says, zorik eben l'tamar l'hato for l'tamar latino fargo. So interesting enough, so halacha that Rambam holds a dramatic case of killing the shgeg is a splinter of wood. The case. So Reuben's chopping wood, a splinter comes from the tree that he's chopping, kills Shimon. That's the case of show that goes to Golas. Interesting. Okay. So let's go back. We're going to spend a good amount of time on these type of cases because when we get into like what we call koach, Kochol, we've seen this elsewhere, Rama, causation. So we'll get a lot of these cases as to what's covered. At least where the Rambam understands the pasuk is in accordance with Rabbi. That the Noshal Habarzel min ha'etz is not talking about the head falls off, but then it's talking about the Reuben's chapel, a splinter of wood tree, and that kills Reuben. Right? That's a question. Sorry. Next. So we'll take some more cases like this. Listen to this. Reuben throws a stone to Shradim and he ends up killing Shimon. What's the halacha? Harei Zegola. This goes to us. This goes to Gola. And the Lozor and Yaakov Omer. In the Yatasa Evan Yada or Hotzi Halas Rosha Vikipata. So Lozor and Yaakov, interesting politics. Sounds like this. Let's say Reuben went ahead and threw the stone. Had that Reuben stone, there was no one in Rishus Haradim. No one was there. Reuben released the stone. Shimon stuck his head out of his window, right, and extended his hand to the Shradim. The Lozor Yaakov says, things potter. There's no golos in that case. Why? And again, interesting that the logic seems to be since at the time Reuben threw the stone, no one was there, right? Shimon wasn't. Therefore, again, Reuben came to golos for that kind of case. Interesting. Zora gets Evan Latzero, Bahara. Listen to this. What happens is he's standing in his own yard, and he goes in and he throws a stone, and he kills Shimon. Now Reuben's in his property. He kills Shimon in his property, and he for Shushan is that we can't Shem Gola, they am love, ain't no Gola. Everything depends on what. Did Shimon have permission to be there? If Shimon had permission to be there, then ultimately again Reuben should have been more vigilant. And because Reuben is vigilant, therefore he goes to Golas. If however Shimon did not have permission to be there, then Reuben does not go to Golas. Shneimar, Bashayavo Esrei Rubai Yad. He's knowing it also the way the Torah sets up the case of killing Shogeg is what happens. Right? Two people are together in the forest. Why the forest? Just like the forest, right? And Shimon, the damager, right? And I should say the killer and the victim have the right to be there. So to the only time that there could be a liability for gullus is when the victim the right to be there. If, however, again, Yotza, Chotza, Balabai, She'emus, Lemiza, Likayisha. Say what's very important. So what we're doing is we're slowly but surely adding on like to what creates the shogeg cage would result in it. Like so from the previous Mishnah, we established that, but ultimately again it is the splinter. From this Mishnah we see now in order to be chayav galus, the victim has to have had permission to be in that area. But if he did not have, then there is no din of galus, which makes sense. Rothschild says, Rothschild says furthermore, when you chayiv galus, when you accidentally kill someone, engage or call a rishos, an optional act, a non-mitzvah act. However, yotza ha'av hamages beno, va'arav harodes hamido v'shliach seis. Let's say a person was engaged in an act of mitzvah, which resulted in the death of a person. For example, now again, obviously, our bit societally, this as well. So let's say a father is disciplining his child. Father's hitting his child, and he ends up hitting his child, it's killing his child. A Rabbi disciplining his student ends up. It is so important to understand that the way we discipline our children today has to be so fundamentally different. So fundamentally different. And you understand again, this is reflective of what happened. What a slap could do today to of turning them off in so many different ways. Right? It has to be, it doesn't necessarily mean that the little patch here has to be so deep to our children, how we discipline our children, what we choose to ignore and let it is a very delicate dance, and hopefully raising children. It's okay, they're different this time. And if I put it, the Gemara is talking here that a father is physically disciplining his son. A Rabbi is reading. So if let's say a father kills his son, has to show a Red student, ultimately again, or shliach beit. So this case a little bit more understandable. Shliach beit is the right occasion is in kiss to someone. So again, remember we'll talk about this who determined how much a guy could withstand. But let's say and he died, he just died. So the halacha is because all of these, so there is no liability of doing someone like this. Okay. So again, the point that Rothschild is trying is that the only time one is chayav galus really will fall a non-mitzvah activity. But if Ruben ends up killing someone when engaged in a mitzvah activity, ultimately, again, no galus for that. There's just Rabbi lazy. So let's say first case in the Mishnah was Ruben throws a stone into Rabbi and kills someone. So the Mishnah says he goes to galus. That's like amazing. They both say again, when the Gemara says what does that mean? So you throw a stone that's capable of killing someone in private public area. That is cultural remains, right? That's egregious. That's egregious. What are you talking about, galus? It's not shogeg. Which the Gemara says, I'm not sure. This also has coastlow. I don't know what's the case. Not literally throwing a stone. Rather, most of the cases, Ruvain's property is adjacent to the Rothschild. Ruvain has a stone wall he needs to demolish. He's demolishing it into the Rothschild and kills Shimon. Gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. I will say what we're going to see, by the way, is in general, it's fascinating to see that on one hand, accidents happen. On the other hand, in the eyes of halacha, almost all accidents are absolutely preventable. Now, because there's another category, preventable circumstances. That's called ones. Shogeg by definition means an accident. I did not intend to do anything, but had I been more vigilant, I could have prevented this. So again, obviously, I'm not going to be liable, for the tent shed if it was an accident, but there's still liability. It's just the whole type of galus, right? Because remember, again, if there was no fault for the accident, then we'll have to go to galus. Galus is a kapara. Kapara is only necessary what? If you did something wrong, if there's some level of liability. So the mistake in the fact that it said, it was an accident, that's fine. That's fine. You're not amazing, but you're still responsible for accidents as well. So the Gemara says, okay, I understand, Ruben, you didn't need to kill Shimon when deconstructing your wall, but you should have been more careful. So the Gemara says, no, the soul says comes of a Laila. Ruben's doing it at night. So again, so what's the pshat? He's assuming that at night there aren't people around. So the Gemara says, still, you got to be careful at night as well. Now, just because it's at night, why does that give you a pass? So the Gemara says, the soul says comes of the Ashba. Oh, so this is the case. Ruben is demolishing his wall, and he's kind of like demolishing it into a garbage dump, right? Okay, so the first white line. Hi, Ashba, if you done this, what's the case of the Ashba? So if there are people coming in the garbage dump, I don't know, low budget Halamite activity, whatever. Right? If there are people right in the garbage dump, so then the mice again wants to Poshelu, then that's negligence. But if people never come to the garbage dump, honestly, that's the onus. So it's a very important point. So you begin to see already these three very interesting categories, right? With intentionality, shogeg, where it's an accident, but I should have been more careful and could have prevented this. And then there's ones, which is I had no way. There was no way for me to prevent this. So again, if it's a garbage dump that people don't even come into, so moving is he's demolishing his wall to a garbage dump. He had no reason to expect anybody would be there. That's on the Papa Rothschild, Al Ashba Hasuya Bipanos Balayla. The aim Asuya Bipanos Balayla. Those things are very interesting. So what are you talking about? I will say that sometimes use a garbage dump also like as a public restroom. So we're talking about over here. That's why you have to be careful with people in the garbage dump. So what's the case? Because people use this garbage dump as a restroom. Right, but ultimately, again, at night, all right, but don't use it by day. But sometimes people use it by day. In other words, it's primarily used at night by people, right? Not really used by day, but every once in a while, somebody will use it by day. Therefore, again, what's happening over here? Ruben is deconstructing his wall to this garbage dump, and he's doing it by day. So again, on one hand, he's not a Moshe, he's not negligent. Why? Because he had every right to assume that people were there by day. On the other hand, Ones Nami Lahabi in Ones. Why isn't he in Ones? Because it's the while people do come there by day. So this would be an interesting case of shogeg. Right? Shogeg. So one hand, it's not intentional because he's doing it by day where people are normally there. On the other hand, it's also nice because again, people do come there by day. So if you're not amazing and you're not in owners, what are you? Shogeg. Okay, that's the case. So those are Yaakov word. So the last word, those are Yaakov is an interesting case. Everybody throws the stone first, and the coast was clear. Then after he goes ahead and he sticks his head out, so ultimately again, as Yaakov said, Ruben is the logic was turn up. Umatzah Lamantias Asmo. So the pasuk is Umatzah. Right? Matzah Esre'ehu. So Matzah Esre'ehu means, right? So the word finds Shimon. That comes to exclude a case where Shimon makes himself a face. In other words, so the nice case over here, Shimon stuck his head out of the window, put himself in the direction, right, in the path of the projectile. So therefore, again, Ruben is not going to be chayiv dollars in that kind of case. In this year, therefore, again, if we're moving through the stone over there, right, and then Shimon through it, after Ruben released the stone, Shimon stuck his head out of his window, thereby putting his head in the direction of the projectile. Ultimately, again, Ruben is going to be potter. The memra, the matzah mashma. So what's this? That makes it sound like the matzah, the lashon of matzah means something was already beforehand. Right? It was like the pre-existing condition. Is that true? Or maybe for 1 second, the matzah, the matzah, shall yin part barachov, yigo b'karov, the raw, the yigo b'yafa. So what's that? Right, by steachusa, that's ancestral land. So in general, if you sell off your ancestral land, you can force her to sell it back to you. Right, since it's of your ancestral portion. However, again, the halacha is only so if you sold your ancestral land as like a last resort, right? You had nothing else to sell. But if let's say you had other property, but you still sold your ancestral land, you can't force the purchaser, to send to Lamatsui. This comes to its top. You shall mean cover up, see the Makaro. The Ra, the Rafa, the Rafa Happening, so what's the truth is matzah means different things based on context. For example, so therefore, by matzah is comparable only again to the siga yadam, into new money. Just like again, the siga yadam means he came into. How come in the crowd? You also matzah is in accordance with the context. Matzah is the yard. The matzah is like the forest. How so? Just like the yard, right? The forest was a pre-existing reality. Matzah now needed the Isin Kara. So over here, in order for Reuben to be chayiv for killing Shimon, what has to happen? Shimon, so to speak, has to be present at the time that Reuben did his activity. But at the time that Reuben did his thing, for example, in this case, through the rock, Shimon was not present. And Shimon only introduces himself into the equation after Reuben already threw the rock. There will not be life for Golos in that case. Okay, incredible. Hazori Kasavan, much like this. Only I'm going to have a Minai, the Mechatavas 18 Jerusalem. So remember again, the end was as follows. In the Mishnah spoke about this idea. Abishal said that the only time you're liable for this is when you are engaging in what we'll call a Meiser Rishos. Like we'll call an act, a non-mitzvah living activity. If you are engaged in a mitzvah tree, then halacha l'may, and you end accidentally, halacha l'may, say your part. So the Gemara says, again, the Gemara directions, because the pasuk says, remember again, the pasuk is about Hashem. Yavo Esra'el Bayar Lachtov, right? Reuben goes into the forest to chop wood. So the Gemara says, just like chopping wood is an optional act, so too again, one is only chayiv golos if engaged in an optional act. But if you're doing something that is mitzvah related, then Allah will see your pater from golos. So the Gemara says, you know, the pasuk is talking about chopping down wood for optional purposes. Till mechatavas eating the sukkah, or mechatavas eating the maracha. Maybe he's talking about to chop wood because he wants to build the sukkah. Or someone's chopping wood because he needs wood for the pyre, for the pile of the mizbeach. And even though a person always how do you talking about chopping of wood? Maybe it's mitzvah chopping of wood, and even though it's a mitzvah, the Torah still says you go to Golos. To which the Gemara says, no, that's not a good example. I'll tell you why. So let's say there is no down wood for a sukkah, right? There is no mitzvah chop wood for the mizbeach. Meaning what? Let's say, for example, there's a pile of wood. Let's say there's a pile of schach, right? Is there a mitzvah to chop down your own schach? No. Let's say you find a pile for the mizbeach. Is there not to chop down wood in the mizbeach? No. So there's a mitzvah to have schach, right? There's a mitzvah to have wood. There's no mitzvah to chop it down. So even if technically speaking you were going ahead and chopping in front of the halach, so that's still called an option. And you would not be chayiv. You would not be chayiv. You would not be part for Golos from that. Rabbi Rabbi, Sa'ab Hamakes, isn't it? So what about the Mishnah? Right? The Mishnah is disciplining his child. He accidentally kills him. A Rabbi disciplining his student accidentally kills him. The Akabrizim is flogging someone, kills them. They're pater. Well, why don't we say pater from Golos? Lema, Kevan Dilu Gavar Lat Mitzvah, Hashtenanu Lat Mitzvah. Well, let's say this, it's the case of the father. You know what? Ayush said this. Since technically speaking, if the son was well behaved, father wouldn't need to discipline him. Right? And therefore, I guess. So maybe therefore the act of disciplining as well should be called. So it goes with the Gemara, it's just like this. The same way that, let's say, for example, like the wood of the mizbeach, there's not a mitzvah wood. What's the mitzvah? To have wood. But there's only such chop wood, right? If I have wood, I don't have to chop wood. So it's like this. There's no mitzvah to discipline a child. What's the mitzvah? What's the obligation of a parent? To have a disciplined child. That's my obligation as a parent. You have a child properly disciplined. maybe you could say the act of disciplining isn't really a mitzvah. It's like a mitzvah, same way that the act of cutting down wood for a sukkah is not a mitzvah. I need schach. It's just if there's not schach, I have to cut down wood. But the cutting of the schach is not for a mitzvah. So again, the obligation is to have a disciplined child. That's the mitzvah. It's just that my child is not disciplined, so I have to do the work. So therefore, again, we should say the same thing. Therefore, if the father kills his son in the midst of discipline, he shouldn't go to Galus. He shouldn't be exempt from Galus. To which the Gemara says, plus, it's very interesting. I thought the Gomer mitzvah. Even if the son is disciplined, he's fascinating. He is still an obligation. And you are provided the right to.
Just fumble around for a bit.
Fumble around. So what exactly does that mean to you?
There is still an element.
You just did something with your hand there. What does that mean?
Go soft and just go your work. And then at some point, you tell yourself that you're enough. And then it got hard again. So how long do you think you lasted? You put your wiener inside of her vagina, right? And how long do you think that lasted for? 35 seconds.
35 seconds. Five seconds, you feel it starting to happen,
Yeah.
and then where do you finish? Where did you shoot your look? On her stomach, very good. I would have expected something weirder than that. I would have thought you would have like been shy and shot it on the floor, or just on your own pillow or something like that. Like, wow, you went for it. And did you like it? Did she make any noises or anything? What was she? What type of noises making during this 35 seconds? You do an impression. Go spotlight here, Gino. It's the girl during. Go ahead. Alright, no one believes that. Bring the lights back up. This light's still alone. You think that's how it went down? Yeah, pretty well.
Were you attracted to her? Was that the problem? Yeah, probably.
You like her? Yeah. She's pretty. Yeah. And you've been doing this regularly since then? Or was it just that one time? How often? Once a week? Every day? What are we talking here? Once a week. Very good. Very good. And you're excited?
Yeah.
And you've gotten better than 35 seconds since then. Wow. It's not that bad for 22, man. You're not that bad. Alright. The whole set was revealed, so you're getting a little jump up. Sign up again, and we'll see what you talk about next. Been doing it 2.5 years. You gotta have something other than rape jokes. There he goes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, this looks like a fun name. Let's see what this is all about. Make noise for Nino. Nino is the next What the fuck is up?
Let me ask you tell by the way I'm dressed, but I had your worker. Okay, don't fucking assholes. Oh yeah, I deliver groceries for a living. West Lake and BK would starve, right? That needs me. And I think delivery drivers, when I say this, if you live in an apartment complex, do not order this for homeowners only. Because every time I go to shitty apartment complex, you're on the 12th floor, your elevator don't work, and you do tip.
Speaking of no tips, Americans. I'm talking about you, my dog. Don't order groceries online. All over my nuts. Let me give you some real spice. Bam. All right, that's my top guys. Thank you.
Tiny Dome, you been up before?
Yes, sir.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
That went pretty well.
Yeah, it was good.
Is that your best on the show so far?
Yeah, it was.
Very good. I love it. So, you've been delivering groceries. How long have you been doing stand-up?
4 years in May.
4 years. Where are you originally from?
I'm from Soho.
Okay.
San Antonio.
Okay, you're getting strict there. Well, okie dokie. How long have you been in Austin?
Almost about this one. I started here at this one.
Okay. And you've been delivering groceries that time?
About 2.5 years.
All right. And so, a lot goes on in the grocery delivery business. I'd imagine when the elevators work, it's not that bad, right?
No.
Okay. But sometimes the elevators don't.
Yeah, don't worry. You gotta use the stairs. People in the apartments for some reason want to order the heaviest shit too. Cases of water, dog food, just dumb shit. I hate it.
Okay. All right. What do you do when you're not doing stand-up or delivering groceries?
Well, I'm not on the spectrum, but I collect toy cars.
You do.
Yeah, like Hot Wheels, 1/8 scale toys, trailers, replicas. You guys want to see the smallest toy car in the world? Yeah.
Is it in your urethra?
So this is called a micro mini. And Tony opened it up. I want you to open it up. It's a really got her by the front wheels and open it up.
Sounds like a micro machine.
Yeah. No, take out the car.
Oh, there's a smaller car in there.
Smallest toy car in the world.
Wow, that's amazing. That is indeed a very small. There it is. It's so small. There you go. I'm gonna put it there. Okay, so that's a small car. I love it. You must get all the pussy.
Single ladies.
They know. They know. Has a woman ever flirted with you while you're delivering groceries?
No, not really. A lot of my customers are old people, so they'll make me like cookies, candies, stuff like that. So not really like hot sex.
Nice. You ever fun around Austin?
Let's see. To go far off it sometimes. A couple weeks ago.
Does it go?
His grandma likes to fuck.
Oh, wow. So how old in the ballpark was this lady?
She was probably, no lie, probably like 65.
Wow. Where'd you find her at?
Shout out to Deborah with an H.
Wow.
She literally told me that. She was like, my name's Deborah with an H. I was like, alright, cool.
Yeah. So where'd you meet this bag of
I met her at the airport here in Austin, yeah. So I was on my way for one of my friend's weddings in California. And before I was like, oh, I'll have a drink. So she was sitting by her, oh, my shit. Backstory, we started talking. Next, you know, I got her information. She was like, yeah, hit me up when you come back. I was like, all right, cool. I hit her up. We went to some, I think she was staying out in Pflugerville, I want to say.
That's where you live. That's where fake ass 65-year-old live, isn't it?
So she took me to like this local brewery.
Oh, did you see him there? Pflugerville with an H. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And story short, we had meetings, we kicked it off, back to my car.
This one right here?
It's actually a bigger car.
Okay, what kind of car do you have? What kind of Civic do you have?
No, it's actually a Kia. Shout out to the Kia boys.
Wow.
Yeah. Sport, Forte.
Wow. 65-year-old to a Forte? Okay, and then what happened?
And then we started talking, and then we started looking.
You're in the driver's seat, she's in the passenger seat. You mean like,
Yeah, we're macking in.
right, so it's always an interesting predicament when you're in the front of a car. Who do you think was doing more of the leaning? Were you guys meeting in the dead center? You
right over the stick show. I kind of put my seat back on it. And she's taller than me. She's taller, like 5'10", I'm 5'7". Gets on top of me a little bit. We're like, okay, so she's more aggressive. Yeah, she is. Yeah, but is this in the parking lot of the brewery? Yeah. Okay. Start pulling down your pants right then and there. You got nothing to lose. She puts, She puts my dick in her hand, starts jacking me off, man. She starts giving me sloppy Tommy. Damn. The best way to end it is like, fellas, remember when you were a kid, you go to jacuzzi, dick inside the jet? That's exactly how it felt, dude. Just all sloppy. So Pflugerville. You got Goldie. Hell yeah. You got the fucking if you're seeing this comment. So she finished you up right there in the parking lot. Yeah, I tried not to that quick. I probably lasted about 4 minutes pop. There you go. According to a lot of the people that have been on tonight's show, you're a professional porn star. So 4.5 minutes of fucking real humdinger. That's incredible, dude. Absolutely amazing. So then what happened? After she finishes you off, do you just drop her off? So she wanted to make out with me, but I got kind of grossed out because she just swallowed my cum. You're damn right. And I was kind of like, oh no, bitch, let me back up. Right. But I still made out there, fuck it. I'd like you to find Christ now, man. What the fuck is this? Oh shit! Wow, man, good, dude. You look good, man. You look good. It's one of Deborah's favorite actors. Did you flip Deborah too, dude? Oh shit! T-Man is famous homophobe on the show. After you made out with a girl after coming in her mouth, he's gone. I can't take this no more. Hell yeah. Alright. You know, well, you did. Okay, you talked about your act. It was pretty decent, so you're getting a big jump up. Here's Justina, there you go. Alright. Oh, you want the car back? Wow, what a cheap fuck you are. Keep this one? Okay, cool. I mean, what the hell's the point? The car holder into it. So what am I gonna do with that? Throw it in the crowd after the show. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, this is an action-packed show we have here tonight, and we have another of the greatest regulars in the show's history ready right now. He is the newest regular on the show. He is known as the Dark Storm of Atlanta. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the great, powerful Dedrick Flynn, everybody. Good. Man, I used to actually hate rich people before I got money. I did, you know, rich people got different debit cards than us. They got, maybe also buy these little 22-pound bulletproof little debit cards. We have vibranium condoms. Hey, y'all seen these motherfuckers? The thing is, my debit card, that shit, if you throw it up in the air, it's gonna be over at the ground. You gonna go right back to the top. So that's for my debit card. You know, rich people got heavy cars so they can break down cocaine better. Meanwhile, I just roll my blunts. My nigga don't give a fuck about me. But it's cool though, because like now I got famous success. I talk to people that like have done. I got to talk to Tony. First day I got regular, I was like, yo, what should I look out for? And he was like, stay out the comments on Reddit. And people would say, if Tony was saying I would do it, but the thing was is that when he told me, I just had to agree, but I wanted to laugh in his face because he don't know me like that. For 20 years before that, I was working on service. They sent it to my Dude, I was working out shit when I was 17, and a girl walked in, this old ass fucking lady, 65 years old, walked to me, and she called me the hard R. That shit hurt my feelings. Because I wasn't even being one at the time. Had she called me in some niggerly activity, I would have been like, touche. We were shooting dice, selling crack, rapping when you walked up. I was just a cheater and I got that car wash. Situation happened where a bitch chick came to my car wash 10 years before. And then when she showed up, the prices were higher 10 years later. Like they do everywhere else in the fucking world, right? Because today's price is not yesterday's price, but not today's bitch. She ran up to me, she said, you niggers are always raising prices. And I was like, actually, man, we devalue the neighborhood. That's my town, bitch. Two minutes and 5 p.m. doing more than he has to do, unlike his people normally do. Normally they show up late early, not that trick. You really would customer service in a car wash. I was customer service a car wash, I worked fucking restaurants. I hate that car wash. What did you do at restaurants? Serve tables, serve beer. I used to believe in people, right? Before I worked customer service, if somebody died on the news, like 8 people died, my family would come together and pray for their family. And I served one shift, and like 6 people died. I was like, good. You should have called me, it could have been 12. Was it like a chain run that we would know, or Logan's Roadhouse, Texas? I hate all the niggas, bro. They fired the fuck out of me. Fuck somebody. Yeah, one lady, say, they speaking over there, Rothschild, Savannah, Georgia, where they have like St. Patty's Day, a lady poured mashed potatoes on my head, and then I beat up her husband. Because I'm seeing women that good, I was really taking it on that. I whooped his ass. They got mad at me for it, so I don't work there no more. She poured mashed potatoes. Did she warn you? Was there really? Are you even my shit, Tony? I was covering it up. I shouldn't have been there. What she did, so she got her steak, and then she just wanted to keep complaining because she was free steak, and I was like, hey, I can't do that for you. I'm a server here. They throw peanuts on the ground. Yeah. If you want a good steak, go where they don't throw food on the ground, right? Yeah. That is true. Patrick, what else is going on? What's the update on your big amazing advancement in life? Yeah. Hey, can you come here for the best before it was like, hey, I'm new in town. If I can get a guest spot, that'd be cool. Red, and I responded. Now they want me to headline because they supposed to. Yeah. It's changed. Slight Stallone. What's the time too high for you? I just suggest that you sell your mouth and buy the portfolio like a good basket. Yeah, you know, Tony Greco. Look at this before and after. This is Dedrick, 40 years, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. What happens? I would blind. Has anyone in your family ever had diabetes? Yeah, my dad. you're gonna be blind. But it's cool. Blind guys get like rock stars and shit. That's a whole thing. Ray Charles, Stevie Wonder, D Madness. D Madness is rocking the fucking Heisenberg hat tonight.
Don't know what that he ever seen Breaking Bad. He's seen a lot of stuff.
Yeah, shit.
You ever heard Breaking Bad?
Yeah, he has. Yeah. You ever listen to a Sylvester Stallone?
Oh shit. You ain't near the mic.
Oh, collateral damage. Slice. You have any behind the scenes info on what was collateral damage? I see the wheels over there.
I remember ever making a movie called Collateral Damage. I made so many, you know. There's Rambo 1, Rambo 2, Rambo 3, Rambo. I gotta regret. You ever see that? You know, I followed the Taliban in Rambo 3. That is fact. I gave a young kid a knife at the end. I think he's a Nate. Yes, they do. Rambo 3? I hear that.
Dedrick, another set. I mean, you are just freaking sure. We love you. I love you. There he goes. Fun here tonight. Back to.
By the way, I thought that was a dork said like a cold debit card instead of a credit card. I've never seen like a debit card.
Wait till he finds out about credit cards. We're going to watch Dedrick grow in front of our very eyes. Some people got live debit cards, some people be having any debit cards. Like he has no credit even is. He almost fainted with Sylvester Stallone's diversified portfolio. We're gonna watch him learn everything. Oh wow! Okay, we've seen this guy before on the show. I mean, here we go. Boys, for what some people are calling a local legend. Everybody.
If you're getting paid for it, it's
a guy strikes out 9 times out of 10. I don't know who real is, but tell to throw the ball. I was agree. They were like, thanks, Daily. Yeah. Me too. I wish I had a burrito restaurant because burritos roll. Free delivery if you live down here. My only competitors, a can of soup. And I have a car, when I push to start, is push to keep going. Come on, guys, push. Oh, we just got past my burrito.
Keegan Carmichael. Welcome back, Keegan. Now, the last time you were on this show, we talked about the entire time was that how you reminded us of Mitch Hedberg. And after a lot of, I talked to people, word gets around about the guy that looks and sounds and looks like Mitch Hedberg. And it turns out that you're a genuinely very funny guy that just happens to look like and have the delivery of Mitch Hedberg. It's pretty interesting. It's kind of,
What the fuck happened now? That's a 180 right there.
what do you mean?
So the passage says, most secondly, what is most
Yeah, that's what the first time we're like, oh my god, this guy's ripping off Mitch Hedberg. And like I said, I've heard from some of my associates that it turns out that you do this every night, that you're a good writer. They've seen you do longer sets, and it's just who you are.
Thank you, associate.
So that I made it's funny. Okay, so Keegan, tell us more about your life. What exactly do you do with what's a day in the lab?
I just watching like a lot of Nat Geo. Like I learned a lot about whales. Everyone was a sperm whale. And I watched an episode about kangaroos, and I learned a lot of kangaroos. We talked about kangaroos.
So again, so the context,
Like the mama kangaroo baby
right?
in his sack.
So again, they must also seeking don't
That checks out.
and therefore again.
What else, Keegan? How do you make money, Keegan? That's what the world really wants to know.
And
I deliver food on a bike.
why?
That's why I see you. I see you all the time riding your bike.
You do?
Yeah, 5 times since he's been on the show.
Wow. Well, you just see him like out on the streets riding his bike. Do you have like a basket on your bike? How do you do it?
No, that costs $100, and that's fucking crazy. I hold it. That'll make more sense later. Anyways, you'll sit up. No, but it's cool. I delivered to Coach Sarkeesian this week.
Oh, nice. The other head coach of the Longhorns. What did he order?
Mary's Cafe.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did he get?
It's like a doctor comment. Yeah, but I told him, like, I was like, hey, we need someone on special teams. You know, I'm your guy. He was like, no. You should play quarterback.
Why? Why would he invite you to play quarterback?
They got your money, Tony.
I don't know
Enough to go around.
Do you know how to throw a football? Really? That's a very good news. You don't seem that mobile. You kind of lie. You see it.
It's called pocket presents.
Oh my goodness gracious! You know about this. I never would have guessed this. Wow.
On a serious note, that didn't happen. And I will go to USC. So
That's a different school.
I don't think it took me 6
All right. Okay, Keegan. What else? Keegan, what else is going on in life? Anything else interesting?
I have a cast iron band.
We know about this. I think we talked about this last time. How's it been going on with the cast iron band?
I just wanted to mention, like, last time I was on, I said I was a father to a band. And everyone missed the opportunity to meet her. No, because he performs.
Keegan, you are two of a kind. Here's a notebook, buddy. I like your style. Signing up. There you go. He has a little athletic prowess. He does know about pocket presence, and he did that joke book with Greeny with his left hand. Underhand to catch. One of the hardest ways to catch a joke book. A little fun fact for you. All right, here we go. You guys still having fun out there? All right, let's see what's next. We Ladies and gentlemen, your next bucket bowl goes by the name of Cantwell, everybody. Here comes Sean. Sean, everybody. All right, here he goes.
This is my first time doing stand-up, so thank you. I feel honored to know what the genius. You've heard of it, right? So my name's Sean. I'm from Sean Cantwell. I'm from Pennsylvania. I'm from Pennsylvania. 462. Too soon. All right. Anyways, so one of those people diagnosed with ADHD. Right? So I grew up in the era when we didn't have accountants. All right. You're laughing, right? Yeah, that's why I never had kids. So I never had kids. Right? When I help a kid, I run a bike. Ain't doing it, right? So, this is my first time I'm doing stand-up. I'm like a ferret. Attention span of a ferret. Right? Right? Come on, you got it. You got it. Spit on it. You're like, holy shit. Just spit on it. So, I had a total minute plan. No, I didn't. No. I really didn't. What's wrong with you? What just happened? What just happened? What the fuck did you just do? Sean, welcome. Hello, how are you? Is stand-up something that you've ever wanted to do before? Yes. And how long have you wanted to do it? About 3 weeks. About 3 weeks. It became of yours, and this is your first time attempting it? Yes. What made you want to do it on this show in front of many people? Because it's got something to say best. Well, okay. I mean, that's very. How old are you? 47. What do you do for work? Entrepreneur, and then I left out to entrepreneurial stuff have you done? What have you invested in? I'm not allowed to talk about this. You're not allowed to talk about it? Not in Texas. Not in Texas. Yeah. Okay, so your investments are all in me, and you're not allowed to talk about it here. Consider this a solicitation. I don't feel very safe being this. Yeah. I know. So that's just it's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. This is the guy that made you in Rocky, isn't it? Give us something fact about your life. Fun fact, I trained the first professional boxer in the United States of America. You did? Help train. Yes, I was a corner person. You were the corner? No, I was a corner person. That's what I just asked you. Yeah. Right. Are you in something right now? I can't talk about it. Okay, well then put the mic in the mic stand. If you can't talk about things, then there's no point in doing an interview with somebody to answer questions about their job. Anything. Wait. Yeah. Wait. I really just want to talk to Joe Rogan and explain how the uniform. There you go. Very wow. Infinity. There you go. There you go. Shut up. There he goes. Don't sign up again. Sean Cantwell. Oh, that's it. All right. Okay. You know what? Let's cleanse the room with a little something special. We have a special type of sage we use to cleanse the stage here at Kill Tony. He is, without a doubt, one of the greatest Kill Tony / Golden Ticket winners / Forces of Nature ever come across the show. Every time he does, absolute insanity. You're a very lucky audience. You're here on a very special night as I present to you a man who gets to do whatever he wants on this show. A man who is the only fucking fool ever that I'm slightly afraid of. This is the great and powerful Timmy Nolan. George, fucking this 2-year-old. Relax. I was born. Guys, that need to get a much bigger pop, okay? That's funny fucking shit, alright? I guys want this clip to go fucking, so I need you guys to fucking, I need you guys to understand when I do that. I want you to take your fucking thing out. My guy, I want so much to give me an Edward pass. Alright. Take it from the top.
Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, what can I say? I mean, truly, a freak of nature, a beast, unlike any other. You're here on a special night as I introduce the one and the only. No praise.
This 2-year-old was fine. I was fuck. Take it from the top.
Sometimes in this world, you are graced upon a presence unlike any other. Someone that is simply unlike a man who has more power than any fucking fool in the history of the show. On a special night, I present to you Old Golden Goose. This is Timmy No Praise.
How about that N-word pass? Come on, bitch, give me this shit. God damn. Look at that motherfucker. Yeah, I'm gonna look. Yeah, I'm looking at the audience for a little bit, but then turn it to the left. Look at this motherfucker, goddamn. Look at this game, motherfucker. Shit, you never looking motherfucker, goddamn. What's your name? Cheese squats up there, the fuck, goddamn. Black guy. That's black man up there. I check. Let's do it. What you know about rap, bitch? Let's go, bitch. Suck my dick. That's just a dab in the stage. All right. Give me a beat. No, that's not my beat. Cut it out. No. Every time I do this move, I need you to hit the beat the right way. God damn. All right. Every time I do this move, just this move right here, I need you to do the beat good. Hit me. All right, give me 5 words. Give me 5 words right now. I'm going to use them in this beat. Tony, say 5 words.
Okay. Horse, white, cigarette, gun, whiskey.
Nah, this beat sucks. Nah, fuck this beat. Nah, fuck that shit. What the hell is that, Tony? Goddamn. Jesus Christ.
Do some gangster shit.
You want to see some gangster shit? I'm going to say the N-word in 3, 2, 1. Nah, I got scared. I was a little afraid of that shit. My bad.
Look at it. Look at these motherfuckers. Yo ass. Nope, I'm not saying anything. You got questions for me?
I keep noticing that your lips are moving and sometimes nothing's coming out. Wait, if I talk, the guys will go. I think. It appears as though that if I talk, his lips have moved. Where the fuck is this guy? He doesn't understand.
Don't break the fourth wall. Don't do that. Don't you do that. That's something Rabbi does. That's something you do. God damn. Look at these lights. Tired of this shit. Look at that. Hit me with the spotlight. I can't see shit. Turn on the spotlight. Look at this Hootie the Blowfish looking ass. Tone number 2. God damn. Look at the light. Anyways, any other questions for me, Tom?
Wow, this is incredible. How did you transform? We watched you come out twice as yourself, and then you came back a third time as a black man. How were you able to do this, Timmy? Your powers know no bounds.
Great question, Tom. And I know I'm turned, from the camera. That's not good for video, but that's fine. Now look, the last time I was on, I said it, and I was like, how do I really top this bar? You know how I thought I'd do it? Blackface. It's the only way to do it. It was the only way to do it. Blackface, black body. And yeah, I did just gesture to my big black cock. That is something I did. Any other questions?
Wow, this is incredible. Timmy, what have you been up to lately? I know you've been busy, you've been on the road, you've had a lot of opportunities lately. So, what's been happening with you? What have you been up to with this, especially with this newfound power of being able to change races and whatnot?
Well, man, yeah, I've been doing big shows on the road. Just going around, I did, and your fucking mom got your ass. Yeah, fuck your mom. Hit me! I was up and she was like, God damn, I want you to be my son. Hit me! She came. Hit me! Any other questions?
When you fucked my mom, did you do it normal, or were you in this older, blacker man character that you're able to do now? I didn't do it normal.
Yeah, I never do it normal. No, I fucked her like this. She's a saint, Tom, and I did a missionary.
Wow. Yeah, this is absolutely.
Can I show you my dick? Can I just take out my dick?
You definitely shouldn't.
Wait, look at this. Look at this. Look at this bass plate. Look at this bass plate right there. He's right behind me. He's to my left. I'm gonna turn. Nope, on the left. On the left. On the left. Fuck it. Fuck it. Look at the sax player. The fucking piece of Goomba from Mario. What the fuck is this guy doing? Jesus Christ. I turned left. I did it. Man, this is fun.
Yeah, it is.
Fat, you broke the fourth wall, you piece of shit. What are you doing? Who's this guy?
This is incredible. Timmy No Breaks. Somehow, absolutely not knowing which way to face tonight. Looks healthy, though. Looks healthier than ever. Younger.
No, I don't. I definitely don't.
Wow. Timmy, have you, is there anything else that you do now that you can become a black man? Is there anything else that you find yourself doing in society now that you can be black sometimes?
That's great. Really good question. I'm gonna turn my back against for this one. That's okay.
You're gonna face that one.
Embrace the power of being an old black man that I met 10 minutes ago. I've been going to Rothschild for this a lot. Good at basketball. I'm not racist at all. This isn't racist at all.
What does it look like when you shoot a basketball? How exactly do you shoot a basketball? What is your form like?
Here I go.
How about throwing a football? Do you know how to throw a football?
Check this shit out. Drop back. Tight it.
How about bowling? Do you have a good bowling form?
Yeah. Get ready for this shit. Get ready for this shit. Yeah, I'm looking at my ball. Bowling. What else you got?
Now, I noticed that you bowl left-handed, but you shoot basketballs and throw footballs with your right hand. Are you ambidextrous?
No, I'm just black. What you looking at, dumbass? Well, Rand looks like a gray-ass motherfucker. God, this guy looks unhealthy. I'm looking at the ground. I'm looking all around. I'm having the time of my life up here. Fuck these glasses. Who needs them? Nope, I need them.
Wow, Timmy, I mean, you're on a whole new. Every single time you come to the show, you're so innovative. Completely take over. This is unbelievable. In my own near just about 20 years in this industry, I've never seen with the balls, the courage, and the talent to be able to switch races. I've seen people switch genders. I've seen people switch everything about those. I've seen anything like this before. Timmy, you have done it again. You found another way to innovate and take things to a whole nother level. You're unbelievable.
Where's my big fucking joke book?
And I gotta tell you, you're showing amazing skills, and you've been trying to be a ventriloquist times where you're talking and your lips aren't moving at all.
You see, I've learned, Paul.
Here's a big book, Timmy.
Hey, let me catch this.
Here we go. Here it comes. Freak of nature has done it again. I mean, 15 minutes of absolute chaos. Back to the bucket. This is going to be hard to follow. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Patrick Cassidy. ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Cassidy. You guys ever walking on your parents and your it's awkward.
What up, Bo? Are you there, big dog?
First time actually, about 5.
Yeah, you might be there.
I said, what do you want for your birthday? He said,
I'm always in a Discord server.
just actually, my father passed away not too long ago. Back to the bucket. This is going to be follow. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Patrick Cassidy, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick Cassidy. You guys walking on your parents having sex? 27. It's awkward when they tell you it's not good. So, it's my fault the first time actually. It was about 5. I said, what do you want? I said, actually, my father passed away not too long ago. I'm pretty happy about that now. He left me his motor home about 2 miles here, so I get to sign up all the time. But I've had a hard time talking about it with all my black friends because I don't want to think I'm appropriating their culture by not having a father now. Got me thinking about Star Wars and how Anakin Skywalker is white. Yeah. And then Susie turned black. No, that's right. All right. That's all I got. Thanks, guys. Okay, Patrick Cassidy. Something there. I can see the premise. Like with when Anakin Skywalker turned black. Coincidentally, he did leave his show. He became Darth Vader. By a guy named Hayden, and then all of a sudden, he's 6'7", played by Dan. There you go, Patrick. How long have you been doing stand-up? 6 months. This is my 33rd time on stage. Have you ever thought about doing your comedy off stage? Like, well, a black man lip syncs your material for you. I am now because that sounded funny and I didn't get to watch it from back there. It was hilarious. Yeah, it was great. You say 6 months? 6 months, yeah. And remind us, you've been on this show before. Yeah. And what did we learn? What did we talk about that last time? We talked about your father was all about. Well, always watched the show, and then he said, when I do the show, so I'm out here last year for 8 weeks, got on the show. Yeah. And then, have you been doing open mics? I'm working on it. Yeah, I just moved out here in August. I've been doing open mics ever since. The show, remind me. On again about 2 months ago. Okay. I do very well, but right, you can do another show. All right. That doesn't do good in a minute. That doesn't. Yeah. Do you have another one? I got a lot, but I don't know if it can be better. Just try it. You know what's funny. Dating's a little different now than 50. Like when I was young, the only birth control was the pill. That was kind of I don't know if it's gonna work. First you gotta take it. Plan B was live. Plan C was D was down the stairs, but I never had far they got because I have family. There you go. Sounds like you got a laugh there, Patrick. Sure, expensive to move out here. Been DoorDashing a lot. DoorDash. How's that going? DoorDash. Any crazy things happen while DoorDashing? I've been doing it for about 3 weeks.
So let's say now full circle. Remember again, why do you get into this? How is it criminal and moral money in this idolatrous? Remember again, standing on the stairs of the Harakah. You see this.
You really spend it on hookers?
He said, do you do what? So we said, test of many idolatry because West Common funds.
Your delivery system sucks. Have you ever thought about enunciating as people understand the words that you're saying? Okay. That's what happens. He's a big fan of Sylvester Stallone, obviously. I was about to fight Club Alliance, but I was scared. Then I realized I had written the movie, and we weren't actually going to be punching each other. That's a good way to follow Timmy. Yeah, I was hoping to follow that. I don't know if it went that much better. You got a little see you again soon, Patrick Cassidy, ladies and gentlemen. Keep it moving real fast. You come around the corner. Should be the last fucking pull of the Hey, everybody. Make sure you check out Love on the HeidiRegina.com. This episode brought to you by Talks. This is actually one of our very own team members around here. Make some noise for a brand new minute. D. Carter, everybody. Horrible mistake. I cut off all hair and most of my beard. Yeah, I used to look like Jesus if his first miracle was turning water into meth. You know, I got tired of walking around looking like a caveman who had been falling from ice. The problem is now a white guy tired diet. I was at my daughter's school the other day and I heard these two ladies talking about a deaf kid that had been learning language. They had an accident over the summer during 4th of July. Messed up some pigeons. That is so sad. That boy was born deaf. And he developed a lisp. It's okay to rest y'all to laugh. Hell, if it was here, he wouldn't have hurt. That's Carter's exactly 50. Tell you how you know. Great, good to see you, man. Not a lot of people know this, but Dusty is a little inside show. This there's two right on the other side of those curtains. One of them is Dusty. There's your second. Great, buddy. Good to see you, man. I don't know this, but Dusty. The problem is now I just look like a white guy hired by it. I cut off all my hair and most of my beard. Yeah, I used to look like Jesus if his first miracle was turning water into meth.
So, Chief Boy, how you living?
Looking around looking like a caveman who had.
What up, big dog? Chief Boy. Chief Boy. Chief Boy. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent, big dog. Big dog, do you upload your videos yet?
Yeah, but I'm not done with it.
Okay, what are you waiting on, big? Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Yes, I do. Can you hear me? Chief, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. So, when are you going to finish up or uploading of your videos?
Yeah, this week. I think this week. Because I just came back home.
Question. Why do you have one profile picture on X different one on Discord.
There's much less time to get yourself into trouble. You know, when do I get into trouble? During unstructured periods.
Boy.
When I am tolerant in avoda. When my life is.
Oh, you said, okay, my picture. I don't know if I will change it. It was one NXT somebody just gifted me. I said I should put it on. I don't have time to change it on Discord. It's only on Discord that is just different.
Okay, Boy, send me via X if you can. Send me your picture with the guy with the sunglasses.
Okay, my picture, my PFP on.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna make an edit here, and I think it'll help you. You're already doing really, really well. Since I've met you in like the last month, you've doubled the amount of people who are following you.
No, just doing myself. Let me send it now. Let me send it to the DM on Discord or on X.
Okay, that's is preferred, but either.
Pretty dramatic. Rashi says, first of all, Rashi's dad. Though it's hard to speak on the shofar and forget about the appropriate ones. When your heart is ultimately again on, when your heart is on your malacha, when your heart is on your work, when you're focused on your growth, when you're focused on doing what you want to do, you forget all about you. Okay, next Rashi. Part of the Shiva, Liros Gibochot, Gidei, so again, the Malach is interesting, right? So ultimately, again, so first of all, it's not
You're good. I got it. I got it from your account. All right. So just wait.
That sounds like it's not the poison that kills. I'd rather than it's living up to which the Gemara says. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry.
I got it. Thank you.
Actually cuts the esophagus from within. That cuts like the okay? And then furthermore, again, it's a trap of poison that causes the body to turn. And they say, this part of the like so yeah, kind of ultimately again, one wants that the body should not decompose. Ultimately again, turn the body on its face. That way again, because apparently the poison gets into the body, that causes decomposition. It all wants to decomposition, turn the body on its way. The poison does not have the totality of the body. Alright, so stop over for today. Share everyone. Tomorrow's very short days. Incredible, ridiculous, overwhelming tomorrow. In you'll hear tremendous rain tomorrow. So just also just dealing with all of you. Good morning. I think that all is well. My apologies for the lack of live share this morning. But a graceful function to the continue to I want to thank all of our sponsors and there's show all of these sponsors. To Yetz Hashem in the description as well as in the notes on our YouTube channel. And share to everyone. That was the last thing all of the Shamas and families in the Hamas. So the return of our hostages, the success of our own soldiers. The mission says as follows. We are beginning on Nun, we are picking up with the mission on Nun Hamid Day.
55b. Hamagadev inu chayv ad sheyifash Hashem. So we're talking now, transitioning to discussion about one who Chas Hashem curses Ribbono Shel Olam. So if for cursing, the word that's used is blasphemy. Which really means is cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu until he actually uses the name of Hashem. Now, Rashi points out Yafrish es Hashem. Rashi says means she is Kas Hashem, aval lo hotzim mipiv, elashum Hashem yotzim miti'ah Baruch Hu Pater. In other words, that in order for a person to be higher for cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu, they have to actually articulate the name themselves. So this is interesting. How Rabbi describes the way the judically of the last sentence say the Nikimu. Yaki Yossi as Yossi. So when the case is being adjudicated, right? Remember again, obviously a case like this is adjudicated based on testimony. So what's going to happen? Witnesses are going to come in and they're going to say, we saw, Ruvain curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, testimony generally requires an actual retelling of events as they occurred. We don't want the actual retelling of events over here because we don't want the witnesses actually articulating the cursing or the blasphemy of Hashem's name. So what we do is we employ a kinu. A kinu is the root of name. So in other words, instead of saying that Ruvain said Hashem should curse Hashem, we use it kinu, a nickname. Yaki Yossi. S-Yossi. Yossi, again, and Hashem points out Yossi is used 4 letters, right? Like just like K, Vav, K, that's the name of Hashem. Yossi is Yud, Vav, son of Yud. The Yossi should go ahead and strike Yossi. Now we're going to see by the formulation of.
All right, G-Boy, I'm making you a picture. Just bear with me, be patient. It's being created, so give me a minute.
The person just says, cursed is Hashem. That's not blasphemy. Rather, the way blasphemy takes form is Hashem should curse Hashem. That's why that's the lashon over here. So again, it's not an entire judicial proceedings. We don't actually articulate that Reuben uttered. Instead, we use like a euphemism or a nickname. So the Gemara says, "Nigmar hadin lo hargim b'nei alamotzim k'soke." Is the issue. Once the base reached the decision that Reuben is indeed guilty, you can someone if we were never explicit in their voice. As much as we wanted to, avoid exclusivity up until this point, if you're going to convict him and find guilty, we need to hear from the witnesses what would do this. I don't know, we tell everybody to leave the court except for the Dayan witnesses. The Shogun is Hagabo Shabene, you're 2 witnesses. And Masha Shaman to the Berush. Tell us explicitly here. But who Americans? But Dayan Omdin Araglayim. So now at this point, the witness actually shares the explicit curse uttered by the name. Dayan here it is Omdin Araglayim. They stand up. The Korin, they tear their clothing. And they do not head and mend them. Vashini Omer Kamahu, like the sex says, I agree with what the first one said. Vashlishi, he also agrees as well. So interestingly enough, we can get away with the nicknames or the euphemisms up until the point of the verdict. When the Basin wants to actually pass a guilty verdict, we require explicit testimony from the witnesses. The court have the senior witness say explicitly. We don't need the other witnesses to say it explicitly as well. We just need them to confirm that they indeed heard the same thing. Says Markana, Hachi is Baruch Shem B'Shem Anime. So interestingly enough, you look at the Mishnah, so the way that this blasphemy, the way that this cursing of Hashem takes place is one curses the name of Hashem with Hashem. Hashem should curse Hashem. So where do you know that from? How do we know that's the matter? Our Shmuel, Shmuel says that from the no gave shame, the no shame. Yomos. So it's interesting because the possibility over here is no gave shame Hashem, most you must. Now the one who's the word no gave means to curse. One who curses the name of Hashem will die. They should be stoned. Keger azrak b'nakvo shame humas. And then it says again, when he curses the name of Hashem, he will be put to death. So there's 2 expressions of cursing. So from here the Gemara says that it means you curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. Hashem should curse Hashem. So how do you know that no means the curse? So this is actually by Bilam. Bilam is trying to curse Bobby. So again, no matter how much money Balak gave him, how many Balak gave him, well, essentially, what do you got for me? If God doesn't want people to be cursed, they're not going to be cursed. So that's what and love itself comes from here. Okay, Mivraz who maybe the no-keep doesn't mean to curse, but rather again, the no-keep actually means to pierce, right? To go ahead and let's say take a knife and pierce it into the name of Hashem written in there. The Gemara says to say Vayikov Karbidalto. This is again Lashon Vayikov means to make a hole. That's Harasani Hachan here. Vavaratan Hashem Sasu Kim Hashem gave him. To which the Gemara says no. Va'ina shame balaka. Here's the difference. The difference, remember again, in that original is it says the no gave shame, the nakvo shame. There are two mentions of the name of Hashem. So somehow this act of blasphemy must include two names of Hashem. And that's missing over here in the case of the knife. One is piercing the name of Hashem, only one name of Hashem is being impacted. So maybe you're placing one on top of the other and piercing them with a knife simultaneously. That's the strength two names of Hashem. To which the Gemara said, okay, but close to okay. The piercing followed by another. There's no simultaneity there. So maybe you can say the name of Hashem on me. Then took that and plunged it into another name of Hashem. So he's erasing the name of it with another name of Hashem. Where says, no, he's not erasing with the name of Hashem. It's not the name of Hashem. It's not the name of Hashem that's erasing the name of Hashem in print. Rather, again, it's the knife that's destroying the name of Hashem. Maybe the no cave means articulate of the name. The Gemara says, so that actually says there, Perushay, maybe the solution over here is to actually pronounce the Hashem. For example, when we say the name of Hashem, or when we see the name of Hashem, Yud Hey and then Vav Hey articulated as the letters are written. So maybe the prohibition over here is to go ahead and to actually articulate the name. Because again, we see Lashon of Mikvu is a lot of identified by the names. Moshe Aaron took the device to identify the names. To which the Gemara says, and love will be from here. To which the Gemara says, here's the problem. So first of all, remember, a kind of negative model, because the actual pasuk that discusses the blasphemy, the double Lashon of the no gave shame, the not shame, which means that whatever blasphemy means, it's going to mean utilization of two names of Hashem. Articulation of the name.
Hey, Chiboy. Can you hear me, big man?
Furthermore,
Chiboy.
From a positive
Yes, sir.
Really a prohibition.
Okay, just one moment.
Our crop, Vayikov, Vayikala.
Yeah, don't remember,
Ultimately, we're talking about over
You're
here.
good.
And Nakov means first. Because you have another pasuk. It says Vayikov, Vayikala. Like the pasuk over here is talking about, says as follows. Vayikov, Vayisha Yisrael, it's a shame, as a shame. Vayikala, Vayakal Moshe, shame. So what I was talking about over here, according to the
Boy, I want you to
there was a man who actually got up and cursed.
go to sending you right now.
And teach me that these two words are synonymous.
Let me know if you can get access.
Maybe not. Maybe they're two separate things.
Do you see it? It's on X. It's on X. It's on X, my man.
Obviously means to curse. Maybe after the birth, both. So she says, no. Well, sound like it said, Hoties and Hoties and no keep on the column, which is the execution. Remember again, in the two dramatic acts of Krishna halacha. One was the Makoshesh, the guy who gathered wood on Shabbos, called Shabbos, the Krishna of Shabbos. The other was the Makalo, the individual who went ahead and blasphemed the person correctly in public. So when they did the Makalo, it says take out the Makalo. It doesn't say take out the no cave and the Makalo. Right? So you see from here the fact also the Makalo indicates to us that no cave and Makalo mean the same thing, which both mean ultimately cursing of the name of Hashem. Shingal, Chadaru. You see from here that they're both one thing. So we'll say, so therefore comes out of there as follows. So therefore now we have the model of the God, one who curses HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is one who uses the name of Hashem to curse Hashem. It's an interesting formula, but nevertheless, that's the legal prohibition, really based on the idea that the pasuk that talks about blasphemy uses the lashon of the Nokev Shem Hashem and Binakvo Shem Yomis. It's two lashonos. Uses the expression of curse twice and shame twice. So from here we see that in order to be chayiv biblically for curse Hashem, one must curse the name of Hashem with the name of Hashem. Okay, so Tarabanan, Ishma Kalon Omar, what does the pasuk mean when it says Ish? So if you remember again, El Bnei Yisrael to the earlier, or Ish Ki Kalal El Kav and Asaf at home. This is every person who may curse Hashem.
Gee boy, do you see it?
Gemara is very interesting.
Gee boy. Gee boy.
The interesting turn is going to go. Really, it's a fascinating sugya. Yeah, I think that was fascinating. It's yesterday.
Yes, sir. And click on the link for it. It's
Okay, I'll help you. I'll send it to you.
Not such easy sugyas.
okay.
Gemara is the transition to the interesting topic of Shiva and Sosperinoach, 7 Noachite laws. So the Gemara says, what does it mean when it says ish, ish, right? Why does it say ish twice? So the Gemara says ish,
Gee boy. Okay, check again.
that Gentiles are liable
Check your X messages again.
that Jews are. Fascinating halacha. Furthermore, Gentiles are executed.
All right, the picture with the text around it.
The heading. Let me check any have only with the sword. It is only with Sayif. So Rashi said, so we'll discuss this a little bit later.
Yes, sir.
The only time you should mention, not in the context of Jews, is back in Bereshis when it speaks about the liability, one who takes life.
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Right?
Yes, I can see it.
Life.
Okay. In my opinion, you should use that. Here's why. Your picture, guy with sunglasses. I don't know what that means. At least this picture tells me what your name is and where all your social media that you work so hard to create is. Does this make sense? You have no idea how many people are going to be seeing your picture. And when they see your picture, I want you to be able to tell them how to connect with you. And that I don't want them to have to click on your profile. And I want your name is. And so we're a picture that you have, and we just put this around it. And
What it says that this pasuk is the blueprint for 7 Noachide laws, which is interesting because essentially the first command
it's going to tell something about you.
So the first command that
So
gives to Adam
before
understands is the blueprint
you
for
go,
7 Noachide laws.
I'm creating one more for you with a little bit brighter of a red to catch people's eye. It might be too bright. You can make it whatever you want. You just go to ChatGPT and upload the picture, and then you tell it whatever you want. Here's the thing. I agree with you. Okay, so It's creating that for you. And I'm going to make it bright red for you now. The maroon is good, but I'd like to catch the eye a little bit more. So just one moment. And I'm going to send this to. And then what you're going to do, if you like it, you're going to make it your profile picture on Discord and all the other places. Oh, yeah. Okay. So just one moment. I'm just send this to you.
This applies even to other nicknames of our descriptive names of Hashem. For example, like Elohim is a good example of this, right? I don't, and then no, these are all descriptive names of Hashem. How do I know this? We come up with the very names. So this has in position. I'm not myself. One is the form for blessing for person Hashem. The primary names of Hashem, but even Chayiv for the secondary names of Hashem. I remember, come saying no. Hashem Hamiyu Bilba Hashem Yuchanisa Bakinivazar. If come disagree, and this actually
so right now, Chiboy, if you're in a space, or even in here, your picture doesn't tell me anything about it.
But if you first
With this, what picture is going to do is it's going to tell me your name. It's going to tell me where all your social media is. That's important, right?
Yes,
Absolutely.
And he does again.
And
so the Rabbanon Chayiv is Chayiv according to the Rabbanon. We just said
you recognize that.
Allah only Chayiv. If we do the actual machmir, ultimately again on the law, he says only a Jew is only Chayiv. Person the actual name of Hashem, but not will be Chayiv for person Kinui, more of the nickname.
And I have a question. In your link tree, to say Chiboy all O small j or Chiboy big O big J?
No, small O small J.
Excellent. Okay. So just a minute, and I'm going to send you this revised version. Then you put it everywhere. Anybody sees your picture, no longer is it just going to be some person in sunglasses. It's going to say what your name is, so it connects them to that picture, connect that picture for them. Then if they want to find out more about you, they can go right to your link tree right there. It only makes sense to me. Excellent. So I'm about to send you a revised one, and I'm also going to put a small outline around the text so that it stands out a little more. And it's almost done. And then you watch. People are going to comment, I like profile picture. That's neat. Where'd you get that? And you'll be like, I made it for me. And if they want, I can you to create their own. All right, so I just and
he always receives this phrase. It's only a Jew who is called this framework of blasphemy established before me. Only if you curse the name of Hashem with another name of Hashem. About Obi Kofavim, nobody knows. Again, if an Obi Kofavim, even if he just curses the name of Hashem, doesn't do shame, doesn't use the name of the name, he's going to be high.
Yes, sir.
Okay, like maybe we can actually hang out with Rabbi or like taking some space with Rabbi, like any something.
I'm willing to do that. Look at your picture that I just and tell me if you like it. I sent it to you on text.
Yeah,
do you like it more with the red in the background?
Yeah, it's make it more like,
I agree.
yeah, this one show.
I agree. Now, do you see in the back, like behind your head, you have a dark maroon. Do you want to make that red out like a little bit brighter red?
Ultimately, we'll get.
Okay, I see that's the background.
Yeah,
The background.
that a little bit brighter.
I don't.
Do you like it the way that it is?
Yeah, this one is definitely.
Okay, excellent. Well, then you use that. And on all the social media that you've created, I want you to use your profile picture to that, because that's going to be really beneficial to you. If somebody sees your YouTube account or your Instagram, TikTok account, or any of the other accounts that you worked really hard to make, they're going to be able to go right to your link tree and see all your other social media. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Excellent. Okay. Well, then do it. Once you're done with that, come back in here, and if you want to do a space, and I can just help people. Let me know.
Castration. I've also had a conscious we're going to see they know aren't allowed to castrate. This means people or animals. Shimon Omer at
But I'm done putting it on my profile. I'll just tag it.
Anything that's mentioned in the entire Kishuf, that Noah ultimately again is Chayiv for it. Bito Beish, Kosin Ma'onin Uminachish, Nachashi Kachover Chaver. Of you don't need to go to Shalamason, so there was a different types, all different types of Avodah Zarah. I should know check on Morish only Panacha. The story says, Demetrius inhabited Nine, did all of these things, therefore I actually powerful and going to displace them. You see from here that their displacements ultimately again is where they're lost. Is really a result ultimately of their engagement in these sorcerers practices. Gemara says, "Well, Amish, the punishes and it's the person first." So also, Omer Achal Akilayim, Karmei Rock, Little Shai, Akilayim, very interesting. And the laws said that when it comes to forbidding mixes, remember again, they're not how to you could clock the animals, you also eat vegetation, plants, like different things like that. So the laws says, Akilayim is mutter for forbidding law. What again is mutter? Little plants, for example, then rock for where wool and together. It was rock Akilayim. These are in plant Akilayim together. So you can for example, grapes and wheat or any other mixture, in a sweet alabasta, or perhaps kabasi, is ultimately again was introduced into black trees. I'm going to be open on this. Listen, so that again, we're obviously a lot of things over here about what comprises elements as being off. We're obviously not going to have trying to figure out where does everyone link their respective activities from. I mean, how do you use this from? I'm going to look on the intro. That sounds kind of similar to this is interesting enough, and this is really quite fascinating. It would appear like before we had Rabbi and now Rabbi Yochanan all quote this same pasuk. Hashem is comes from the original command of Hashem to Adam, because this was the first mitzvah that Hashem gave him. This is the first mitzvah he gives to man. You understand this to be a blueprint. Hashem is Hashem. For example, the Moses Vayitzav, he commanded him. This first obligation that he yeah, that's it. You know, it's no case, Shem Hashem most. What is that? Zuav Odas Gocham. This is the prohibition against idolatry. In Omer, if you Omer, so yeah, look how Adam.
Holiday, every meal's a feast. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I wanted to share some alpha with everyone and pitch to you my project. Firstly, you look in the purple pill. I put a link of the best resource that you're ever going to find on X Spaces. It is spacesdashboard.com. spacesdashboard.com. If you've been there, you need to check it out. It is the absolute best resource able to find all of the spaces that are happening simultaneously. If you have an iOS, have an Android device, or even if you're just using your PC, you are going to be shown perhaps 10, 12, maybe 15 different spaces at most. That is not enough. It's not sufficient for you to be able to grow your network, because as we network is your network. So if you check out spacesdashboard.com, you're going to find that it ranks every single space from top to bottom, largest to smallest. It will have the spaces in order of most recent to longest duration. It also organizes the spaces by their topics, such as NFTs, cryptocurrencies, investing, finance, entrepreneurship, whatever it is that you may have a passion, you're going to find it using Spaces Dashboard. There's also an excellent search function. Not all devices have a search function for X Spaces. So if you always want to be locked in, you want to ensure that you are in the most popular or the most pertinent relative to you, check out spacesdashboard.com. With that said, here is my pitch, everyone. Apologies if you've heard this before, but my job isn't done until you have it as memorized as well as Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life, brother, a real life Truman Show. This is in line in a time capsule of human achievement. In the night, I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global, and here's why. In The Economist magazine stated that overtaken petroleum as Earth one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet that's very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friend, your family, all financially independent. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you're generational wealth if you don't already, and I want charities and philanthropic organizations of your ever going to meet. I'm not live on YouTube stream, nor two YouTube streams. YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life 160 degrees. I have a ceiling camera, and you view that ceiling camera live in the purple pill. Additionally, you can find the links to all of my YouTube streams and in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pin a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link. No one dares you to look at their link tree. I do, because I have more social media. I have more content than any person. Also find a link to my discord.me/Rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, seeding. I want to help end world. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of us. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most important, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater on to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want your coach and friends, send me a follow. I follow back everybody. If you want to send me a DM, feel free to. I will person in your lives. I'm to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
And again, it's a fork. If the Jew doesn't have liability for it, then the home doesn't have liability for it. Wrap up all. And we're talking about hugging and kissing now. What do you mean you're hugging and kissing now? If everybody likes that, hello, when you do that, I was talking about it here. Meaning, as a fashion event, even if one hugging and kissing, you would not be liability to
much as they can get right.
Being not there's 7 previous initial steps that may not already have. So Sigualen, meaning Shabbos, and in Mara there are 3 more added, meaning navigation to Shabbos and Kibbutz. Now the Dinim that sit, I don't know that Dinim were added at Mara. Remember again, Mara was the first stop after Piazza. Like after you left the banks of the Red Sea, and it takes us from the desert. We couldn't find into a place called Mara. Why was it called Mara? The water race. The passage says they were unable to get into water.
Excellent question. Yes, that's exactly how Spaces Dashboard categorizes the different spaces. So for anyone who's not aware of what we're referencing, when you start a space as a host, you can choose up to 3 different topics for which or about which the space may be. So anything from cryptocurrencies to NFTs to sports to world politics to news, whatever it is, there's a long list from which you can choose. And Spaces Dashboard is tied into the API of X and organizes all the spaces based on whatever the host chooses. So that's where it gets its information, and thus it is as accurate as it can be in relation to that which the host wants to communicate, and is an excellent way for you to be able to tap in with people. I would also say that if you haven't had the opportunity within your X spaces, or pardon me, your X settings, you can make the specific categories that you want to follow are accurate for whatever your interests are, and be shown more spaces that are relevant to you. But yes, in answer to your question, Spaces Dashboard uses the same data that a host uses to categorize their in order to categorize the spaces on that website. I hope that should.
In Mara, they got 3 more halachas. More than 3 more halachas. Obligation to set up the system. And number 3.
Well, here's the thing: different spaces in total. It will not show you every single space that's going on. It does not organize the space based on largest to smallest and the speakers it has, nor it organizes space based on the option of the space as well. This gives a lot more features. X Spaces doesn't tell you how many people are currently in the network of the host and speakers. Space does, so you can know not only how people are in the space currently, but perhaps to how many people your messages be communicated, because it adds up not just the speakers, but all of their different communities, their networks. It adds all of their followers, so you know how many people in the future you be able to be connected with. So there are a lot more metrics with Spaces Dashboard, a lot more statistics. Space on Space, you can go to Spaces Dashboard, click on a host, and know exactly how many spaces they've ever hosted. That information is not available to you on this, where you can click on a host and know how many times they've ever been a speaker in a given space. There's a lot more data analytics and such that Spaces Dashboard is able to get from the API. So if you haven't checked, it's really great. I got sick, frankly, of getting shown the same 10 or 15 spaces all the time. Not that I don't those hosts, they're great, but I wanted to expand my network, and Spaces Dashboard allowed me to do so. If you haven't had the chance to check it out.
And it shows about people
Rothschild is explaining the application to establish a judicial system. And the Gemara, in the obligation to establish a Beis in every city, and local Batei I have in Noachko, if you that time your Kishim is Tabla Hoshi, but they didn't have every year. Hackney Sabini Noachko, but they didn't have every year. That's not true. The Gemara says the same day that Jews are obligated to go ahead and make what they did in every city and in every locale, every city. So to bring up Amarava, I kind of the math that the ayot right? Also, I have a different opinion about the Shem as husband. That is being and just as establishing the judicial system and which is and for
I certainly apologize. I cut you off. Go ahead. What were you going to finish with?
As to what combines the original Shabbos of Noach. He actually holds that the system was not the original son.
And well, please keep in mind, this is not magic. This is a website that someone created that is an excellent resource. So you don't have to register. You don't have to log in. So that's one advantage. X Spaces or X your app, you have to be logged in to be able to view the different spaces that are going on. With spaces-dashboard.com, you don't have to be logged in. You don't have to connect your account if you don't want to. You can if you wish, but you don't have to. You go to this space and speakers that hosting spaces right now. And your device, that's not an option to you. You don't have the ability to host spaces on your device in terms of large to smallest, nor are you able to from most recent longest duration. You have essentially know over what X is going to show you as the current live uses. With X Spaces, you see everything. And you don't just see them in languages, it has every single other language out there. English is not the most common space language. It is generally probably Japanese and then Arabic, and then English is probably. So just keep in mind that there are a lot of discussions going on out there that you aren't being shown. So the advantage of going to this website is that you're going to have direct access to every single space that's going on. X is not going to show you. Additionally, it's going to give you a search bar, so you can search a word phrase that may be pertinent to you. Not all devices have a search bar. iOS does, but Android do not. So if you're an Android user, you're going to only be shown 20 spaces at most with no search bar. And if you're not interested in those spaces or they're not relevant to you, you aren't going to be shown anything else. With X Spaces, you go there given time anywhere from 200 to 600 English speaking spaces that are current active. You're also going to be able to organize the different space by the different categories that we discussed earlier. So this is not necessarily the most perfect resource because it's not embedded directly into X. Perhaps someday it will be, but for the time being, you're looking for more conversations that are to you. X Spaces does not show you really the amount of current simultaneous spaces that are going on like Space does. So check it out. It's not my website. I don't get anything for shilling the I just want you to know that it's an excellent resource. I found it to be extremely relevant. I've had people today who have said to me, I don't even go to the Spaces tab anymore. I just go to Spaces to get all the information that I need. And I totally understand where you come from that because why only see the limited amount of spaces X is going to show you when you can see all of them? It gives you more options. And you are the person who should choose what's relevant. I want to ensure that you see everything there and not a limited amount.
To the Avodah Zarah, and essentially again on the day of the actual celebration itself, being concerned that if one goes in and patronizes one of these establishments, so it could be inadvertently going ahead and supporting Avodah Zarah. So along these same things, the Gemara tells a story. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yaakov went ahead and bought a pair of sandals
Hold on, I just heard you say give me, or can you be more specific, please? I didn't hear everything.
So they counted each other after they made their respective purchases. So right,
Most certainly, I will absolutely reply to you, and anybody else who sends me a DM, I will reply to them as well. Thank you.
Would you already have acted like this? And I both say, now when they put each other both goes down in the stuff, right? So what do I mean by that? So obviously, just like as parents, they were accusing each other of being like orphans that were ready. Right? The orphan were like, everybody was rebellious. The other one was like, so one said that to the other, but the other one responded, yes, Lord. You're the Yassin. All the God of the heart. Don't call me a Yassin, you're a Yassin. Don't let me have actually say so. It's obviously they're both giving each other a talk. They're having patronage and the score owned by you know, she knows about what happened, right? With Havani, we got a bad section. And this is both the reason why do not buy from shopkeepers. They buy from all of us. I gave us some studies before. I didn't just so study back to this, but this whole is patronizing the store and having the access to whatever the other establishment. That was when you did in all established providers.
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Fact, interestingly enough, they had both had engaged in activity, but they both thought that they both assumed that other had bought from which I must say is such a fascinating idea. You know, if you think about this, they say pretty heated words, right? Someone, call someone enough, like in essentially that's like obviously you have no record, obviously you have no one thinking, and probably enough they came to that conclusion just based on what they saw. And again, overall, not just like the house, don't also like you see a situation, it's like you see a person do something, we have to do an entire narrative around their behavior. We need to find. I was wrong. Gemara says the Amar Abba breaks up in a Hagar. This shocking Sunday. This hopes that patronize the store. That will only buy a furniture by the store. Why? Purchasing the store, the shopkeeper is going to go and check in Balabais. Don't shop in the stock. Purchase in a household that just dumps on all of us. When his next is on anything, nothing but Amar Abba with Abba. Mother, how you have the open on hot female? She's the mercy of the wearing of the collar. The other way of the access hours. It's a Yochanan were alive now. Like Yochanan is living in this time. So that's the Hashak in the next feeling Balabayas have an offset. So this is because Rabbi Abba's theory is practice seems to have evolved and changed. And there were places that did collect taxes using Balabayas. Like, even if you were doing stuff out of your house, it would have collected taxes. But the Abba's Yochanan been alive, now, and she would collect taxes. Ultimately, again, he would have asked for this practice as well. In other words, which makes sense because once the collecting taxes for collecting, then by definition, because the also in this very supporting level as well. Ella Hindu is some children of the Abba, or is with clients who with Yaakov, which we said before that Yaakov from all about the paying taxes over here. How are they permitted to purchases if they're going to be paying tax all about taxes? Right? The same case, the Marcus Hindu, Ella Hindu is how Rabbi Abba and how were Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Yasakov and Rabbi Yirmiyah able to buy samples and the Balabayas, which the Gemara says, the Balabayas, the Ino Abua, they bought it from Balabayas, it doesn't regularly sell. Rashi says, Rashi says, the most Hagar about Balabayas apparently, even though already Abba, everybody versus the paying taxes about Balabayas rate. It does only this to learn what we call someone sold stuff on a regular basis. But if Allah says, I don't anything like that, I'm just not selling. You know, recreational, you have to go out, you're not average people. they would not tax you. Again, when the Yaakov and Yirmiyah bought samples and their bread, they had one of these kind of alabaster. It turns out at the end of the that there's essentially three categories of sellers. The classic Haga, who is the merchant, who the Mishnah tells us again, on any day of the Yom Tov, you can't purchase from that person. Now, both I want to point out that this is a little bit different. So remember again, beforehand we were talking about just making transactions with an out. This is now in a more commercial setting. Mishnah tells me I can't do that on the day of the Yom Tov. Why? Because they're going to pay taxes to the Avodah Zarah. That's category one. Category two is a Balabayas, who is also an established merchant. What's the difference between the Tagar and the Balabayas? The Balabayas is selling, I don't know, from his house. If this is what he does. He's an established vendor. He's all apparently going to be paying taxes. Therefore, again, you can't patronize him either. That's on the other. The third category is just Stambalabais is not covered. This is an individual who's going to go ahead and sell stuff, but not really in an established fashion. Such a person, again, doesn't pay taxes all, and therefore, again, how much you should patronize such an individual. Okay, fascinating. So we're going to continue on the same theme over here. So, Mishnah. Following things, and let's listen now a little bit of the following things you cannot sell to an house. Now again, we're going to see why you can't sell these because these were things that were often used in the service of Avodah Zarah. So you can't sell the following things. It's telling. Okay, we'll define what that is in the Gemara. So now it's Shua, define what that is in the Gemara. Pitukaros. Now listen, Pitukaros literally means stems. Again, we'll define what that means in the Gemara as well. Ulvona, frankincense, Halavan, a white rooster, and Huda says, and Huda says, if you're selling akum, a bunch of roosters, and in that chevra, in the rooster chevra, there's also a white rooster, that's going to be permitted. That'll be fine. What happens if you want to sell a single white rooster to the akum? So the Gemara says, you could cut off one of its fingers. I don't know, is it a finger or a toe by a rooster? Claw. Okay, right, good. Cut off one of the claws and ultimately send it. What's the chap with that? Because interestingly enough, apparently by the akum, if the animal is deficient, if it's chaser, they don't offer it. So apparently we're going to see there's something with white rooster. So if you're going to sell a white rooster, ultimately again to the akum, cut off one of the claws and ultimately sell it. The fish in Makriv and Chazal, ultimately because they do not go ahead and worse, they do not go ahead and offer up chaser, a deficient item, to their avodah zarah. So what an interesting idea over here. We saw tremendous Moshe Haskell, if you think about it as well, that even of the avodah zarah, if you're going to do it, you do it in a shalom fashion. Don't turn. So many times we say in life, we start things, we then just like, we give it our all. So halacha l'maaseh, again, if you're going to do something in life, make sure that you're going to engage in spiritual. So this gives a sense of shleimus. Even if the avodah zarah understand, don't offer up something that is chaser. Incredible. And again, all other items, staman motor, uperushan chaser. So we'll see exactly what this means. All other items, it sounds like if you just sell it stam to an akum, ultimately again it's going to be motor. But perushan, if you go ahead and succeed, and again we'll have to define what this means. Also, Rabbi says, Rabbi Omer af dekel tav v'chatz shavim below b'gochavim. Rabbi says you also can't sell a dekel tav. We'll say dekel tav is like a good palm tree. A good palm tree. You sell a good palm tree, a chatzah, see what that means. Good. Here we go. W-dollar. Let's go. Says the my itztarublin. What's an itztarublin? Tarnisa. It's a tarnisa. Very helpful for us. Rashi over here, right? What's tarnisa? Tab Rashi. Min eresu vihi shita. Rosh Hashanah. So it's a type of cedar tree. Thank you. A type of tree. Okay. Gemara says, is the kasha? Is that true? Is that a true definition? Hosifu alei. Now this Bryce that we're quoting over here happens to be by Shemitah. Rashi says Le'inyan Shvius. So now it says by Shemitah, Hosifu and Allah sin v'Itztarublin Yasin u'Benos Shuach. So these are items ultimately again that are included in the Shemitah. So the Gemara says the Isa Itztarublin Tarnisa me'isa b'shiyas. Now if you think that the Itztarublin is in fact this tarnisa, type of cedar, is
yes,
this
sir.
item really included in the Shemitah prohibition? Now listen, this is very, why isn't the cedar fascinating? He says it's not Zaklau, Yishlo Iker Yivius, the Choshe Iker Aim Lo Shvius. So it's actually fascinating how it says whatever has a root ultimately is subject to laws of Shemitah, and whatever doesn't have a root is not subject to Shemitah. Now what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi says second word by Shad, Choshe Aim Lo Iker, Tainim Ba'aretz Bis Hadishanim, we go to Shun Ruin. So listen to this. Any object, any item, target item, the root that is able to do the winter ultimately is subject to Shemitah. But that has a root source that dries up or that withers away during the winter is subject to Shemitah. That's any halacha. So therefore, again, apparently, this it's the rubble. So it's the rubble. See, here's the problem, right? Let's just go trace this. Mishnah says you can't sell it's the rublin to the akko. Gemara, what it's the rublin? Gemara's answer: a type of cedar. That can't be true. Why? Because again, in the Mishnah over here in Shvius, or I should say, in Shabbos, that the following items are subject to Shemitah. Included in that list is it's the rublin. Only items subject to the law of Shemitah are items that have root systems, which are during winter, and it's the root. And again, the tarnisa, the cedar tree, does not have that type of root system. Therefore, again, tarnisa is the root can't be tarnisa. By the way, I just also point out the wording of it is very beautiful. Koshi yeshlo ikar yeshlo shvius. Yeah, listen, that one of the most beautiful things about Yiddish. The shaila is what makes Shabbos so special. What is it about Shabbos that's so incredible? So the real power of Shabbos is the day in which you really reap collective benefit. Right?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Boy, thank you for being here, Wise. And if you have any Wise, we'd love to hear about your project. If you'd like to share, and with you, Vikesh, we'd love to hear your building. Go ahead.
But in my Ruthnius, I'm learning I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. In Shabbos of 6 days academic activity.
100%. Well, let's give people another, let's say, 3 minutes, and then I'll start, if that works for everybody.
Friday, Yeshlo Shvius. 7th day Shabbos will be incredible. So you'll say, otherwise, you see this. Shabbos will be a day in which I'm just working very hard during the week. You emerge from Shabbos physically rested, but not spiritually restored. Shabbos will be a day with the collective benefit of how I toil during the 6 days full acre. Whoever ultimately has a purposeful, intentional, driven life, Sunday through Friday, that person's Shabbos will be membership in Abbas. So again, what's the problem? Saffron, period, oh. So it's the rublin, it's not cedar tree itself, rather what's the rublin? Oh, again, it is the fruit of the tree. Thank you, Asan, period, all the fruit of the seed.
Absolutely, I'm doing well, thankfully. How are you?
So therefore, we've got our first definition now. So apparently, and again, is going to be that these were actively used in Avodah Zarah. So
I can give you a basic breakdown of what I do and where I am, and you can ask any questions that you feel are on your mind whenever you'd like. So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. You've heard my show before, so to just give you an idea, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, for World. You all have heard me before, so I'm not gonna bore you with that. And if you heard it, you will. You'll have it memorized by the end of this. But I know both of you, Wise and Vikesh, and I know everyone knows what I do. We new listeners, so welcome. This AMA is just started. But basically, the down of who I am and what I do, I'm for Rabbi. Rabbi is Hebrew for teacher. Certainly teach religious topics, which generally I do so in my Discord. So if you have questions, feel free to join my Discord. You can certainly send me a message there. In terms of Web3, I've been in Web3 since about 2015, so a little more than a decade or so. If you really want to know how I got into Web3, I wanted to be able to purchase NFT on the dark web, and the only way to do it was through Bitcoin at the time. So I bought into Bitcoin when it was under $1,000, and that started my Web3 journey. I ended up being a rabbi. I'm a certified project management professional. Successfully launched apps on the Apps Google Play and marketed these different projects to people throughout the globe, including in major markets such as Los Angeles. You should know that I am someone who wants to help you to become more successful. That's why I'm always live on Discord 24 hours a day. As many of you know, connect with me there. I'm here to help you. So I'll give you a basic breakdown of what I do, what I teach people, and anyone wants to interject free. So a lot of times Web3 means, and at least to me, Web3, to understand Web3, you should know what Web2 are. So I give people a timeline is early internet, basically the late 80s until the turn of the boom. So this is just base websites that people had and that were created. Two is really and the rise of everything from MySpace to Facebook to Reddit and TikTok. Web3 is really on-chain centralized things like certain cryptocurrencies and as is Discord may have some realm in the metaverse or perhaps even a complete virtual reality type of connection to the internet. We're not fully developed Web 4. We're right in the middle of Web 3, and I feel in the prime for Web 3 to recognize it. You're in an excellent position to be very successful in Web 3. And some of the things that I talk to people about whenever they're new to Web 3, the first thing I ask them is if they have a crypto wallet. And if they don't, and I'm sure you guys do, you guys run projects and such, but you need one. Then what I do is I ensure that people download it on a verified source, so either the App Store or Google Play. You never want to use an intermediate to get information. Then what I ask people to do is to ensure that they write their seed phrase. A lot of people want to keep their seed phrase on their digital device. This is not a good practice. You want to write down your seed phrase and keep it in a place that is private to you, that's also protected. Lockbox, a fireproof box, a safe. These are all excellent places for you to be able to store this information. Imagine, God forbid, you got a fire, right? Would your seed phrase be protected? If it would be, won't have that type of protection. So you want to anticipate the worst. Seed phrase be protected then. What if you had to run out of your house right now? Could you still have access to seed phrase? So you want to make sure that this information is protected, and you want to make sure that you don't share this information with anybody. So to make sure that it remains, no matter how much you like a friend or no matter how much you trust someone in your community, you never want to give them this information out. I also advise people to not just have one crypto wallet. There are basically three types of crypto wallets that you can have. The first is a hot wallet, the second is a warm wallet, and the third is a cold wallet. And I'll explain the difference between each. The hot wallet is really always connected to the internet and has the least amount of security. Basically, this is a wallet you may have to make purchases of ones that you don't want to store a lot of your cryptocurrency in a hot wallet because it is liable to get stolen or a better strategy is to have a warm. It has security protocols that will make it more difficult for someone to be able to drain it. Things like two-factor authentication, biometrics. But basically, it's at one more level of security so that people cannot drain your wallet, all of your hard-earned assets in Web3. And then the third kind is a cold wallet. And really, a cold wallet is the safest way to be able to store your cryptocurrency. It's generally not connected to the internet and has different security protocols, including but not limited to two-factor authentication, biometric confirmation. And you don't have just one cold wallet, you have multiple cold wallets. Because, again, God forbid, somebody gets into your cold wallet, you don't want them to be able to drain absolutely everything that you have. So it's great to have multiple cold wallets. You want to be doing your everyday transactions with a warm wallet. You generally want to stay away from a pure hot wallet for your own protection. So once you get those wallets, you're really at the start of your Web3 journey. And I recommend to anyone out there who is starting their journey that you ensure that you start networking as early as possible because that's how you're going to become successful. I get asked many times, how do I make a lot of money really quickly in Web3? And really, the best thing to have is some type of way to a job, really, some way that you already some way to be able to purchase cryptocurrency. You can start for nothing, but if you have a job, it can be in Web3, it can be off the chain, it can be certainly something you need to have to be able to make purchases. These are always imports of Web3. So even if you don't have a job, you have one. And if you know how to get a job, I can help you with that. I've helped many people get jobs, not just in Web, but IRL as well. And additionally, I recommend to people that they first and foremost have a resume. If you don't have a resume, you need one. If you don't know how to create a resume, the easiest thing to do is go to ChatGPT and put in contact information, your education history, your work experience if you have it. Many people don't, that's fine. And then you put in what kind of job that you want. And in just a moment, I see, Grace, go ahead, Vikesh.
If you're seeing a group, so I'm telling you,
Vikesh, can you hear me?
Invite Rooster, that is consultants. The one says, hey, what's the
all right,
case?
Go ahead, Vikesh.
Turn it love on me, turn it go love on me. So if Akum is saying, listen,
yes, Vikesh, we see your hand raised. Go ahead.
Somebody saying, who has the right Rooster? Who has he's asking for that? Then I feel a big turn and golden none. And again, let's say if he's actively asking for a white rooster, how much on the right side, even if telling him a group of roosters, I still should not be able to sell
absolutely, and I will give you
turn the golden me, turn the golden me. Rather than what's the case? The case is where he's just shopping for a rooster. Right? Who has a rooster? Who has a rooster? And in that case, where he's not even mentioning a white rooster,
if you don't have a resume, create a resume. That's the first thing that you want to do. And then, if you don't know how to create a resume, you go to ChatGPT or any of your favorite AI engines, and you put in there your contact information, previous work, your previous education, and the kind of job that you want. And within 1 second, you're going to have the best resume that you've ever seen. You take that resume, and what you can do is certainly upload it to many of the popular job finding sites of the world like LinkedIn and Indeed and ZipRecruiter and Monster.com and Career Builder. But for those people who are in the Nigeria, the country of Nigeria, in that region, I have a list of recruiters who you can email who can help you to perhaps get a job. I recommend with recruiters if you don't have a job because these people get you paid. It is their job to get you a job. And it is an excellent resource to be able to be working with a team who's looking to get you hired as opposed to your own self individually. So if you'd like a list of those recruiters, certainly send me a DM. I'll send it to you. And if you'd like how to create a resume, I can send you that as well. All right. So once you have a resume and you've sent it to different recruiters, that's great. You can certainly apply for jobs, which is really important as well. But we're going to move this more towards how do you get a job in Web3. Well, any job in Web3, many times they're going to have someone who is going to ask you for your resume. So you're going to need that resume. Another thing that I recommend people to have is a link tree. LINKTREE. If you don't link tree as it is one link that you put in your profile that has all of your different media in it. And this is very important for hiring to be able to see what you do and also for the network to know how to connect with you. So if you don't have a tree, you want to create one. I have one in my profile. G-Boy has one in their profile. You know what one looks like and what I recommend. Additionally, I recommend all of the different free that's available to you in the G. Firstly, you want to ensure that you are able to promote yourself many places as possible. Secondly, what this strategy allows you to do is to be able to promote your clients in as many places as possible. Third, what this strategy allows you to do is it allows you to open communication channels with new clients, and that's really important. And also just new network. Fourthly, strategy allows you to do is dominate social media, to dominate search engines, and to dominate a rising industry where you want to ensure you have an impact. And finally, this is going to make things difficult for people to be. I am one of the best networkers on X, and that's great. It might surprise you is that X is only the 16th biggest social media network in the world right now. And I want you to dominate the top 15 in addition to X. Out there who doesn't have the opportunity or who hasn't had the opportunity to create the free social media platforms that are out there. Certainly you can send me a DM. I'll send you the initial message I send it to just about anyone who wants some advice on how to increase their social media network. But just from your own perspective, you should recognize that you don't want someone to impersonate you. You don't want someone to be able to steal your username on another site. So this is really an important security that you're going to want to have so that somebody isn't able to. And I see we have JJ. JJ, go ahead.
You just said before, making a celebration for us. Some of us said this is back to the beginning of the Musaf. Right? And under circumstances like that, halakha is also right. In other words, we've seen that before. That those times that Obed is making a celebration for his son. That's the time when Dafka he would give thanks to his deity. It's an issue of avodah zarah.
Well, thank you for joining us, JJ. Certainly answer anybody's DMs certainly after this and so just be patient and I'll certainly get those requests. So what I was saying is that you want to make sure that you have a link tree to create. You want to create the top 30 different platforms that are out there. Then what I recommend that I can help you to do is to ensure that you have quality content to show your face. If you don't want to show your face, you don't have a generation to be able to create a quick video about yourself that, hi, my name is XYZ. I'm a Web3 marketer. I'd love to help you with your project. Please view my social media, like to connect, send me a DM. Really sweet. People are interested in connect with you then, and it's going to help you if you use videos and you post them. social media, you're going to dominate YouTube, shamanate TikTok algorithm. You dominate the Instagram reels, and that's what you want. You want somebody who is unfamiliar with you to your link tree. You want them to be able to view your social, have a good idea what they can expect from you. Then what I recommend people to do is to join different communities. Because as you all have heard, your network. So you want to ensure that you're joining communities on X. How to do that? We can certainly have that. You want to ensure that joining communities on Facebook and on Discord and on Telegram and all of the other social media platforms that offer different places to join community. Connect with these people. They have more experience than you do. They're going to help you, guide you. They're going to give you an education, perhaps, of Web3 that with which you're familiar. Then what I recommend people to do, know how to make memes, but also market themselves with memes. Why I recommend this is because you big project and create memes for them, and they will pay you just to make memes. They will pay you to be a community manager. They will pay you to be a moderator, and you wait on. So if you create memes for them and you market yourself with memes, or your link tree in the corner, they're going to know how to connect with you. I additionally recommend people learn how to clip different spaces. A space like this is an excellent opportunity where you clip someone's alpha, you tag the host, you tag the co-host, you tag the speakers, and you put relevant hashtags, and that means you're going to be sharing alpha that was shared in space with your network and the other people on X. It's going to be valuable, not just to you and the other people who are going to see your post, but that's going to help you when the host sees you come up to speak in the future. They're going to know that you're an active listener, and they're going to they're going to allow you the opportunity to come up and speak. That's very important. Then what I help people to do, and these are just things that I personally do to help people, is I help them to be able to themselves, how to get a good pitch down. I have a pitch, many of you have heard it. I've been 4 years. It just doesn't come to me overnight. And you find out what works, what doesn't work. You don't want to bore people excited. But many people, and I'm sure you've all heard this kind of a pitch. Somebody comes into a space, they get let up, and they say, "Oh, the host says, all right, go ahead." And the person says, "GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM audience. I don't really know what to say. I'm open. I need a job. Send me a job. I need money." That's fine. At least you're trying. And I'm not gonna hate on somebody who's making an effort. But what I am gonna say is that we could take that same person, and with the strategy that I just explained, have that person be able to go into a space just like this, or a very large space with hundreds of people, if not thousands of people, and be able to go in and say, "GM, everyone, my name is XYZ, and I'm a Web3 marketer. I would love to help promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. What this is going to do for you is allow you to get more DMs, more people buying your cryptocurrency, more interested in your NFTs, or whatever it is your project is promoting." Additionally, what this is going to do is allow me to help you to ensure that your project ranks high on social media, ranks highly in search engines, and in AI. When someone uses Gemini or Grok or ChatGPT or Claude or any of the other AI engines out there, we want to make sure that only AI has a positive view project is, but a disparate view of what your project. You partner with me, I'm sure that this occurs. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. I would love to work with you. That's what you want to be able to. That's what you all should want to do, no matter if you have a project or you are marketing a project. You want to ensure that you have that type of confidence when you go into a space, and I help people to be able to do that. Other things that I help people with is to create a Fiverr account and also an Upwork account. So what's Fiverr? What's Upwork? These are basically third-party platforms that are marketplaces where you can sign up as either a customer, a contractor, or both, and be able to promote yourself to a large market. People are interested in whatever it is. You may be a graphic designer, you're a content creator, you may be a writer, you may be a moderator, you may be a community builder or a community manager. Whatever it is you do, you can say, "I will make community for $100 a week," and somebody's going to come in and maybe give you an offer for that, or maybe they may say, "Can you do it for $50 a week?" or whatever. You can negotiate. You may have somebody who says, "I want you to edit my video, and I'll give you $250 to edit my video." Basically, jobs are gigs anywhere from $5 to $500, and these are options for you to be able to work and to be able to provide for yourself. Additionally, there's Upwork. You don't know what Upwork is? It's again another type of gig website and marketplace. It's I would say probably a little more for developers, coders, but also you can be a video editor. Certainly, an account. You certainly, I'll help you if you want to be able to a professional look to the outside world. And what you're going to be able to do is perhaps work as a contractor independently from the of your own living base and be able to provide value to certain problems. I can tell you, I personally have worked at organizations that have paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to people just through Upwork. And this is really a lucrative way for you to be able to make money. I would say probably the best way that I can tell you that I've ever made money using the strategies that I've ever had is through LinkedIn. Not Linktree. It's the list of all of the. LinkedIn is owned by Microsoft. It's essentially a place where professionals can connect. And I can tell you that I've had people who have seen my resume online. They have offered me six-figure jobs, and I've worked for some of the biggest companies in the world. This way, I have been able to successfully launch projects in Oceania, in Asia, in the Middle East, in Europe, in Africa, in South America, in the United States and Canada, every single sector of the world. And I've never perhaps had the same opportunity if I hadn't been putting myself on LinkedIn. And so that's a really great place to do it as well. I can tell you there are some shortcuts. I don't know if I would recommend everyone, but if there are some shortcuts that your social media very quickly. And in the past, that I can tell you, in order to be able to promote myself, you can certainly buy Twitter, a Twitter audience if you want. Now, I don't do this currently, but if you ever wanted to, certainly I can tell you the pricing. If you want 10,000 followers on Twitter right now, it's going to cost you $150. But this is giving you a heads up. Sometimes you're going to see these giant spaces, and it'll have like 10 people at the top, and then you'll see 3,000 other listeners. Those 3,000 other listeners are bots. Many times people bot their own spaces, and if you want to promote yourself using some of these tactics, I'm not going to necessarily recommend this, especially if you want growth. But if you're a project and you want people to take you seriously, very quickly, and you have the funds, I would absolutely recommend getting 10,000 followers if you want, so that you don't have to do the grind, follow for follows, and all of these things that take months to be able to grow. You may not have the time to be able to do that. So there are websites available. I can tell you that the ones that I have certainly researched, they've been around for 5 years, and I'll tell you that even on the accounts that I have more social media perhaps than any person out there have stuck the followers of the stuff. But then again, these aren't real people. So when you may post something, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get a lot of engagement. You can buy engagement as well. I want you all to know there are people out there who are going to be used that are shortcuts. Whether that's your best strategy or not, I don't recommend it. Right now, I recommend you start small, growing your account, following every back. That's a really great strategy, answering people in a timely fashion, and building your way up that way. But if anybody's out there like, hey, how do these accounts get really, really big? Or how are these spaces so large? It's like nobody's in there, but they have 5,000 listeners. People are buying them. So that gives you a little bit of insight on how people are able to really increase their following very quickly. And I can tell you it works for them. A very good strategy that people use is the new account, pay $150 to get 10,000 followers. Then they will connect themselves with larger projects and say, look, I'm going to host to space, and I'm going to be able to get 1,000 in this space. If I'm able to do that and promote your project, will you need $100? You can $500, and the project would say, absolutely, that sounds great. And then they're able to make money doing this. There are people who are going to be doing that, and everybody can get frustrated. It's a common tactic that people use, but if you're interested, I can certainly advise you on websites that people use. Do your own research, do your own due diligence. These are all important aspects, but I will teach you as well that some of the things that you find in the social media world are going to have some people gaining the system a little bit, and that leads into Web3 as well. A lot of Web3 projects that are using these types of tactics. If anything, if you want to use them, but I want to make sure that you're all aware of what some people will do, and you want to be very cautious of this as well. It's very easy for someone to take a project, get 10,000 followers, get the blue check mark probably within a week or two, ensure that they have a little bit of a network, and then so be very careful with that. Don't think that, oh, this account has followers with 30,000 followers, that is necessarily put in the amount of that you may expect someone with that type of a following to have done. So more than anything, there's the old phrase with Web3 and prior to Web3, do your own research, due diligence. You are in really dotting your I's and crossing your T's when it comes to researching any project that you may ape into. So with that, that's just a little about me, what I do. And now I'm going to give you my shill. And I'm going to give you the expanded shill. Not everybody gets to hear this. In fact, most of you, I don't think any of you have heard my expanded shill. This gets into what I'm really passionate about. A lot of people say, Rabbi, you talk a lot about Web here, you in spaces. What are you passionate about? Well, in addition to world peace and ending world hunger and world thirst, those are important to me. I love science. I love futurology. So I'm gonna. So here we go. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. Been doing so for more than 4 years. My pandemic, we've seen the death of a, the birth of the eye, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline, a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. I do. I'm going to make you and your friend family all financially independent. I'm going to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. That ceiling camera, I have embedded it in the purple pill. You can view all of my YouTube streams in my profile. Additionally, you can find my link to my YouTube in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at the link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than person ever. I also have a link to my Discord. Discord.me/Rabbi. We invite you to join our community. We have over 2,700 people and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. Has a long name. It's one of the OG meme coins. It's known as Harry Potter and Inu. And that we do is we build wells in developing nations for the fit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump it onto land to make it drinkable. In addition to wanting to world peace and ending world hunger and ending world thirst, I'm passionate about the future. I'm a futurist. I like to futurology. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence. I enjoy talking about things like space elevators, space tourism, interstellar. I enjoy talking about things, terraforming of other planets, things like ability cloaks, Sans machines, which are like replicators that can create absolutely anything. Think of a 3D printer that has connections to all of the different are things that are fascinating. Other things that I like to discuss are things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean idol, which was a goat located in Spain, southern France. Before the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Castle Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, by the year 2020, reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal. Following the introduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think would be exciting to perhaps be able to art on my street. Additionally, I like to talk about things like life extension. For those who are hearing my voice, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you may be anywhere from age 50 to 60, 70 to 80, and I want to increase that. With your consent, I want to give you the resources to be able to utilize types of technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, peptides, nootropics, cold shock therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, to get you to be 100 old again if you want. And at 120 years old, you know my body's starting to break down. It's the next plan, and this is with your consent. I cannot emphasize that enough. Be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I'm saying to you all is there may possibly be an opportunity of digital immortality, which I think is very exciting. Whether it's true or not, it's something that I like to discuss. I can tell you that if you are a reply guy or a Web3 marketer, a shiller or a raider, and a free mentor, coach, and track, send me a follow. I will follow you back. I follow everyone back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to not only share about myself, but also share some of that I've learned over the time I have been in Web3. Thank you so much.
Sorry, yet again, Rabbi said, that sits before I could number 18,000. What's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So the Emar Soviet, Shmona Sa'ala. So, hard to mistake with this back. You know, hard to mistake with this back. So there are different levels. Claria means vision. So there's and it's a little bit of a cloudier vision. Different types of vision. Clear vision. Then there are many others who perceive that much powerful, but the vision is not as clear. So pretty high. Are there really so many? Are there 18,000 people who perceive that much powerful? So, even the level of this is still a very high level. Are there that people who have that clarity of vision? This is incredible Gemara. So this gives an you see Bnei Aliyah, Vehein Mo'atim. I have seen Bnei Aliyah, and few amongst them. Few Aliyah. That was it. Now, what is this? Rabbi Shimon is making a tremendous statement that there are one of the hardest qualities to find. What is new to be a To be a Ben Ali, just like what it says, person who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of community comments. Because what do you have to learn if you're going to come from? What do you have to do? What do you have to do? Studying Torah is profoundly and inherently enjoyable. But actually, plenty of people are also going to tell you to do chesed. This chesed is also inherently enjoyable. Who would have thought? Says the hardest thing to find in this world is Bnei Adam. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean that we can. I mean, there's the owner. It just means they're happy with where they are, and they always are looking for more. They were showing it's very difficult to find them in LF. If there are thousands. If there are thousands, I need one of man. The near son, remember again, sons of a lost. Right, my son and I, we did amongst them. And if they're good, I need you believe me. And my son and I lost them. In Shnayim, this entire world, I me. It's me and my son. They're both points like, you read more like this, like, oh, okay. It's not gaiva. It's not. They were shown by a high understood that it was the thing that he possessed in this world. That he was a Ben Ali. And the son of Elazar, even his father. Listen, I don't know how many Ben Ali there are. There's only two. I'm going to get me and my son. The point of the other side is show my cousin.
The project you said you want to tell me is that I have to be
once again, you might give which is there are plenty of Bnei Aliyah.
Excellent cycle. Real. I've been doing this for years, so I basically have everything down that I need. What I want you to do is be as successful as you possibly can be. So, to just give you a quick overview of what I think you should do is you need a link. If you don't have a link tree, you need one. While I'm speaking, I'm going to be multitasking, and I'm going to put the list of social media that I think you all need into the purple pill. Now, I advise you all as well to send me a DM if this is of interest to you, because I want to ensure that you get the full send to people, and the message that I'm currently going to be sending is a shorter version of it, just because character limits. What you want to do, I just sent this in the purple pill, is create a link tree. You want to do a business Gmail. You all have X accounts. You already have a Discord account. You want to create a YouTube, a Facebook, a TikTok, a Snapchat, a Pinterest account. You're good Twitch, a Kick, a Rumble account. And you may say, but I'm not a live streamer. I don't know why I need that. You don't want some name, first and foremost. You don't want somebody, but you never know when you want, and you're going to already have an agent. When you do want it, you want to ensure that you have a WhatsApp, WeChat account. LinkedIn, as I previously discussed, LinkedIn, I've made hundreds of dollars through LinkedIn. Not everybody can say that with any of social media platforms, but LinkedIn is one of the best ones to have. You want a Reddit account. Reddit, but not, is where AI gets most of its information. In fact, ChatGPT, 10% of it is owned, or I should say, Reddit, 10% of Reddit is owned by Sam Altman, the founder of ChatGPT. So a lot of the information populated in ChatGPT comes from Reddit. You want an Imager account? Reddit stores all its images on Imager, so it's important to have that connection as well. Quora is an excellent question website where AI gets a lot of its information. Tumblr, Flickr, Clubhouse. What we're speaking on right now was this Twitter space. This technology is essentially what Clubhouse was, and where X got this information. You don't want someone to impersonate you on any of these. Threads, Blue Sky, Mass, Truth Social, ChatGPT, Sora, Grok, and Spotify. And again, you may not use all of these at once. What you are going to want to do is at least get the usernames for it. Someone can't impersonate you. And then when you want to connect with the project, that you're able to market yourself and market that project across all of your different social media media. So to Psycho, who says, "Can you help me?" You can help by helping yourself. If you create your link tree and you connect to other social media to it, I will to populate that social media to be able to connect in different communities and to be able to shield yourself. The ideal situation for you is for you to become successful using this strategy, and people come to you and you're able to be education. That's how you can help me. I'm a teacher at heart. I have the heart of a teacher. I have taught for many people of all ages, and at least in the Web3 verse, help people to be able to help themselves. So don't think that I need anything from you. Basically, what's going to happen, and what I imagine happening, I could be wrong here, but I'm going to continue to show myself in spaces like you hear me do. And I know I've got the best show in the game. Somebody's going to hear what I do after enough times hearing it, and they're going to say, "All right, Rabbi, so you just need us to what? Just tell me." Yeah, absolutely, that's all I need. Within the last 50 days of promoting X account, I have 3,000 followers. People will continue to learn about what I do, and I'm going to go viral. And that's when the magic happens, so to speak. Why does that go viral? Why is what I do go viral? Because of the sheer amount that I have. We're going to make you all wealthy and big, and I mean it, and here's why. I have 4 years of 7 data that is extremely valuable to people to be able to study human being from a biological standpoint, my eating, sleeping habits, my behavior, my circadian rhythm, the aspects of a human being to be able to study from that perspective. AI needs examples on which to build this model, and that data is going to be recorded to AI. We're going to monetize my data. We're going to put it in a 501c3. If you're not familiar with this is, this is a United States tax code that essentially allows us to create a for-profit, essentially a charity. We're going to take everything that is from all of my data, we're going to put it in this not-for-profit. Social media than any person ever. 100 YouTube accounts, 100 Instagram accounts, over 500, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than I not only monetize the platforms, but all the content on these platforms, and take all of that money and put it into the 501c3. Then I am going to be able to do endorsements for people. I already endorse a cryptocurrency, actually multiple cryptocurrencies, and we're going to be able to transition from just promoting $100 million cryptocurrencies to multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar companies. Places like Microsoft, certainly Nvidia, things like Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan Chase, they're going to want to connect with an influencer who's always live. I will wear their brand and assume that you might see an F1 driver wear brand, so that their brand always front and center of any of my streams. We're going to take all the money that we gain from that, we're going to put that in the 501c3. And then finally, I'm at the heart of cryptocurrency. We're going to be able to start some projects, perhaps NFTs, but certainly cryptocurrencies that are going to go to the moon. And we're going to be able to take all that money, and everyone who's helped me through this process, I'm going to give back to you. So not only do I want to give you back the money that we gained from this, but I want you to be able to make the money for yourself. But in terms of how do I need you to help me, if anything, I would say just tell a friend. If you can tell a friend, that's all I need. Enough motivation, enough fortitude. I'm going to go viral, and when I do, I'm going to reward all for friendships, for the connections that we've made. And I'm just one symbol. When we viral, I'm going to use to promote world peace, ending world hunger through technology, ending world thirst through technology, make the world a better place. Some may say it's a dream now. That's okay. We can make that dream a reality. The difference between a dream and a goal is a plan. And we have a plan to become very successful. So I want to thank you, Psycho, for your contribution of saying, hey, how can I help? I want you to be able to help yourself. If you can help yourself, then you're going to be able to help other people. The strategies that I share will eventually spread, and we're going to help educate the world, and we're going to help do a lot of good. And I hope that answered your question, Psycho. And if anything, Psycho, you can always join my Discord. That always helps me. I can tell you that. connect with me whenever you want. If you ever have questions. I see we have Flair. Flair, thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Boldness make this in the world. Our boldness to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of our to become Bali Tshuva, whether Mashiach for that, right? Whether our Tshuva again, whether Mashiach is coming because of Tshuva, or whether Mashiach is called to be again because of something to a certain degree is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. I believe.
Excellent, Flair. Let me make sure your question correctly. So you have a link tree, but you have a LinkedIn as well. But a lot of times when you try to log into your LinkedIn, you get the human.
Maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go like that. I'm Rabbi Abba. In Kate, in also be against Rabbi Abba says there is no more revealed than this.
Certainly. Yeah, so this is a comment that many people undergo. I can tell you some strategies to be able to get around this. Firstly, use a VPN. If you have a free VPN that you can use, Proton VPN is a great one to use. It's based in Switzerland. What's a VPN? It's like a virtual private network. Basically, it tricks the website into thinking that you're in another country. Some countries are more trusted than other countries, so this perhaps can get you around the are you a human aspect of this. Another thing that you can do is use another device. So just using your phone right now, you may want to use a computer if you have access to one. If you don't have access to a computer, but use different devices, you can even ask a friend if you can use their device. That's another way that you perhaps get around the are you a human. And then you can also perhaps use different browsers. Use the incognito or private browsing method. If you try enough, if you're persistent enough, you're going to be able to create that account. But don't feel like you're alone. I know this is an issue for people. Occasionally, they get that loop of are you a human? Try a different browser. Try a different VPN. Try using your browser with their private browser incognito. Certainly, you can try those. Anything. Computer friends. You try all of those to do it. Come back to me. We'll come up with something. We'll figure out a LinkedIn account because, as I've said previously, it's very important when you're trying to market yourself. Does that answer your question, Flair?
This is why, we live in
an excellent question from Flair. And to anyone out there who's hearing me, I give you a list of 30 social media platforms, and depending on your location, some of them might not always. You might only be able to get 29 and 30, something like that. That's okay. I mean, that's so long as you get the far majority of them. That's what we're looking for, and we'll figure out ways to get them. I've helped people who have banned Facebook accounts, banned Instagram accounts. We figure out all the tricks. I mean, I've been doing this for enough time. I've been live streaming my life for more than 4 years, and prior to that, I've helped startups. Everything from a startup to a Fortune 100 to Fortune 100 to become very successful. So I've learned a lot of the tricks of trade, as so to speak. So I'll help you with any of this stuff. I see we have Psycho with their hand. Go ahead, Psycho.
If you want. It's incredible. And it's not just something, it's so nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. So this is inside because it's a sign of Mashiach. It's so important to support technology as well. So important to put our money there as well. And today, that's facilitating any events as well. Incredible. Someone goes back there. Rothschild says, "After שנאמר כי היום ואילך, האם שכר האדם לא נהיה שכר So Rabbi says there's another sign of the Messianic arrival, which is that the Messianic arrival approaches. There will not be manipulated wages of people, not be manipulated wages of animals, right? To those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. What does that mean? Even Talmidei who are known for possessing tranquility, Siv Shalom Rav, are known for the tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav, there is great peace for those who have to also be noticed from our own lives. When you learn, and when you keep on learning,
Certainly. Let me just clarify. No, you don't buy data from me. I don't want you to buy anything from me. The strategies that I tell people are all free, so I don't want you buying anything. I don't have a coin myself. I'm a person for coins, but and if you want to connect with them to be able to perhaps get a job with one of those projects, that's up to the project to be able to hire you. So, Psycho, what I think if you want a job, you need to go out and I'll teach you how to do that. First, you need a resume. If you don't have a resume, you need one. You go to ChatGPT and give it your contact information, give your education history, your employment history, and what kind of job that you want. So let me ask first, Psycho, do you have a resume or a CV, a curriculum vitae, proof of work?
Will be the same. The Most High understands this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Right?
Okay, excellent. Do you have it available for perhaps recruiters to be able to see on sites like Indeed, ZipRecruiter, or Jobberman, or perhaps Career Builder or Monster.com? Do you have it uploaded so that people can view it, or no? Is it private?
Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering. In this case,
do I understand? Like you said, it's private.
That literally now, interestingly enough, let's remember again, enough from a perspective. The remedy for everything.
Okay, so what you're going to do is create profiles on these different websites and have your resume available for potential people to be able to hire. Additionally, you want to use that link tree strategy that I've discussed to ensure that you get the 20 different social media platforms. And I know you said that you don't show yourself in spaces. You should change. You should be able to go to a space, any space that show anything with a similar name, be able to come up. Hi everyone, I'm Psycho. I'm a Web3 marketer, and I'd love to help projects. I have 30 different social media platforms for which to be able to promote you. I want you to know that I'm going to help you to get more DMs, going to help you to get more people buying your NFT, more people buying into your cryptocurrency or whatever content consists. I want you to know, in addition, I'm going to help you to increase the visibility of your project on search engines, on social media, and with AI. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. I'd be happy to help. Is they send you a DM. If you do this in 10 different spaces, you're going to get a few people who are interested in your pitch. And what you can say to them is that to work with your project, I'd love to be a moderator, I'd love to be a community manager, I'd love to be a social media marketer. You send them your resume, they can look it over. If they want to bring you into the project, they certainly can. They will say we have a place where you apply for jobs, if that's something that for you. And also just do gigs for them. You promote your project on 5 of my social media accounts, $10. I'll do it on my social media accounts, $50, whatever it is you want to do, depending on what kind of content. Most of all, if you need a job, you need to be applying for jobs. What is that? Nobody's necessarily going to be giving you a job, necessarily not applying for it. They'll give them to you, apply. But if you're not applying for jobs, people don't know that So for anyone out there doing what I'm saying, make sure that you have your resume up. Make sure that it is loaded to different forms, such as Recruiter, such as Career Builder, Indeed, places like Monster.com, Jobberman. And then what you want to do is apply for jobs on there. And you say, well, Rabbi, these jobs aren't in my location. You can change the setting and wherever you need to be remote, and you can get a job anywhere in the world. And when people to me, I need a job, I ask them, how many jobs did you apply to in the last day? And generally their answer is 0. And I say to them, okay, well, that's the first step, is applying to jobs. And when people say, hey, Rabbi, I applied to 3 jobs, I say, well, that's great, but it needs to be 300. These jobs are easy enough to apply to with their one-click apply that you just have to sit on your phone and just do one-click applies all day. Do that every single day for a month. You're going to have at least a few different offers from people, or at least you're going to have created some interest. So someone out there who needs a job, who needs money, you need to ensure that your resume is uploaded to these different job sites. You need to ensure that you're applying for jobs there. There are people out there who are offering money already to give you a job. Many are trying to get blood out of a turnip, is a phrase that I've heard before, out of a rock. Many times people don't have money on Web3 to just be giving a full-time job, but organization jobs are many times through employment recruiting agencies and just finding websites. So again, create an account, create an Indeed account, create a Career Builder account, create a Jobberman account, create a Monster.com account, and start applying for jobs. You start doing that, you people who connect with before the end of the year, and you get an interview here or there, you're not going to get hired the first time. Get the experience, and if you will get a good job, that a weekly paycheck, which is what you're for, and it's going to have a nice salary. And I can almost guarantee it's going to be better than any salary that you're going to find just from some small Web3 project. Most Web3 projects are bootstrapped as it is, but major companies are not. So if you haven't created the different jobs, the job finding website accounts you need, that's the first thing that you need to be able to find a job. And Psycho, if you have a follow-up question, go ahead, and if not, we'll go to Fleur.
But helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice, and suddenly again I feel I have a more clarity and a more obligation. What do I have to do? Because I have to be there for the other, not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because, and most of that's like chesed represents that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you do that you're obligated to do. The moment kind of like nice, that's the moment that at the end of the Shia comes. It's incredible. No, so about this like this. If arrogant people will no longer exist as well.
Absolutely. And yes, send me the I'm not will guide you, I'll help coach you, I'll help mentor you. I'll look over your resume, it's professional. I'll send you a list of the job finding websites that I've discussed. And that's for anyone here. It's a job. Send me a DM. If you say I need a job, I'm going to add you a entry. I'll help you. I'll send you that strategy. I'll send you a list of recruiting agencies throughout the world, but also within Nigeria, where your location is. And I'll also send you a list. And if you need help, I will help in any way that I can within reason. So feel free to drop me a DM. All right, Flair, I saw you had your hand raised. Go ahead.
What's the third white line? I'm going to be open. It's incredible. We'll say if you see the opener says if you see a generation from general poverty, wait for Mashiach.
Cover that. Yeah, sure. I'll explain all of these. So you bring up some really great phrases that you're going to find in the job hunting world. All right. So there's your resume. That's the first thing that you make here. a resume is essentially your contact information, the job that you want, your employment history, and your education history. Usually it's 1 to 2 pages done in the past. A CV is an acronym for curriculum vitae, which is a Latin phrase which means work. And what that means is very similar to what your resume. You'll sometimes see people say, "Send me your CV." Sometimes they'll say, "Send me your resume." It just depends what they wanna, what they're comfortable using. I think generally people are CV in academia. In many in academia, a CV will consist of more than just your contact information, desired employment, previous employment, and your education. Many times people will publish in different academic journals, perhaps, and they'll put their published in academic journals. But most people, you can think of your resume and your CV as interchangeable. A lot of times people are going to say those interchanged. All right. Then you're going to get people who say, "Send me your portfolio." This is a little different. So what this is going to be is the work that you've completed, perhaps in employment that you've had or in your education history. So I would say that you're going to have people who say, "Send me your portfolio in perhaps IT," and that means maybe websites that you've created or coding project that you finished, or like in graphic design, your art that you've created, or in creative writing, maybe some samples of your work. Usually a portfolio is samples of work that you've completed in the previous jobs. Anything from pictures, sometimes it's video, sometimes it's websites. So if you have somebody who says, "Send me your resume and portfolio," what that's going to be generally, they're asking for your resume and your CV. They're kind of the same, which has your contact information, desired employment, your history, and your education. The portfolio would be websites that you've created, graphics that you've designed, or may have, and this can be in different formats. Usually your CV or your resume is going to be in a PDF, a portable document file. It sometimes is in Microsoft Word, some type of other word processing file. Usually your port is going to, it can be in a PDF, also be a website that you may send to someone, books that you published if you've done that, or research that you've conducted. But basically, it's more robust. Usually it's more than just the one page that you're going to have in the resume. So I can, like, when I'm looking to hire a graphic designer, and I've done this in the past, I'm not looking for one now, but in the past, I have said, "Okay, look at your resume and your portfolio." And usually what that consists of is, again, the resume, which is like CV, and then their portfolio is usually projects that they've completed in their previous employment. Maybe it might be social posts that they've made, or art that they've designed, or murals they've painted, or perhaps creative writing that they've many times. You're going to hear the term copy, which is like writing, and so maybe somebody might be a creative writer, and they'll send me versions of their copy there. That's what you're going to see. And of course, then the other thing that you mentioned is your cover letter, and this is a really important one as well. So many places may say, "Send me your resume and cover letter." If they're asking for all of that, that's most places don't ask for that, but if they do, this is what you're going to find. Your cover letter is a letter that is going to be addressed to the manager. It usually starts off, "Dear hiring manager," and I'm just going to give you one off the top of my head that you may find. It is along the lines of, "My name is XYZ, and I am interested in the position that you posted for a whatever, let's just say graphic designer. I have 5 years of graphic design experience. I graduated the University of XYZ with a major in graphic design. I'm interested in the role because I feel that my previous work experience matches the position description ideally. Here are some bullet points of my previous experience and why I think I'm a good fit. And then you put that you're a good fit. Please review my portfolio and resume. I would be excited to be able to perhaps work with your organization in the future. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, XYZ graphic designer. Whatever, it's a letter, usually a page, and it is addressed to the higher self. If you have someone who says your resume, CV, your portfolio, what you're going to do is you're going to send your, which has your name, your contact information, the desired position, and the one discussed would be like a graphic designer. Your previous employment experience is relevant, and your education history. The portfolio that you're going to have might be previous that you've created. Maybe it's graphics, maybe it's video, maybe it's a website that you help, whatever, could be creative writing, whatever it is. And then the cover letter is going to be the letter that just addressed dear hiring manager. My name is XYZ and I'm interested in this position, yada, 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 with the bullet points. And then thank you for your consideration, sincerely, in your name. So those are the kind of things that hiring firms and hiring men looking for you. So I hope I was able to answer the question of that person. See that they perhaps have left us for the time being. But for anyone out there who was confused as to what the difference is between a resume, a CV, a portfolio, and a cover letter, so I hope that answered the question for the question. Questions, feel free to. I'd love to help anybody else I can.
We're sitting at the entranceway of grave of Rabbi Remember, for those who are not the last Yaakov College, 2 Yaakov College ago, he went to the entranceway of grave of Rabbi Meron. Now, Michigan, there's the grave on top. And if you know some people, go below, right to the entrance of the Ma'ara. Go be at the end of the Ma'ara. So Rabbi Shimon Levi was standing right in Elio. And where was Elio? By the entrance of the Ma'ara to Yishon Bayokai. Amalei, Asina la Amada Asi. Amalei, it's Adon Hazak. Who wants it? No, what do you have for me? I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if Hashem wants me to be Olam Haba, to go to Olam Haba, I wish I were lady. Shnayim Re'isi, the Kolkimo Shanati. So the Hashem lady says, I'm standing with the Elio, so there's 2 of us, but I hear 3 voices. I hear 3 voices. So ultimately, again, the Hashem lady heard, whatever this means, the voice of the Shekhinah, right? The Shekhinah Haba Bahadai. Shekhinah was as well. So let's imagine. So again, the entrance of the grave of Rabbi Shimon Yochai, Rabbi Shimon lady passes by. He's talking with Eli, going to the world to come. I don't know, ask Hashem. Then another voice, Baruch was there as well. Amalei, Amos Asi Mashiach. So now Rabbi Shimon lady says to Elio, when is Mashiach coming out? The reason if you why is it Elio Navi? And the past Elio Navi is one who comes before to announce the Olam Mashiach. So when is Mashiach coming? Amalei, Zil Shailin Hidei. Go ask him. Go ask Mashiach. Ask Mashiach. He says, okay, where can I find Mashiach? Where is he that I should ask him? At Pischa de Karta. He is situated at the gates of Rome. So the Gemara says, my simone. I was saying, how no, fine, so I'll go to the gates of Rome, and how should I go ahead and how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says, so if you look, by the way, if you look at Rashi says, Pisca de Cardoch, Mira Lamori, Loba Pesach, Mamish, Elegant, Neged Kol, Olam, the Karla related to Osen, Sad, Shotgun, Eden, Neged Pesach, Mashiach Shari. Rashi quotes in the teacher who says, Pesach here doesn't need an entrance to the city, rather than the entrance to the Canaan. Also, that is not the way that everyone else learns the Gemara. Everyone else learns the Gemara, they're not Pesach here, means entrance way to Rome. Mashiach hangs out, Mashiach resides at the entrance way to Rome. So fine, I'm sure maybe says, okay, but how do I know who he is? We're going to see there's a lot of people, the entrance way to the city of Rome. How will I know who he is? With my money, Yosef Aniye Sobri Who would stare at the entrance to Rome? The lepers. The lepers, those with saras, they were not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside with all of the lepers. Rashi says, Sobri Chaloim, Minizgoyim, but we Minuba. So Mashiach will live with all the lepers. Mashiach himself is also a leper. Isn't that incredible? A leper. They say, okay, so Mashiach is also a leper. This is all the lepers. So now, okay, go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper. Say, by the way, before you go forward, I just want to point out something amazing. Listen, Mashiach is not woman, right? And distinguished clothing. And the person who normally think is all that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people who we look at and we look the other direction. Who we go ahead and probably we don't take the time to say the shot. We're like the people who get a little bit more, the people maybe we try to avoid, or the people who people marginalize, or the people that we push to the periphery. Right? Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to see around. But it's a tremendous thing, because sometimes just marginalized periphery and don't give the time of day, those people are all of tremendous idea. So Mashiach again is a leper sitting by the entranceway of Rome. So I'm going to how can I figure out who he is? How can I figure out who he is? So you'll see the lepers change their bandages. It works generally again, lepers change their bandages all up. Okay? You'll know Mashiach only changes his bandage with one bandage at a time. Now, why is that? Dilma, because again, he's going to know what's going to happen. What happens if he gets the call? Right? So Mashiach's on call. So what happens if he gets the call? Here's the issue. All of his bandages are off. And Hashem says, okay, go. It's going to be like his answer bandages. So instead, what he does is he only bandages, unbandages, and leaves one wound this way. He's never had permission for a prolonged amount. So first of all, tremendous in that Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. He's ready to go. He only changes bandages one at a time. I will say, there's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us walk around life with many different wounds, and many different things that we have to heal. It's hard sometimes to try to heal everything at once. I'm going to identify everything that's broken, and I'll just heal it all at once. Life does it that way. The best way to heal your wounds, your personal things, is one at a time. Decide what you want to heal. Decide what you want to heal. One wound.
Leave hosting I'm in the middle of the space right now, so I can't really talk. But if you send me a DMMX, I'll answer it right away, as soon as I can. Or if you want it available in like 30 minutes. Excellent. Thank you.
Incredible. Also, just imagine what that looks like. He's not right. He's not. So he's like, he's not. Like, he hasn't built himself yet. He's not like, but he's sure that he found Mashiach. Found him. Azul Gabe. Amalei. Shalom. So that the day's going to come. The day will come. And the Mashiach went before us. And Shalom Alecha Rabbi Umori. Do you remember that's going to happen? Mashiach comes, and before he does anything, it's how we're going to know. I know how we're going to know, but we're going to know. He's just going to stand there, just say those words. Shalom Alecha Umori. And we challenge us to say those words. And just being able to say those words to Mashiach before he does anything is such a soothing balm for the collective soul of Am Yisrael. So we should believe he says, Shalom Aleichem Rabbi Mori. Shalom Aleichem Bar Levi. Shalom Aleichem Bar Levi means Ben Levi. Shalom Aleichem Bar Levi. Amalei Le'emas Asima. He's like, let's get to it. Let's get to it. When are you coming? Amalei Hayom. But yes, I'm coming today. So I say, if one of these, like, I'm good, I've got nothing else. He goes back, apparently he goes back. I still got the audio. So you can let when this means he went back to Elio at the entrance, by the grave of Rabbi, by the grave of Rabbi, or someone else you don't know. But again, he goes back to Elio. Amr Lei, my Amr Lecha. So Elio says, so he knew what happened. What happened? What Mashiach told you? Shalom Aleichem Bar Levi. First thing, it's like your shows. Mashiach said hello to me, right? Maybe do Shalom. He said Shalom Aleichem. To which he says, first of all, that's a good sign because that means that you and your father have a portion of the world. The fact that if you are not, the fact that Mashiach created you and your father is me, that's indicative of the fact that both you, Reshua, and your father, Levi, both have a portion of the world to come. So beautiful. Yeshua is so big heart for why Amalei Shakuri Kaka. Mashiach lied to me. Mashiach lied to me. Meaning Moses, the Amar Hayom Asina Bala Asa. Mashiach told me he's coming today. Right there, Shema lady, feeling like no, he did not lie. Amalei Haki Amar Hayom in Bikolo. What Mashiach was telling you was, I'm ready for this. If you get your act together and do what you are supposed to do, Tishma, if you listen to the voice, Mashiach is ready. He's changing his back. One of the times that he can be ready to come, as long as we are ready to receive him. Incredible. What a Gemara. And of course, control the arrival of sanity. We control the lives we lead. All of this controls the floor of Messianic Judah. Shalut Amidah Shal Yosef and Kisma. So when is Mashiach? Yes, Moshe Amar. Scary Anisha Matalakshem. And Kisma said, I'm scared. They're asking me for a sign. They're asking for a sign. If I don't want to answer it, I said, Rabbi, just answer the question. You will not ask for a sign. Okay. Amar Lei She'ibo Hashara. So this is fine. I'll give you a sign. But sorry, I'll tell you what. Ultimately, again, when this wall falls down, when this gate falls down, and then it falls down the first time they rebuild it, it falls down the second time. And before they go ahead and they get to rebuild it, Mashiach's going to come. Mashiach's going to come. Look at actually what this says over here. Rashi says,
Shielder project, and please join my Discord. The link in my pinned post is /Rabbi. The truth, I will as I am awake. Whatever it is you want, anybody who has heard what I've said in this space, if you're looking for a job, you want some advice or a list of job finding websites, I'll send those to you. I'll send you a list of recruiters in your area. Recruiters in Nigeria, if that's where your area is. I'll also send
ends up happening is
the link to all of the social media that I recommend that you have, or messages that have an introductory letter about who I am, what I do, and how I help you.
As I said,
I've also put in the purple pill a list of the social media that I advise everyone. And again, this is all free. Everything that I tell you is, I don't want you to spend any money on really anything. I think that there are free options available to you all to ensure that you are successful. So if you haven't had the chance to check out some of the things that I posted in the purple pill, please do. I'm going to post another resource as well. This is just an alpha that I know that people find to be very beneficial. It's a website, and it's the best website that you're in Twitter Spaces. It's known as spacesdashboard.com. If you've never been to it, you should check it out. I'm about to post the link in the purple pill, and for those of you who are ever interested in viewing all of the different spaces that are going on simultaneously, you can resource. You don't have to register. You don't have to be logged in your X account. You can literally just go and check out this website, and what it's going to do is it's going to show you a list of all of the different spaces that are currently going on 24/7 on space at time. Additionally, what it's going to do is it's going to allow you to view them from order of largest to smallest, or most to the longest version, is going to allow you to be able to order or organize the different spaces based on your interest. Perhaps it may be NFTs or cryptocurrencies, investing, finance, whatever it is interested, it is going to have that available to you. I am, for some reason, having an issue posting it with those. So I'm going to maybe our friends at X will let me edit it through a post. Will not let me do that as well. Not exactly sure. But the website is dashboard.com. SPACEDASHBOARD. And that should be a resource for finding active conversations, such as with other people who are hosting spaces. I can tell you that there's an excellent search function in Spaces Dashboard. If you've never used it, that's extremely valuable to people out there who may want to use a word or a phrase able to organize their search results for whatever spaces that they may have interest. So again, Spaces Dashboard. If you've never been there, you should all check it out. Spacesdashboard.com. It is an amazing resource, and in due time, hopefully, X will maybe let me post in the purple pill. Would not let me post about it as well, so I'm not excited. With X, as you all know, X can be very glitchy. I'll tell you some other things that I've learned over my experience using X Spaces that may help some of you. If you have an Android device, you're going to have different options than if you have an iOS device. On an iOS device, you can do video spaces. On an Android device, under the current technology, you cannot. Additionally, iOS devices allow you to use a soundboard when Android devices generally do not. iOS devices have a search function for these different spaces that are available. Android does not. However, Android shows you more spaces available generally at a given time. You can have on the iOS device generally limited to about 24 hours, and Android generally you can do space for longer than 24 hours. Just some of the differences. If I were Elon Musk and I had spent $44 billion on an app, I would want to ensure that both the iOS and Android apps were essentially symmetrical or the same functions on each, but that clearly isn't the case. Hopefully in the future it will be the case, but under the current system it is not. So those of you who sometimes wonder why a friend of yours may have different functionality on their device than what you may have, many times the reason is due to the fact that they may be using a different type of device. And if they're using iMovie, have the ability to some functions that you may not be able to. I'm sure that there are other differences out there between and for iOS users and Android users. That's just a few of them that I have found in my experience. While I am speaking, just you've all heard my spiel, but you should all know about the cryptocurrency that I endorse. Known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. It's a very long name. It's one of the meme coins. There's millions of dollars. We have a community. The Telegram is t/HP, HPOF10I. It's just a group of people. We have NFT. They're known as Protos, SPROTS. You can see on my pillowcases, Proto pillows, and you can never see that I have Harry Potter Obama 10 in vetting have sent me. So I even wrap the coin while I sleep. And they send me pajamas and all kinds of outfits to be able to represent the coin. And I've been connected with them for 2 years. I've been streaming my life in their Telegram for more than 2 years. Really wild group of people. We have 12,000 people in Telegram alone. And the best people I've met here are available in the community. So if you're ever wondering, Rabbi, I've watched your stream. See that you wear Sonic the Hedgehog all over. Why do you do that? It's because it's the name of the cryptocurrency that I help to present. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of the currency that I help promote. Additionally, for anyone here, if you haven't joined this, you need to use no one else. I will bet you dollars to donuts. No one else in Web3 or anywhere else is available to you during all of their waking hours. 20. You can come to me, and so long as I'm awake, I will help you with whatever it is you need. With you need assistance, whether it's finding a job, your research project, you want to work on social media, you want to increase your network, you just want someone to talk, you're having family trouble, you had a friend who you've lost touch with, a spouse or a significant other, and you want some advice on how to help people in every aspect. I've been on the internet now 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 300 a year for 4 years. Nobody else does. And I'm willing to help you. Great joy out of helping people and having people be able to help themselves. I am of the mind strategy or a philosophy, a rising tide lifts all ships. And what does that mean? It means essentially that when one of us succeeds, we'll all succeed. One of us who does it better will allow all of the remainder of us to do much better. That's absolutely something that by which I like to live. And Cheap Boy mentioned one of the analogies that I use for Web3, and I'll just reiterate it. He put it perfectly, though. You are marketing yourself in Web3 with Web2 resources. Why limit yourself to just X, which is a social media that we're all using? It's basically the standard, but social media, one tool that you're using. It really, Web3 is like digging for gold, like he said. And when we're digging for gold, we want to have access at least to all of the different tools that may be available to us. So why not have YouTube, the number 2 website in the world? Why not have Facebook, the number 1 social network in the world? Why not have TikTok, the fastest growing network in the world? Why wouldn't you have these? These are all excellent tools to have, along with the ones that I put in the purple pill, so that you're able to promote yourself in an effective way possible. When I look at a project and I look at their link tree and I see if they don't have a link tree, I know they're already behind the 8 ball. And if they have just usually like YouTube, Instagram, that's all they have, I know that they're missing out on millions, if not billions, of eyes. And it's something that I advise to everyone. And if anything, I can say to them, hey, if you don't get your name on Pinterest or on Reddit or on Imager or any of these social media platforms, somebody will. You don't want me to just, for whatever reasons, want to get your name on one of these platforms and begin impersonating you. Do you? And they will, of course, no, we don't want that to happen. Okay, well then for yourself. I'm trying to help you to become more successful. What I say to people is at maximum 4 to 8 hours worth of work at maximum. That's if it takes you minutes to create each of the accounts that you have, and it doesn't. You can create all of them within just a couple hours worth of work. But even at the most amount, it's a few hours of work for a lifetime of results. You will immediately get people who start following you, who start reposting whatever it is that you may have for content. You may have people who certainly will be sending you DMs. And a lot of people may say, well, I've got I can create the 30 different social media platforms, but I don't want to have 30 apps to check. I understand that. Neither do I. I don't have that many apps that are just dedicated to social media, but what I do is have them send the notifications to my email. And then if anybody connects with me on any of these different profiles, I'm able to just go to my email, see what they said to me, and then connect with them as needed in relevant fashion. That's what I want you to be able to do. I don't want to take up a whole bunch of space, or these apps to take up a whole bunch of space on your device. And if you ask any of the people with help over the last few days, I've helped at least 50 people with this. None of them have done. They connect their apps using a browser, change their lives. The people we've had are not just in Web3. They are nurses. They are medical doctors. They are finance professionals. Are lawyers. We have helped people all walks of life to be able to market themselves. The number one thing that you can, and if you are unable to market yourself, you are going to be at a significant disadvantage. Whatever it is you are, whether you're a cash driver, a cook, a cleaner, someone who works in a care, if you're a teacher or a politician or anything in between, if you're not able to get yourself, if you're not able to tell people and communicate people with confidence, you're not going to be as successful as you would be had you been able to do the alternative. So with that, Chi-Boy, I know we're going to be perhaps closing it up somewhat soon. To anyone out there who's hearing me, if you want to come up and chill, I'd love to hear about your project. People would as well. And to anyone out there who has any further questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them for you. If you want to come up, just request the mic. We'll let you up right away. We'll answer any questions that you have. If you're comfortable answering the questions in this AMA, feel free to send me a DM. Once I go through my DMs, which I will, I'll respond to everyone. I will respond to you as well, and I'll follow up with you. And haven't join my Discord. That's where ground zero is. I can tell you, Discord sends out. You may be familiar with the Spotify. They tell you how many people you listen to, what you listen to over the course of the life. Well, Discord does the same thing, Discord Rewind. And what they've done is time you've spent on Discord in the year. And I can tell you, I'm not in the top 1% of Discorders. I'm not in the top 1% of Discord users. The top 0.01 of Discord users. That makes me the most heavy using Discord world. And so, for any person who 24 hours a day, unlike the person that you have perhaps ever met on the internet, I am here to help you. I see we have some new friends who joined us. Feel free to show your project, tell us about yourself if you have questions or anything else. Go ahead. If anybody has anything, feel free. Certainly, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi does mean teacher, it's Hebrew for teacher, and I've been teaching for many years, certainly in religious studies, but also more recently in the Web3 arena. And my last name is Rothschild, so full title last name is Rabbi Rothschild. So that's what that means. Oracle, we have been having discussions on how you can market yourself better, how you can perhaps get a job in not just Web3, but just in general. I've given some information regarding ways that you can improve your social media network and also ways to get a position with recruiters. I've gone over the differences between a resume and a curricula or a CV and a portfolio and a cover letter and when to use each one of these. Reviewed some beginner information to people who don't have a crypto wallet yet, all the way to people who have become very experienced in what maybe people are starting projects. So we've got quite a large swath of Web 2, 3, and also just general landing that dream they have. So, Oracle, does that answer your question?
But nevertheless, this member of the base come Chacham still why not, right? This is my one shot at failure. I know that is very important.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Person knows he's wrong.
Well, certainly, as I'm in this space, if you have any specific religious questions, I prefer that you ask me within Discord. I'll give you an overview about what I am and what I do. So I led a secular life for much of my life prior to the pandemic. Became more religious, had somewhat of a religious upbringing, but as many young people do, they perhaps explore areas of the world. Joined multiple different synagogues as a young person and connected with the communities there and rabbis there, which is rabbinical ordination. So this had 22, and that was after studying the Chumash, the Torah, and certainly Gemara, the Talmud, and additionally taking some Hebrew classes and working with in partnered study known as Havrusa, and then working with both rabbis in diaspora, so outside of Israel, and working with rabbis in Israel. I my nation essentially, and then from there I had the opportunity to do whatever I wanted with my education. Some guys choose to just be religious individuals. Some choose to be congregational rabbis. I personally took my teaching in a different path. Decided during the pandemic we couldn't necessarily have the normal interactions that we would normally have expected as individuals. Even my synagogues weren't necessarily always meeting in person. We were doing a lot of things virtually. That I began to live stream life, and I began to put religious teachings on my live stream. So even as I speak right now, I have rabbinical lecture on in the background, and I've been live streaming my life for more than 4 years. And I have created a quite a sizable community on Discord of people who follow generally what we at least have similar interests and follow some of the teachings that we learn. You don't have to be religious by any means. You don't have to be Jewish to follow me by any means. You can be completely secular. You can be agnostic. We welcome people from all ends of life. But that's a little bit about my background and my title. Does that answer your question, Oracle?
Is ruling.
I could not hear mine.
You are permitted to act on this psak. He says, it's not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded,
it is not you, Oracle, either.
Act.
Yes, we can. Absolutely, Oracle. Excellent question. I appreciate your question. And for anyone else out there who may have questions, feel free to come up, and we'd love to answer any questions that anyone has here to the best of our ability. None of us have all of the knowledge, but perhaps together, combined, we can provide the far majority of anything that people may hear need to be successful in any of their endeavors, particularly in the worlds of Web 2, Web 3, and job hunting. So anyone else who has questions, or if you have a project you want to show this up space, we'd love to hear about it.
So we're gonna right now we're still left on the right. Just notice the example. And I will say Rabbi is coming along. Ultimately in this position. So remember Zucking Mamre. So Zucking Mamre again, someone yields two in the blood.
And to us, thank you for
Remember back to man said that you have to be delivered properly. The church is the minority. So over time, the time said no. So, I wanted to I was in the minority.
just enjoyed the man with Rabbi and
So watch this. So, especially the second.
thanks for having me. I enjoyed it.
Before.
Rabbi, fully white.
Thank you, Chi Boy, for the opportunity to be here and to meet so many really kind individuals. Excellent questions, people, positive attributes, surrounding myself with those types. I want you to know that I'm going to do this in the future as well. If it's beneficial, we certainly do in the future, perhaps whenever we have a mutually time. Anybody who has a chance to join my Discord, please do. The link is in my post pin. It's discord.me/Rabbi. Additionally, it's in my name. And anybody else think about something later on, feel free to send me a DM. I'd be happy to help you. If you'd like to speak with me, I'm live in my Discord whenever you're available, generally, and would be happy to help you with anything I can. So, with that, thank you so much for the opportunity today to be able to share everything that I did. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, sir, for being here to share. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Don. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. And because thank you, everyone, for showing up. And I hope to see everyone next time I host this space like this. Fresh, thank you for showing up. Fresh, So again, once in a while, lots of educational videos here today, Fresh. You can, while you're working on something, read. I also, Mimi, thank you for showing up, Mimi. I think maybe you were busy.
Guess who came?
Thank you for showing up. Rabbi was teaching us
That's the card.
you can listen to the space recording. Yeah, later on when you're because he chose these words.
Now, why was I watching this?
It was not because I was having space in the second time. Oh, maybe okay. Something anything to I just
Ultimately, again,
say Rabbi answer before I wrote space. You may welcome to the judgment. I don't know, next is I'm right here. Okay, can you hear me? Sorry, I can't.
what's that?
Thank you, Rabbi.
Awesome. You know when you find out the process. So what's this?
Wise, fresh, P, space, and sorry, the regard. I don't know how to pronounce the name.
the life, version.
Let's ask Rabbi. So Rabbi, I just want to see you show yourself in spaces. How do you really help people secure jobs in the Web3 space? I know that you always been a streamer, so I just want to ask, how do you particularly help people secure jobs in the space?
Question, Mimi. And yes, thank you for allowing me to share my project in your space previously. You should know the first thing that I advise people to have a resume, a CV, and those are kind of used here um, inter, uh, in place of each other. Sometimes people ask for a CV, sometimes they ask for a resume. So you want to first have one of those. If you don't have one, I recommend listening to this space. I talk about in depth how to get a CV and a resume together. But essentially, what you want to do is put into one of the AI engines such as GPT, Grok, something like that, your contact information, your employment, your employment history, your education history. Within 1 second, you're going to have the best resume or CV with that. And generally, if you send me a DM, I can send you a list of the top 10 largest hiring, I should say, job hunting websites in the world. So for anybody who's interested, the ones like ZipRecruiter, Indeed, things like Glassdoor, and in LinkedIn, and places like Career Builder and Jobberman, and certainly Monster.com, as well as some others. You want to ensure that you upload your resume to those. You want to begin by searching for remote jobs in web. So the location that you search is remote jobs, and the search that you want to be finding is free. You find all of the jobs that are available to you. There are tens of thousands of new jobs that are available right on these websites, and you want to start into these jobs on your own. It's very important. Are actively applying jobs. These are websites of jobs. Okay, the people on X Spaces may have a gig or two you, but these jobs aren't going to be as beneficial to you as a company with deep pockets that's going to be to hire and promote you and help you to be successful for not just a few months, decade, or longer. I want you to get long term employment. So these websites are going to help you to be able to do that. I additionally send people, particularly people who are recruiters, and so you're going to upload your resume to those recruiters, and you're going to say, "Hi, my name is, and I'm interested in partnering with a recruiting firm to perhaps find a contract with an organization. I've attached my resume. I'd be interested in meeting with you in the future. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, whatever your name is." You're gonna send mails to the major recruiters in your area. So you're not working alone to find a job. Your recruiting team is going to be working on your behalf. These people have a job to get you. These people get paid to get you paid. If you don't know how recruiters work, essentially they are paid incentives to be able to get people accurately connected with certain positions. So it is in their interest to get you hired. They're going to work for you. There's a team of people helping you to get a job. Then what I tell people to do, and again, this is all in the recording as well. If you send me a DM, I'll certainly send you the information that I reviewed earlier. But you're going to want to ensure that you have all of the necessary social that's available to you. So everything I tell you is free, by the way. So none of these strategies cost any money. But you're going to have a link tree. You're going to want to connect your link tree with the top 30 different social media profiles that are available to you, that are all free. You can look in the purple pill. I have listed them there. If you send me a DM, I'll send them to you as well. As, in addition to an introductory email, just with some output in it. I shouldn't say email, just a message in the DMs of Twitter. So send me. And what this is going to do for you is is going to give you 30 different places to promote yourself, 30 different places to promote your clients, 30 different places for you to open up new communication channels with future clients. It's going to allow you to dominate social media, search engines, AI, and finally make it very difficult to impersonate. And so once you get these social media accounts created, populate these accounts so that they're just not skeleton accounts. We're going to have some quality content on there, just short videos, 10 seconds or so, and we'll create 10 of them that are just an AI person saying, hey, my YZ, and I'm a social media marketer, or a content writer, or a community manager, whatever it is that you are. I would love to partner, promote your my 30 media platforms. If this is of interest to you, send me a DM. I'd love to connect. Very simple, very easy. This is going to help you to dominate YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels, and it's going to help you to dominate the TikTok algorithm, as well as quite a few platforms out there. I also teach people how to join communities, not just on X, on Discord, not just on Telegram, but throughout the entirety of the social media. I additionally help people to be able to connect with the different space hosts, so that just let them up and let them talk about themselves and their projects. And many of the ways that I teach people how to do this are to ensure that you clip the space whenever alpha is shared, you tag the host, you tag the speaker, you put relevant hashtags. I think that's very important. Whenever you have an opportunity to speak in the space, you always, in a purple pill or perhaps in a message, thank the host. That goes a long way. Very few people thank the host to give the opportunity to be able to speak, but that will cement in that host's mind that this person knows how to communicate, network, and the next time you want to come up in their space and speak, they're going to let you up right away because they're familiar with what you're going to say. You're professional, and they know that you appreciate the opportunity. I also teach people not only how to make memes, but how to market themselves with memes and content, so that you are not only marketing yourself, but you are engaging with major projects, and they're going to see those memes. They're going to share them in their communities, and you're going to have your link tree on there. You're going to have your social media handle, and they're going to come to you and say, "Oh, you were there saying this idea. It was really great. We'd like to bring you in as a community manager. We'd like to bring you in as a moderator, or a graphic designer, or a content creator, or whatever it is you may in which you may be interested." And then I teach people also how to create an Upwork account, a Fiverr account. These are gig websites that will allow you to do some jobs while you are waiting to get that career. And in the meantime, you can make anywhere from $500 to $500 a week using these different platforms. And we'll review and make sure that your skill set is being accurately portrayed to these different marketplaces. And then the final thing that I teach people to do is to get your chill down, your pitch, your 30-second pitch, your 60-second pitch, and your 3-minute pitch, so that you don't come into someone's space like Mimi's, and you don't come in and say, GM Mimi, GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the GM to the audience. I don't really know what to do. I'm new here. Let's see. I know I need to make money and send me money. Unless that person's trying, there's nothing wrong with that. But you want to be able to come into a space like Mimi's and say, GM everyone, my name is XYZ, and I'm a Web3 marketer. I would love to help you promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. It's going to ensure that you get more DMs. It's going to ensure that you get more people who are interested in your project, more people buying your NFT, more people buying your cryptocurrency. Additionally, it's going to help the visibility of your project in social media, on perhaps engines and AI. If this sounds active to you, please feel free to send me a DM. I'd love to work with you. That's what people want to hear out of a social media marketer, and that's what you want to be. And the thing that is preventing you from doing that is the creation of your social media accounts. So these strategies, utilize them. You're going to have what's working for you. The first is you're going to have a team of recruiters are going to be trying to find you a job. Secondly, you're going to get a job for yourself on the top 10 largest job finding websites in the world. And you don't have to be located in some major cities far away from you. You can do these jobs remotely. It will also allow you to be able to do gig jobs and it will help you be able to find Web3 jobs on spaces with perhaps some projects that are looking for some assistance or some promotion. So if you utilize these types of strategies and you do it for an entire year, you're going to not only get one job, you're going to get 2 or 3 or 4 jobs in different promotions, and you're going to be able to leverage yourself against other positions because these are successful strategies. But if anything, I can all but guarantee you this from now until next, you will not only have a full-time career, but you'll also have a larger network. You're also going to have the ability to do gigs on one, and most of all, you're going to have the confidence in not only yourself to be successful, to rise up the ranks in whatever field it is. What I really want people to do, I want them to be able to not just do jobs to get paid. I want you to be passionate about what you're doing. When you have a job in which you are passionate, you love your work, you'll never work a day in your life. And that's really, I've had those jobs in the past, and they've allowed me the financial freedom to be able to speak with all of you. So with that being said, Mimi, did I answer your question as to how I assist people with Web3?
Absolutely, very detailed. Whatever other questions I have, I would give you a tip and fiber, and I've been having issues with them lately. I'm going to definitely send you concerning that. I don't want to. Thank you so much, Rabbi, and Chiboy for the opportunity. I wanted to ask Suwais a question while on here. So thank you for answering my question. Please do answer people immediately. Definitely. Later today, I will send you concerning anything I have. Any other questions I need to be answered. Thank you so much, Rabbi, so much, Chiboy.
You're most certainly welcome, Mimi.
He's not saying you should go buy courses and steering yourself up to a good there's time to give her that. As she said, I do I come about Zeb will come up Zeb speak just quite well.
Carbon canvas.
Okay. I think we've come to the end to this place. Thank you. Thank you very much for taking time to show it. And thank you again, Rabbi. Coming to speak. And that being said, I'm again this space.
Bring the carpet. So what? Mashed. It's called 51. Percent. One. Even though you don't agree all of them.
What up, Pancho Raw? Thank you out for me.
Been thawed from ice. It is now just looking like a white guy hired by it. My daughter stole the other. My beard. Yeah, I used to look like Jesus. His first miracle was to water in the man. I got tired of walking around looking like a caveman who had. The problem is now I just look like a white guy hired by it. I was at my daughter's school the other day and I overheard these two ladies talking about a kid that had been learning sign language. And then he had an accident over the summer during 4th of July. Up some digits. I was like, that is so sad. That little boy was born deaf. Then he developed a lip. It's okay. And then he had an accident over the summer during 4th of July. My hair and most of my beard. Yeah, I used to look like Jesus, and his first miracle was turning water into meth. You know, I got tired of walking around looking like a caveman who had been thawed from ice. The problem is now I just look like a white guy hired by it. I was at my daughter's school the other day and I overheard these two ladies talking about a deaf kid that had been learning sign language. And then he had an accident over the summer during 4th of July. Messed up some digits. I was like, that is so sad. That little boy was born deaf. Then he developed a lisp. It's okay for the rest of y'all to laugh. Hell, if he was here, he wouldn't have heard you. That's my time.
Dusty Carter with exactly 58 seconds. Hi, Dusty.
Hey, Tony, how are you doing, Bob?
Great, buddy. Good to see you, man. Not a lot of people know this, but Dusty, a little fun fact, opens one half of the curtain for everybody that comes out here. Yeah. This stuff. There's guys right on the other side of those curtains. One of them is Dusty, and then there's another guy. And then when I say the person's name, they wait 1 second for the band to start playing, and then they pull the curtains that way. Isn't that interesting? High tech. It's the high tech shit. Dusty also puts together the table every Sunday night with another guy. He used to take, they've now got it all the way down to
what, 58 minutes. 58 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Did you guys like an LED? That's not easy. No. 58 minutes. What are you looking at? No, they're timing those. Yeah, they take it very serious. Yeah. It's more of a challenge than, anything to see if we can beat what we did. Yeah, because each week is different, because this isn't the only they have here. They have other shows to sort through wires and things. Right. Make sure we do, or they do. Absolutely. You mentioned having a daughter. She is 11. Nice. And how's that going? She's excelling at everything, and she's loving school right now. She's with her mom this year while I got settled in Austin, and she'll be back with me this fall. Nice. That's a lot of fun. Yeah, being a dad's the most rewarding and stressful thing I've ever done in my entire life. Yeah, that's your only child. No, I have a son who's 26, a 26-year-old son. How old are you? I'm 45, Tommy. Wow. Yeah, prison has a lot of preservatives in its food. Yeah. And using for what again? Manufacturing methamphetamine. There you go. The crowd goes wild. Welcome to the Kilderverse, where you get standing ovation for making. You dabbled in Holler Healthcare? No. Tell us about it. What's making meth like? It's not Breaking Bad. That was sissy shit. I used to do mine in the woods in 45 minutes and it'd be 90% pure. Wow. What are these all that laboratory equipment when you're just fucking shining? Right. I would have secrets in your process, but I immediately realized that that's probably entertainment purposes. For entertainment purposes only, we can talk about whatever we write books. Oh, interesting. Okay. Got a coloring book slide? I haven't talked about it like at all. What's the coloring book, And the subject is very mature, The pictures you color in, of like scenes from September 11th. Just to honor those who got 9/11. Nice book. And then at the end, there's like a set of all pop out big thing of those who fallen at the 9/11 memorial. KyleDunnigan.com. That's the only place to buy the coloring book. Dusty appearance, fun times, guy. There's a lot of different funny stuff. Carter, ladies and gentlemen. Well, what an episode we had. I mean, this had 3 regulars, the return of some great old characters, and there's only one way to episode like this, and that's with the man with the most appearances ever in this show's history. The most interviews, the gamer, the Memphis Strangler, the Bella Gorilla, the magazine monster, the elevator, Excel, the ZipRecruiter, Zebra, the Talk Space Tycoon, the Big Red Machine, Wim Montgomery. Everybody, here we go. Announcement, there's an Astro van parked out front. It's filled with guys in turbans reciting prayers, like frantically reciting prayers. Anyway, so I'm watching this Diddy documentary, The Reckoning, and I didn't realize that early in his career, Diddy hosted a celebrity basketball game where 9 people were trampled to death when they were rushing into the gym to get a seat. Apparently, they thought it was an Aphex Twin concert. Is it just me, or has the Taliban gotten woke? I've always wanted to go to a Christmas party and be like, hey, wait, mistletoe is a tiny little microphone hanging day. A teenager wants to be a lion or jumped in the lion in a Brazilian zoo. If it's not been eaten alive by the lions, it would have been really well. Okay, that's why I died. Thank you, Timmy. The man who's done it the most. And still, his resume, the great William Montgomery. So nice to be here. I'm excited. I started back on the road yesterday. And Tony A. say, man, one of your buddies up there is super high in the green room and asleep this whole time. Your mustache on his fucking ass, Sharpie. I mean, doesn't get out when he wakes up. Please have my back when he wakes up. That is possible. Yeah, what are you sitting up there to that? He's having fun. Yeah, he's having a good time. I love it. William, you're back on the row machine. You've been doing your puzzles. You've been making puzzles. Yes, I'm almost finished with the one that's filled with cakes. I ended up taking a break last week. I was in the mood. I got out of the mood with the puzzles, but now I'm back at it. Tonight and tomorrow I'll be done. What kind of cakes are on this puzzle? Oh my gosh, they all have blue icing, which makes it super fucking difficult. Some of them also have red icing, some of them also purple icing. There's just all kinds, but all of them have blue icing, Tony, which makes it really hard. It's a really hard puzzle. 1,000 piece. 1,000 piece. Yeah, some of them have it's like blue and purple, blue and yellow. There's no specific types of cake. There's no like strawberry. Sort of red on the inside, so has white on the inside. Yellow, dumbass. Is that what you wanted? You fucking idiot. What strawberry cake? You fucking idiot. Wow, you were mad at that guy in the. You're mad at that fucking. Tony Ayo, I gotta say, man, one of your buddies up there is high in the green room. He's been. Montgomery, everybody. Here we go. Quick housekeeping announcement. There's an Astro van parked out front. It's filled with guys in turbans reciting prayers, like frantically reciting prayers. Anyways, I'm watching this Diddy documentary, The Reckoning, and I didn't realize that early in his career, Diddy hosted a celebrity basketball game where 9 people were trampled to death when they were rushing into the gym to get a seat. I thought it was an Aphex Twin concert. Is it just me, or is the talent gotten too low? I'd be like, hey, wait, this mistletoe has a tiny little microphone hanging down. A teenager wants to be a lion tamer, jumped in the lion enclosure in a Brazilian zoo. If he had not been eaten alive by the lions, it would have gone really well. Okay, that's why I died. 7 seconds for the man who's done it the most. And still. Apparently they thought it was an Aphex Twin concert. Mayor, is the Taliban gotten too woke? I've always wanted to go to a mafioso Christmas party and be like, hey, wait, this mistletoe has a tiny little microphone hanging down. A teenager wants to be a lion tamer in the lion enclosure in a Brazilian zoo. If he had not been eaten alive by the lions, it would have gone really well. Okay, that's why I died. 7 seconds for the man who's done it the most. And still adding to his resume, the great William Montgomery. So nice to be here. I started back on the row machine yesterday. And Tony Ayo, I gotta say, my buddy's up there is super hot in the green room. He's been asleep this whole time. Mustache on his fucking ass with a Sharpie. He doesn't get mad when he wakes up. Please have my back when he wakes up. That is possible. Yeah, that motherfucker's. Why do you sit up there, Toad? Wow. He's having fun. Yeah. He's having a good time. I love it. William, you're back on the machine. You've been doing time. Almost finished with the one. It's with cakes. I ended up taking a week last week. I wasn't in the mood. Out of the mood with the puzzles, but now I'm back at it tonight. Tomorrow I'll be done. What kind of cakes are on this puzzle? Oh my god. I mean, well, they're super fucking difficult. Some of them also have red icing. Some of them also 1,000 piece. 1,000 cakes. Yeah, some of them have it's like blue and purple, blue and yellow. There's no specific types of cake. There's no like there's no like one is strawberries, one of them has red on the inside, one is has white on the inside. Yell at things, dumbass, fucking idiot. Well, it was a strawberry cake, fucking idiot. Wow, you are mad at that guy in the crowd. Fucking mad at that fucking idiot. What did he want me to fucking use? The strawberry good. Well, what's fun to you now? What's fun? God, how depressing is that? Yeah, for no reason whatsoever. Oh, all right. So what are you having fun with lately? What are you passionate about? Yeah. Anything? William? Is there anything that you're excited about in all of life? I had a banana earlier. It was pretty good. I hadn't had a banana in a while. Yeah, thank you. Oh my god, it was a really great banana. Oh, you had a good banana. What did you have with the banana? A little bit of peanut butter, Tony. And some apples with a little bit of honey, Tony. Wow. I love that. It's a Metamucil because I've been shitting again. Metamucil. Wow. Yeah, sugar-free Metamucil. Oh, sugar-free Metamucil. Right when it tastes horrible. Oh my god, what does it taste like? Like Tang. It looks like Tang too. It's orange. Wow. It's been fun mixing up the different mixtures, seeing how much I can put in there. Okay. It still dissolves. And, yeah. And the Metamucil makes you feel better? Yeah, it makes my tummy feel a little better too. Really? I bring it doo-doo today, Tony. My goodness, how's your been lately? Solid and okay when I can. I mean, it's been 2 fucking days. I've seen a bunch of blood on your fingers in Tulsa. What were you doing here in Tulsa? Starving, Tony, and I felt weird. I was freezing cold, and I was in the hotel room, and I don't have a hotel room, and I'm watching some football, and it's like, well, I can't do it though, and I got to before the sets later on, and about 20 minutes later, I'm able to do this, so it's okay. Wow, amazing! Yeah, I'm excited. Sylvester Stallone, have you ever seen anything quite like William Montgomery before? No, I'm gonna have to leave. Thank you so much for having me, Tony. Yeah, appreciate it. Well, we are at the end of the show. Do you have any favorite Sylvester Stallone product that you've seen? I love you in Predator. I thought you were wonderful killing the Predator. That was wonderful when you put the mud on your body. So that was really cool. I love this fun sitting in front of me, pal. You're gonna get no horns right here. Sylvester, that one guy. That's a big long one that I murdered myself. Oh, in front of his mother. That one guy actually shaved the jungle without the shaving cream. You got the wrong movie, buddy. Huh? I think you got the wrong guy. Yeah, that's good. That's very disrespectful. You're thinking of Arnold Schwarzenegger. Are you shaking your head like a fuck? Was that Virginia Slim? You fucking, what are you fucking talking? Virginia Slim's over there? You fucking idiot. No. Because it's Christmas and that's what your mom smokes. Tell me. Don't fucking come at me right now, fuck idiot. Fucking highlight of my days drinking Metamucil, you fucking idiot. Why are you coming after me? you think coming after me was a good idea, dumbass? Yeah, after Mom and I are fucking done in her bedroom, which is what hot all the time. She's stuck in those fucking Virginia slums. Whatever, Robin Hood. Whoa. Rose crowd doesn't know how to handle it because what are you referring to? This hat I got for my sweet dead grandmother B. Your grandmother referring to, or what are you referring to? Grandmother's name was B. Yes. Oh my goodness. That's adorable. We caught her Queen Bee. We used to fuck her from behind. Oh. Redman is roasting tonight. They're having a I fucked your mom and grandma battle, everyone. This is a whole new thing. He called your bluff and raised you a grandma, everyone. So the William is short circuiting right now and doesn't know how to handle this situation. You Grammy, all about that so well. Okay, Redman, very good. Mom, that dumbass. Oh, look at it. It's a grandma-mom battle that's going there. Before we let you go, I want to, because, it's not easy to get a powerful guest like Sylvester Stallone here, who accidentally named an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. I'm going to give you another chance. Is there a favorite Sylvester Stallone film that you have that you would like to say right now? What is it, Rudy or the kid in Rudy? His ass, that's what it got. Don't kick his slide. Don't kick his ass. Let's give him another guess here. This is the great Sly Stallone. Virginia goes to Bad News Bears. This Bad News Bears. God, I'm sorry, Sly. I don't know what to do. What's stuck me is the mental illness. I don't want to attack. That's true. That part. Yeah. Name of the movies. Yeah. Beating up the retarded guy. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. Stallone. You should pay your respects. Must have a favorite Sly Stallone movie. Do not leave your home much. You don't leave your house much. You watch, you consume a lot of television and movies. This should be very for you. What is one of your favorite Sly Stallone movies? Rothschild. That was my favorite one. You're a great writer. All right. Thanks there. William and Pop Guru, some would say. Absolutely amazing. William, anything else to say before we leave? Stop, Redman. It's Mom will shoot on your chest. Wow, Redman. Do you think you could create more silence in the room? Yeah, it's already got a little weird. You're fucking idiot. What do you think that was going to be funny, dumbass? Did you think that one was going to be funny? Bringing my dead grandmother, fucking idiot. You didn't have sex. All right, sex with your mom, dumbass. Seriously, really? You have us all set up here. Get to William, and then you have someone just throwing a great shit. Someone just threw a beer bottle over their head. Right? William, anything else you hear? It's very easy. Just fucking yell something, William. Fucking anything, really. It's just such an easy job at this point. You created this entire world where all you have to do is I'm trying to think of saying good. No, money, and then I named it, and we're fucking out of here. Let's think. Wow. The holiday season. So there you go. The holiday season, everyone. What an unbelievable climax we've come to. What can for William Montgomery? Guys, make some noise. Killed Tony debut of the great Tony Yayo. This podcast is out in the beginning of 26. The Real Report. And how about one more time for Sylvester Stallone, everyone? He's like Morgan tickets at Kyle Dunnies. Check out the Sunset Strip, PTX.com secret show. It should be, it should be basically 20 years ago. So we'll see with the Moody's this week for our biggest live show ever in Austin, Texas. Very, very exciting stuff. We love you. God bless this audience, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Yes, sir. Monday morning, December 22nd, around 9 a.m. on this beautiful Austin morning. What's poppin', fam? Who's ready for the holidays? Who's ready for Christmas? Who is ready for Christmas? Anybody ready for Christmas? You just gotta do it. Sick of Elf on the Shelf. Sick of it. Jen, you've never experienced it. Every night you're gonna get creative and hide these freaking stupid elves. I gotta hide 4 of them. We have 3 elves, 1 for each kid. We got the freaking dog from the dog. You figured it out with Elf on the Shelf. I can't wait. I'm sick of those on the shelf. We're getting to it. Man, the kids get enough from me. It's almost a waste of time. With the boys, I get each of them 1 gift, and that's it for me. 1 solid gift. It's awesome. Their friends, family, cousin, everyone sends all these cool gifts. And they just lost in the sauce. So I get a good gift. I get them ATVs for Boss D&T. They got matching ATVs. They look dope. They're right down there in the studio. I'm hiding them here. So you can't have them in the house. They'll figure it out. Things. I can't hide them in the garage. So we have them down here. I got them in Austin. It's tough, man. I was trying to find an American brand of ATVs. It's damn near impossible. I got these. They could be Chinese. They're going to last about 2 weeks. But here's the thing. I want gas powered. Obviously, I hate electric. But the electric, we've had all the electric cars. They literally last 2 springs. They suck. So I want gas powered. They had all these like weird logos all over. You can tell they were just straight the boat from China. So I ripped off a little customization. They're clean now. I'll toss some cool stuff on there. They're almost done. Post them. Get them. We should be done today. Because I'm going to come Wednesday night, Christmas Eve night, when the kids go to bed and pick them up with my father-in-law. And then I'm going to bring them into the crib, into the house, and they wake up in the morning, boom, they're there. So we'll see how it goes. See how it goes. Went to a car show yesterday. It's one of my favorite things to do, especially in Texas. There's so many car shows. One of the reasons I love it here. But I haven't been able to go because football and baseball. I've been with him in Boston playing football and baseball. But they're in the off season right now, so your boy got to go to one. Here. So next week's like, hey, there's this dope car. It's at 9:30. We'll say less. All right. Lights on with the turbo TRX. I'm about to blow the doors off. Dude, I drive up there. It's the Porsche car show. Your boy was not well. No, it's not that I'm not well. It's just like skinny girls only in this factory. Not like the others. What are you doing? No, they were cool. And then, I love Porsche, so I'll look at those all day. The Porsche ones, it's like, oh, what's your spec? No one mods Porsches. No one's customizing Porsches, so there's not much to talk about. It's like, cool, GT3 RS, they paid $500,000 for. Very cool. Oh, you're expensive than mine. You went with the acid green instead of the voodoo blue. It's not like, I can't really get into the nuts and bolts of it, but I love them. And then
kids, they're like, oh man, this is the tea of Autotopia, right? My Autotopia, I love this. Like, this is the tea of I go, it is, but it's different. I've been feeling with them since I made all these mods. Like, mods, well, like, it was, but now we're at 1,300 acres. Like, what? I'm like, yeah, dude, so I pop up the hood, so the crowd gathers around, right? There's 5, 10 people gathered around watching, and some run through the bill, and this kid, he's playing his 20s. He's like, man, I can't even imagine what it feels like to be a horsepower. I'm like, you want to feel it? He's like, no way. I'm like, yeah, you and your buddy can jump in. He's like, no way. And then my kid's like, Dad. I'm like, dude, we're just going to take him to So they jumped in. I just, on a stretch where I knew there were cops, I just freaking went back and forth. I called them and shit. Like, yeah, man, this thing's wild. But yeah, I love freaking car shows, man. Love them. Let's get into the fights. That's why you guys are here. Over the weekend, you had Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul. I'm laughing because I have so much on my mind. I couldn't wait to get in here. This is why I love my job. I love when I have something to sink my teeth into. So I'm grateful for Jake Paul for that reason. That makes sense. Because UFC, we're going to get a long break till the freaking Paramount stuff starts in January. So y'all should be grateful that Jake Paul decided to do this. It gives me something to get into. It's also, like, I posted my immediate reaction. I'll do more of that stuff, more reform, and upload to the channel. But you give me a few days to just let it simmer and just let me gather all my thoughts and how I feel about it. And I'll watch the fight and I go through it. And then I can step back like, I feel about this. Where do I begin? I'll say this. So there's a lot of backlash. There's a lot of hate towards Jim Paul. It's always been that way. And I get all that. I understand all that. But I think one of the reasons he's getting so much pushback, he's so controversial, is it's the way that his fights, especially this one, like Tyson, but especially this one, to make him understand fights which are really different. We saw this tonight. But one of the reasons why you might watch Jake Paul and you feel disappointed, or you feel some type of way where you're in our mind, so this hate is way, or your boxing way. The issue is being portrayed the way it's being portrayed. Because the way that should be marketed is not to do surprise. Can't Jake Paul beat Anthony Joshua. That's never a chance. The Jake Paul fans are going to sit you down. Tom's going, oh, that's a puncher's chance. That's an uneducated opinion. The puncher's chance, yes, you are. And Anthony Joshua was there as a pub, and Jake Paul was going to and he was back to the head. You know, maybe even then he's a little like the ass, but maybe there's some value where a professional fighter, knowing and expecting him, there's no push chance. But I don't think it's going to the same value, but it would set nations. If when this was announced, Jake Paul's team said, things just came out. Both things will keep going. Both things. Jake Paul, he knows how to not get knocked out.
12 rows from this was that. Like it does like that. Come on, I go over to Ruben and shopkeeper and I say, Ruben, I want you to go ahead and I want to pay my workers. So let my workers $100 for merchandise. So the workers come in, right? What happened? So Ruben says, okay, I pay the workers. So Ruben says, again, I just say they haven't gotten paid. So I'm going to so what's the halacha? So the halacha the Mishnah says is that both of them should ultimately connect. Now, remember again, they both connect. They both collect. It said
$20 million does have to get on my bike for 24 minutes.
Doesn't make any sense because then someone's lying rather than Rabbi says, why are you making this? How are we going to say, come on, and this is why this is necessary. I'm going to repeat about Abatanina.
Now, the other side of that, if I go, unlimited
workers
and access, best trainers in the world,
so
we get the best trainers. We have 12 months.
The workers, they don't get paid. One collects from me. You
have to go both. You have the dot on your shield. You might get flatlined in the first 30 seconds. You might suffer severe consequences. But you have to engage. Now that's a different story. Now we're playing a different game. And I don't.
Right. So again, Rabbi says, I swear to the shop.
I have some. I've run in a circle. I have fucking skills. But even though it was there's the comedy, there's the whatever the fuck, their cars, they're gonna fuck that anywhere. No, hell no. You gotta get rid of the adjustment. You have to fight them, you have to go backwards. You have to entertain them. You have to train them.
Workers and the shopkeeper both swear.
55 pounds, shredded muscle, box, Anthony Joshua.
Because the workers now want to train to put that to test. Go say, halacha always assumes two things. Number one, people lie.
But what's not brave?
Okay, it's a pretty safe assumption. Right? And then assumption number two is that people will not be so gracious to lie face of the person who they're trying something to. So workers will lie about getting paid. But what they're more reticent to lie about is what? Is that they need to pay in front of the person who really paid them. So therefore, they the Balabais in the presence of the Kami, just they're hoping that if they have also
access that Jake Paul has.
Go back down
I'm
to
not
this
I'm not Jake Paul to put any slipping one in the situation. I'm telling you right now, I could train Brian Cowan for a year, and he would have the exact same results as Jake Paul did for that Anthony Joshua fight. So I'm not impressed. I do not.
that he did.
That's not hating.
All right, incredible. If not, Well, it's a very interesting case here.
As of again, I don't know anybody in my life, from my neighbors, to the guys that work on my cars, my trucks, to the guy who drops off my fucking Postmates.
This is a very interesting
If I was going to give you $20 million, just gonna afford empty jobs for 8 rounds, yeah, man. My ad's on Netflix too. No one wants to watch White ever. Oh my god, this is sick.
A typical case. Two witnesses say,
If
we
you
saw
said,
you
yeah,
made
well,
kill
yeah,
shit.
that guy's
Two
right.
witnesses say, we saw you made anything to kill shit.
I want you in my
So, listen, what happens to this testimony in a scenario like this happens? What happens?
Like
We
friends.
cancel each other out. In other words,
You see the
someone says,
narrative.
here's what we do know.
Maybe
What
they'll
do you
do
know?
a fight
What do you
here.
know?
Jake Paul had lasted along
So
with
let's
Francis.
an interesting shot.
They weren't even doing the
And both
same
of those sets of
fucking
witnesses go and
sport.
testify in other cases.
Francis
So after
actually
the case,
engaged in
again,
a
there's nothing for us to do because they
boxing
canceled each other. So, okay, so everybody goes home. They sharply testified in another
Now,
case.
he did
The
not
testimony
engage
again.
in the
So the Gemara says,
form of boxing.
So
Just a big difference.
each of them come on their own.
School break kids, holiday football has arrived. Players working officials, sports betting early in NFL. Not unexpected during game day and then payday. Don't forget DraftKings has your back with early access. If your player goes down in the first half, you still get paid cash. That's nice. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use code SHOP SHOW. That's code SHOP SHOW for $5. Get 200 bonus bets if your bet's instantly. Partnership with DraftKings. The crowd is yours.
And I don't know who's lying. So the actions of these
877-800 or text open wide 469-369 in Connecticut. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpt.org. On behalf of Foothill Casino and Resort, Kansas has to approve major tax may apply. Want an over age and eligibility restriction void in Ontario or still apply. You must win to receive bonus bets which expire at 7 months required. For additional terms, resources, see DK.co/audio. Limited time offer.
witnesses are witnessing one of these transactions. So, okay, that's exactly the case. When we do now with these transactions, knowing that one of these sets of witnesses is a liar. Not a below charge, or it's one number, one bar, and two different last week. In that case, again, one is called on the greater out of the rest of the night. The other side is full. In that case, the way I understand the lender will only collect a lesser of the debts. They will allow the strongly below the effort. Lender is paying one borrower, but yet, or ultimately, two different documents. I must guess again, it's in that case, these local amount the effort, two lenders who snitched us, obviously, and two different documents. What do I do in that case?
This one,
Again, how about so what we are left with is just giving force.
So,
which is, we'll see
who cares how the view do?
manifests itself. But
If
bottom line,
David
what's
played, it's wild
very
shit,
interesting.
right?
I have two witnesses
If
contradict
they
each other.
played,
Again,
was like, I'm gonna jump into a Shark Tank.
one group say this, one group say
I'm gonna jump
they
into
cancel each other out. So therefore, again, in that capital case, what happens to
the
me?
great white shark. There's gonna be a great white.
He goes home.
There's
He
gonna be
goes
another
home.
weird.
Now, again, I'm getting to
I'm gonna
reality
jump in
that
a great white shark
someone
tank.
So what do I do?
And I'm gonna jump in that jump out.
Before it says,
That's the shit.
both
Jump in, jump out.
they cancel each other out.
Avoid
Because
us, jump
it's
in, jump
never happens. If I look around, they're both
Right.
fixed.
All right,
No, someone's a liar, and therefore,
Let's
again,
go. How much did he make?
we disqualify. So that's what left with everybody legal.
That's not that bad.
Everybody doing
Jump
the
in, jump
cash,
in.
but they got the cash. Cash on for America, boy. These America owns. Yeah, but I'm
If ABC or Netflix is
seen
David
this
playing
before. No,
great white shark tank.
like you shuffle this.
There.
Remember, and it used to be before the
Not
calendar
only
was
is
organized by
this is
Hillary. That was called
hey,
Inscribed
everybody,
Comics.
listen up.
One of the things
Not
that
only
we
is
have to
David
try,
Tate,
so to speak,
but he's gonna kill him.
horizon.
Like, what the fuck? Yeah, he's jumping in. He's gonna
Hey,
fuck him
so
up.
remember, so let's say again, one of them comes, I mean, obviously, I don't know black stories, it's something you
And then
need
you
to
tune
go
in.
to go, right, or not.
And David Blake
So
jumps in, jumps out.
so let's say one of them shows up and he says, I saw the moon and it
Who
was
gives a fuck about that? That's not brave.
from the horizon.
He jumped in and like swam around in some shit and like had to kind of entertain the shark. That's dangerous.
It's not going to be
People would be so mad.
You see, especially remember again,
But they would
this
never
is all like
market it that
actual
way
measurements,
because
right?
that's
So
not
in other words,
real.
so you're determining
The
the
chance of maybe playing jumping into with a fucking great white knife are the same odds as Jake Paul jumping into a ring and knocking out Anthony Joshua. So when it doesn't happen, you're pissed off because he did it in boxing.
Well, here's the thing.
Getting cardio.
One woman says it was 3 hours,
6
5 hours.
fucking rounds into tired. Because
Then that's
he wasn't in that great of shape. Because
why? Because this doesn't
have the
experience,
the boxing IQ out of those positions because he's only been boxing 5 years. World class boxer. Seen the best of the best. And when you can't get on your bike, this is what happens. We'll drop his jaw. He got him with just that. He's very fortunate with just that. As soon he wasn't able to get on his bike,
first witnesses 1 and 2 come and say that I'm sorry, so he's
right now for $19 million. That hurts your ears. What? I want you to a fucking. I would jump through right now. River filled with fucking crack dealers. $92 million. The system, the boxing community only he's made boxing or something that can go that's 5 to 6 years. That's your fault. That's your fault. Boxing people, the promoters, the shit show that you guys have, you don't have 5 fucking stars.
now again, is it the custody that someone
You don't have 5 fucking stars. That's the only reason Jake Paul exists. Because Jake Paul, you know what I'm saying? Why would you don't play that shit? Because they can't get on your bike. So again, if you're at the top of the food chain, you want to jump the bike. Why is that happening? Because we don't win anything. The boxing needs it. We all need it. Sign up. All the 16 fucking year old boxing to compete in the main event of the UFC. Oh, it's a mockery. And we don't need it. We can use no matter what. Fine, the roster is fucking stacked. Boxing and catching Paul get away with this. That's on you, guys. It's a shit show.
I have to swear that
I was ready to this. If Jake trained MMA for 4 years or 5 years, and jumped in there with a homicide or dumb hospital, show me a freaking show running, can't run.
So again, shot
He wouldn't have a career. He wouldn't get out of the first round. It'd be impossible for him to survive.
I said, "Show your money, show your money down." He said, "You're gonna pay me." I swear, in the money, and I could take the vote. However, I already have the vote.
Jake Paul's biggest fights. That's fucking casuals too. Lower purpose off.
So then in that case, it's a most of the time, in that case, it's already have to. Again, then the reality is possession is not. Again, the shock people want to say that I didn't pay, ultimately the obligation on it. So also, it's a very important thing. So when do we say that I didn't pay for something, so these people that are poor, that's where I did not take possession of the produce. We took possession of the produce, then the obligation of the shit. And you too, shock people who want to claim that I did not pay the burden of food is upon him without action. Yes, I'm going to put on to the office again. This is the same exact case. The money, right? What was the money change? It was the money didn't change for a few yards. So this, I say, I gave it to you and put it in the money card. Like he said, you're using it. I have to swear that I paid him. He said, I don't understand. I must say, it's the same case. It's the same case. Right? So much again, and the Tanzanian case is the same. But you know, so you can't tell you why. You actually, you know, come out so. It is in the first case, but don't get coming up on a meeting to say, I need you now. It's different. We're talking about
Hey, what up, Mr. Meaty? Thanks, big dog. It was yesterday, so last night. What's good, son?
I can see the case of produce typing out a case of where produce is given over even if it wasn't yet tender. I can see that. However, again, about no university, they were modulated that we didn't.
The appeal is fighting class guys for money. Also,
we are dissimilar necessary. Now we're going to come to a solution that takes us to the rest of the world. Okay, let's say so again. That's all right. That's okay. Let's say so. Remember again. So the Hamot video is the Mishnah spoke about this idea. The hearing is so many people that don't accept that. From his reference in yesterday's document. Say that he's so ultimately don't change punishment to us. You so not pay. The concept of this over and over again. You want to extract from these absolutely requirements to us. But you don't know what
and there's also what I say, you go beyond to say, yeah, it's a little casualty of a right? You're right. When I say relevant, I mean, Netflix, the promotion is going on. You gotta realize, Netflix here is the highest watching IQ fan. Everyone is watching. Some kid things. They may dream on the other end is watching. They do not care to go past the head. That's all they go. You realize that it's not good. Just subscriptions and sponsorship. That's why they make so much money. So everyone's all in on the hustle. All Taylor, so Netflix. It's a hustle. All this type of stuff. Where it's not natural food, this isn't break.
That's talking about the game.
Those are real fights, guys.
Right, so Yaakov is the
Yaakov's kids now go ahead and Yaakov's kids now have the obligation. That's how it goes with that again. After Yaakov died, so now Yaakov's kids are coming to Reuben's kids. Okay, now what it is that Yaakov's kids can only put the shua from Reuben's kids. Again, now they're not going to make so much money. What do Yaakov have? What do they have? They have a shtar. Remember when I said this is rounds tired, that Nigman part was so long for affairs of their father. I'll say to ensure that this loan wasn't collected beforehand. So the concept of essentially the sum of the malda of the lender.
And this has
This is very important. When
any facet, this is not associated with Jake Paul, this has nothing to do with
sorry, is when the lender predeceased.
this has nothing to do with Jake Paul's fights and promotions. This is related to Paul in any facet. Has nothing, another major fight, boxing fight,
Let's say Zvulun.
another major boxing fight, where a guy came from a different sport and fought a big name.
Yaakov wants to collect the debt from
A man very close to the situation,
What does that
a trainer,
A shul. Remember, you can always collect property from the somin. So ultimately, Yaakov wants to do the shul. Now watch this. And if Yaakov subsequently dies, get ready for this.
Let's go try to work what reaches out.
A father can't bequeath a shua to his son.
He
Now,
got
what this means, and this
more
is
money the longer the fight
fascinating, right?
goes.
Since already, Yaakov was alive.
So
Yaakov wanted to
let's
collect
just say
the
he made
debt
$1 million for every round he let it go.
from Zvulun.
So if you let it go 12 rounds, you make $1 million. Let it go 6 rounds, you make $6 million.
Right. And therefore,
Knock him out the first round, you don't get that bonus.
the obligation of shua
Oh, that makes sense.
When Yaakov dies, ultimately he can't pass down that out. His kids can't
This is
take
Paul
the shua
in
of the
any
father.
fucking. This is another big name fighter.
The debt is uncollectible. So
So that makes
again,
sense.
I like this idea as well. So this is not shua.
It's not matter if they can beat him, it's a matter of how they beat him.
That in general,
But you all think it's a real
wants collect from his somin. His somin
Not that
can
it's
only collect
fixed.
the shua of his somin. Rabbi
Not that it's
what's
fixed.
that case?
But
That's
you
lender
coming in to
this
give
is
their
the
all.
borrower.
They are not.
So now again, Reuben and Shimon, Yaakov
With
is
Anthony
the lender.
Joshua,
Are
Jake Paul,
right? So Yaakov dies. The debt is inherited by his son. They have the shtar. Reuben, the borrower, dies.
the
So
issue
now
is that,
ultimately
again,
again,
that's my
Yaakov
reaction.
to collect from his Lord and then shtar the
Sweet. I got some questions.
say
Mike was on.
case of where the
There
borrower
wasn't really a punch thrown.
died before Yaakov. So that is
Anthony Joshua was calling the shots early in the rounds.
Yaakov dies. That's
Some people will say, oh, really wasn't
So
though.
therefore, again,
Was it a little move, and then when he would get him in the court, let him escape too easily. He got his luck.
to his son.
So I was like, ah,
So I love Yaakov of the lender. I will say, take a quick
it's
look
like
at
I was drinking right down to fight Anthony Joshua.
She says, she'll
Take one.
so let's remember again.
But you're gonna circle away from his power hand. You're gonna circle away from his right hand. That's when you get in trouble.
I swear
You circle opposite direction
Now again,
of his power hand.
because we're holding on to. Yes. Now, again, remember, in the normal case of I let you
I can be an eye,
you say, "Hey, you're ready."
but you think his trainers and Vegas great trainers.
What?
Take on you.
Without that
We're
style,
not circling out.
and what's done? The conversation is
You're gonna circle
because again,
until you get his power. When you get out, you can wait until right hand. You step out.
Therefore, again, go back to
Now,
our feet.
it's Anthony Joshua. We're circling away from his power hand. So I saw him constantly so powerless.
What was the shua that Yaakov
Again,
was
look at experience.
the sons of
I've had situations like that.
I swear,
This stage
I
one, you have
never
to
received
whole
any
class.
payment from
Is
the
that
father.
range? Okay.
Okay. Now, when Yaakov died, he inherited that
man, this is
debt.
weird.
His sons
And then again, I've had
take that shoe off.
2 days to
Why
think about
can't
it.
they take
Well,
Why not?
Anthony Josh was under a ton of pressure when he was boxing on his back.
They can't take that shoe that their father was already obligated in, therefore effectively.
Maybe the game for Joshua was,
incredible.
we know Jake Paul's not going to stay and go with this agenda. That's not
Under
we all know
this.
we know he's getting around. He's going to stand outside and he's trying to get out of the way of my power and just kind of be on his back.
Ultimately, again, to be bound to
And then
the response.
there's
Like
no way
this is a set of shoes. Like,
So the
remember,
plan is,
why is it
don't
that
throw
when
any
you
crazy
take the
shots, no
shoe
one
off,
see the right hand,
go ahead and uphold it
no one
inside?
see great
Yeah,
jab.
I'm gonna put on
Just kind of apply
screw another boy.
because he doesn't have his heart rate's going to be through the fucking roof. His heart rate's going to be through the roof. When you get close, he's going to be more radical.
But now I wasn't there. I wasn't
bet he
there.
can't do that.
Again, I
Don't throw
inherited
a
that shoe
ton.
from my mother.
He wins some
Who
shots.
inherited that shoe from his father.
And then as soon as he gets tired, he just tries to have him in the sixth round, right? As soon as he slows down,
Sure, except for the
and
greatest
he starts to settle down,
for sure,
then we got to work.
because we got from our fathers, and that's what we will be passed down
That's
to our
more
children. So,
probable
working with
the situation is. That's probably what the game plan was. That's probably what happened. But
What is the
if you have
nature
blinders on and you think all this is fetch,
of
Jimmy,
this?
come on, man. Why can't you finish him here? Why can't you do this? Why are you doing this? Josh went, let's get ready for this.
Right? So essentially,
Just gonna follow him around.
will say like this.
Don't have to cut him off. Just gonna follow him around. This is light work. I'm in no risk. I know danger.
Right? And then
If he lands when he doesn't hit that hard, really,
why?
his battery's gonna
The only reason
when he trains like out of this. Well, this is the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh day. I don't give a fuck as long as I get him out of there. We're good. That's
Therefore,
They can't
the
do that.
when you said, what are you guys talking
It's a
about?
little more sense.
This is a shua. It's called shua yarsh. What's shua yarsh?
The information I've had from,
Yarsh.
again, not Jake Paul
Yarsh
fights,
is a
different
shua
fight where it goes, along where it goes,
our father's
So-
that was not collected.
that's it.
So it's like, that's a general, by the way.
And also, it's kind of like,
Collecting from
how much longer can Jake Paul do this? He's made out a while, right? With a broken jaw.
Let's flip this over
But
right?
even against the fan
Let's
base,
say that
are you gonna tune in to see him fight Canelo or Terrence Crawford? You know he's gonna lose.
let's say
You know he's not gonna go to toe.
let's say that
You know he's gonna get on his bike. Again,
right? And then Lover died. So what's that halacha? That's the dishonest. What's the halacha?
you've been burnt twice now. Mike Tyson went in worse than this.
There's
So
still
you've been
the shua.
burnt twice.
What's the shua they're gonna take? What's the shua? We swear.
Is Netflix gonna pay him $90 million a game
With
for
everything.
Jake Paul wants? He doesn't beat those guys. That's not real.
Just because
He's not gonna beat him.
became obligated in shua. I understand.
You can say, well, because he's brave. I would argue he's not.
So it looks like Rabbi Shmuel and
If he can keep okay with it, maybe that is the plan. But I just don't think there's gonna be a shelf life on him. So let's say his next bill up, that's Terrence Crawford. Maybe it's Tyson. Maybe it's Deontay Wilder. He loses all those guys, right? Do we get 4 over the course of 2 years, 3 years? I don't think so. But I also don't know if this younger generation, that maybe they're into it. Maybe that's it.
So
I know from
again. So
35 and above, educated people, they're kind of like, let's take a little break here. Ever drop about $150 on a bottle of cologne only to realize, oh man, this sucks. It's painful. My family said, make sure you never play fragrance roulette ever again. Drive the real deal. Dior, Tom Ford, Creed, my fave. Take designer scents without the full gamble. Here's micro-perfumes, sample luxury fragrances, pocket-sized vials. You get the true highlights, but on your terms. You get the bottle too. Alright? It's real designer brands, just a few bucks per sample, no knockoffs, real deal. Fast shipping straight to your door, or 500 fragrances, right? Unlike the subscription box, shady discount sites, Micros gives you access to authentic in-stock fragrance, the real thing, affordable and ready. There's better than nice perfume, man, for your lady, a nice fragrance for your man. Come on. So I can do a $200 bottle. I will make today. Get up to 60% off at microperfumes.com/shop. That's microperfumes.com/shop. 60% off. Perfumes, real scent, no regrets. Let's get back to the program.
So again, they started in right. So again, they took out the states that already told the lender, go ahead and then the lender dies. Anyway, so the lender died before the oath was ever.
What's interesting too, I think about their sport. I just know their sport, like the Dodgers, right? Outside MMA scene, I don't miss it. There's nothing I love than watching the Los Angeles Dodgers. I have the MLB package up here in Texas. My whole family said, "Oh, we watch. I fucking love the Dodgers." Do you think the MLB, it's like Brennan has 3 million followers on social media, let's put him at third base?
Only time the flood gets passed down from Yaakov to let's say what find that Solomon of Yaakov are unable to collect the obligation
Let's say
for
Joe Rogan loves the fucking
Yaakov
Yankees.
did not
He's from
trigger
Boston Red Sox. He's a diehard fan. He loves the Red Sox.
Yaakov
He has
had
followers than Jake destroys everybody as far as followers, everything.
So I'm not coming
Do
to
you
catch up.
think
Talk to Dave. You know, kind of
there's not
if
Rogan called up his manager like, I've seen him for 4 years now. Backyard. I hired fucking Derek Jeter. He's been working with me like real balls. And I want to see if I can just you know, once in a while step in and shortstop for the New York Yankees. The sport. What? Dude, I fucking love the Broncos. I'm fucking dude, it's awesome. But I'm willing to step in there and just throw a few next time they play the Ravens. I have $400 million.
And I'm not going to say Yachloku. Rothschild says Yachloku.
That's great for your views.
I'm a wrestler. So we'll say now. This is some of the
closest thing I can think of organization was the CM Punk. Yeah, but he fought someone that wasn't years. So UFC gave CM Punk a contract. I like CM Punk. CM Punk, basically such a nice dude. The reason he was given that access and given opportunities because of his fame. Now, I told you this could never happen. What happened to CM Punk when he got UFC? He got his fucking lunch served. He got my levels. He can't do this in the he can't do this UFC. He can't, there's nothing we can do. Like, let's say The Rock to promote his machine, man, I'd love to get in there and fight Tom Aspinall. I was like, oh, they're doing that.
But you can't remember.
He would do his movie a disservice. It would actually
It's such a smile. Like, it's so happy to see. I can't ask you your name because I know that we know each other.
Even if the game plan was similar to Paul,
I know
machine
you're
gun on her
talking about
bike, I can think of them.
I don't think
Can't avoid it.
that's right. But when I just say to you, it's like,
Taking out chewing gum pouches. Break your leg. Just like James Toney. Actually, I love James Toney. Boxer. Like Tom.
not collect the suba. So it's simple. Up to 25 years to go ahead and collect the suba. So how come I'm asking? What's the case over here? Ultimately, okay, close that she dies.
For female boxing is good. I think they get hurt. This product, to be honest, the fights are great. I think you can still put them on the main card on the 5th. I actually think it's ratings.
So the bachelors, they can also be collected from these summon of the heart. So what is happening here? The summon is collecting it in the soul. Now, how are they collecting it? So that was it. This is a debt. This is a debt. So the bachelors, so the woman is like and the notion of the husband ultimately, I guess, so to speak. And if I look at it, it sounds like you collected just with a typical source. How you like the larger? She probably makes the middle of the piece of where what she does is really good. So that changes the whole matter. Where the court supported at the end that she's going to put you guys for the rest of the show that collected it. And I love when I said she was smart. Nelson is showing on Mace Mesa. Man was nice.
Get your money, brother.
Right? Let's do this short notice. He died. Like, so, yes, one reason, and then it's not. She may be a shot, common share show. Ultimately, again, the second life, and her girlfriend is before the first life, and her heritage. So, you know what I'm saying? But once again, it's some more things. Hanani Shinishbam, so now this case over here is where she swore. That still wants to be a couple. We'll see her since that's how Martin Luther said. Ultimately, what's the case? The husband heirs, like the husband reactions, have reverted to a juror, her and her heirs, and then comes in her stead. Shmaya, it's stuck in Kachani. And so, the Almano, we have some cases talking about the case, and there are some cases that are case, Maushia. Yes, so also, all this point is out of the gospel myself, these are not typical cases, not so that's about it. You have a problem that we talk about. Sometimes, again, a son has given ultimately a girl of father. Wow. It's so tough to read these faces these days and think about that video where he's like, so check out. Oh my god, it is crazy. You just go to town on some road. Oh my god. And I've seen him. And you mentioned Jake Paul's especially for the naysayers like that brings validation, right? And they're like, wait, hold on. Okay, call Rick. He has Joe Rogan. We need to defer this fight's not real. That's a Schwarzer. That's a Schwarzer.
So fighting is
so a son has the ability to collect ultimately just with the typical short that says
he slowed down. And Joshua
money,
decent punch. It wasn't like some crazy. That's how this goes. Two plays. He's going to be fortunate to get out of that.
In general, that I
right now, you might be working on Christmas week.
collected already.
You got bills, you got mortgage,
okay, you go not once or once it's doing
five and work.
but just
listening to this right now, and you're
fundamental not only Sula. All of the stuff, Sula.
working on a fucking 6 whistle right now. It's gonna be problems.
Anyway,
Pulling an
listen,
engine.
I actually not hard to that issue up. What's the
Customers give a
Because
shit,
they're not,
right? Hey,
so we're
my
so
man,
again, just all
like
of
your
this
hand
is
full
part
stressed
of
out
the
stuff.
but all of this is set on one simple
What if I
method.
get
The Shaila is as follows.
when it's already saying that
The lender
what if
dies,
I
when the lender dies, and the lender, in order to collect already himself
million dollars?
now when we got
You gotta go 8 rounds in, Joshua. You don't have to take care of
he deceased the
if you touch it,
and that
you don't
now again, the
person of this would not do that. So that's not brains.
and therefore again
That's
that's
not
what is
brains.
inherited by his kids.
That's not
Are
brains.
his kids able to collect that?
Our definition of brave is different now. Maybe because I will fight back.
Why?
Dude, even him getting married, why death brave?
Collectible already by his mother kept the
It's not
debt
brave.
to his sons, and therefore
I
Allah
can understand. Yeah.
the
If he
debt,
actually
although
let's see
the
a punk
sons
dude.
can't take the
He tried at least. He tried and he
the sons can't take another
shit.
shua. What is it called? That's called the shua's hayyarship.
What Tony did.
The shua on inheritance. What is that shua say?
That guy's so special. That's you guys are not just
That's what we have not yet resolved the resolution.
yeah, that was
And last stop of the second choice to the second
actually did. You fought. Fight. You fought. Andrew Tate put 99% of 40-year-old men with divorce. I could have came and talked shit on the internet and just took no risk and just lived easily. In my heart, I knew I'd been out too long, that's why I had to do it, to face fear. I lost fair and square, Chase's trajectory, I'm proud of it. Yeah, at least it's so weird though, because he didn't look like it. Like, if you look at his old footage when he's killing, you know, from me as a fan, he seems, he's like, what? He didn't seem as bad. This footage this before, this chase fight was beforehand. Look at once. He's like a kangaroo. It's this kid fighting another kid, you know? And for him not to be able to beat him was kind of, to you guys, I'm not hating guys.
Here, no, I'm not.
I don't know who needs to hear that. Now, we saw that on this weekend. Bizarre. The only thing that we can fight me down at high level.
We are 10 minutes about it.
Never do a fight. They're throwing at a high, calculated, high level. I thought this was a cool picture. Oh, YouTube 2017. That is becoming. Yeah, now all this is impressive. Where he is, he doesn't talk about what the public does. What I find inspired by Jake Paul, anyway, if I want to do something, I fucking do. I do. Won't do this, I do. Oh man, people, I don't give a fuck. Jake Paul, which I love, doesn't give a fuck. That's inspiring to me. So this is, since then, he's become a professional boxer. And he is a professional boxer. Co-founder MVP, legend like Nate Diaz, Woodley, Anderson Silva, Tyson, the most strange sport events in history. Just went 6 rounds with Anthony Joshua. What's next? See, this guy put stop professional boxing. He is. You're doing yourself a disservice with that terrible take. He is a professional. He did. Nate Diaz, Woodley, Anderson Silva, Mike Tyson. You beat my parent. My parents are tougher fight than all those guys. That's some old dude. My parents are fucking beast. Add him to that fucking list. Jake is a professional boxer. And Mike Tyson, I don't take that. Those are caveat those up here. All that, the other stuff, he's a professional boxer. Yeah. That makes sense. So how much do you think Andrew Tate was paid for his boxing match against? Man, that'd have to be a lot. And he's a co-owner of it, right? And that's good too.
So a person is not held responsible for my
20 mil?
A person is not held for
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah.
Rather than held responsible for our deeds. And yet,
Yeah.
we see that
There's so much more to get a guy, you know, from what I thought about him, what I know, you know, he makes a lot of money. So to get somebody to commit to that, use their name and likeness, yeah, that makes sense. Again, I actually great. Still his bracelet, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
When a person
We all gave props for the boxing match. We're like, I can't believe he's going to be fighting freaking Anthony Joshua. And then we saw him stand side by side. So once we saw it, yeah, that's to see it. But I mean, still fascinating though. With first, again, I'm not hating him. Get your fucking back, shake off some ring rust. I think that gets your advertising Fury. I don't think coming, but
that is supposed to be designated for giving. And
yeah, because what most people say, well, it's brave. Brave is going to burn the house on fire. Give me credit. You know what I'm saying? I think our definition of brave is a little different. Take a little break here. If you're the perfect buzz this holiday season, spelled PREZ. Incredible functional benefits. The lighter feel-good tonics are the perfect alcohol alternatives. With an effect, you actually use a small amount of THC, functional mushrooms, different effects without the traditional downside. No, these aren't your typical where's the Wild West. You know what you're getting. Within 10 minutes, in effect, lasts about an hour and a half similar cocktail. Smell enough for your moms to try. It's stackable if you try to ramp it up, boys. All across the United States, this head on over to feelthebreeze.com/shop. That's your shop for a $5 credit free shipping and first order. Consult with the C4 use if you're pregnant, nursing, have any medical versus technology, medical conditions, or taking any medication. FDA efficacy. Products are intended for 21 and over.
What does this mean ultimately? Again, that literally, person who works is level.
This right here, this is, I don't know if you can see his name. He's one of Khabib's proteges. KFL champion, he got popped for PO. And I think something else would definitely for BPO. How many fighters out of 3 can't be busted? I know it's so short on that one.
So if you make yourself an evidence, you make yourself
Because the big dog too got busted.
If you want to right in any way, you have to make yourself a slave.
Jeff. Look at that. Jeff knows his game. Check this out. 2016 failed. Greatest colossal mistakes in the
Doesn't feel like you need
The golden snitch, right? It's on have an issue back in 1990. Last week I said I think we need to bring this up. I agree. Jeff was 24 at the time, both from Card and Wayne days. You saw us spending Mike Jeff out fault or negligence because Mike Jeff took an issue with free bid. So this is what he says in 2016. He started ran our program, put it on the prohibited list. For that, you're allowed to use it. You have a medical procedure back to them. For the submitted documents that you use it. Ultimately, use clear. You saw that. You might have more than created cause mistake. Affected always on several other uses.
Next days ago, not it. Don't be surprised.
It's a little different. Yeah, but you know how I feel about that too. They can use it for the heart, but also, here's the thing, you take this light out of it, let's say that is, what's going on?
And an evidence on time. And an evidence punctual.
And before the guy's actually not get a problem.
Got going on. He's there because he's enslaved to whatever.
Now say this, if,
but when you yourself to your dreams,
just take me for example,
when you yourself
let's say Rashad, these are all my dreams, let's say Rashad, GSP, Shane Carwin, Cody Donovan, let's say all five are dead live.
No people of him, she shot us now. Even if he says empty shots, what it means is Rashi points out, who didn't what Rashi says, no show.
Do we think that camp is too behind Khabib's back? If you guys no knowledge of it, I was going to ask that too. Like, if you guys are friends, you would say, you would know. Absolutely, yeah. It's supposed to use the same doctor.
Has urgency that he also has to less people that really have a sense of
And
urgency.
he feels very, very,
even in
he feels you want to be very careful. Yeah,
therefore,
thinking you're that one's different than like a routine ED. Like you gotta know you have someone that's very on the cutting edge. Definitely have skeptical of that
every
and gets rated.
he's obligated
Which then gets allegedly it got rated now. Who knows? Could be Russian propaganda.
as her show. I believe it's also again anything they're warned about that by definition becomes their liability for death penalty as well for not.
Yeah, so click on that one. July 1st.
Even she nurse the must be conditions and Shabbos.
Jim rated after terror attack. Here's what he
also this is really if they're not taking off.
I guess
Just talking about the idea of living
I got insight into this.
relaxed, laid back.
Not my bag.
So
So on Friday, go up. On Friday, Russian security forces stormed a mixed martial arts gym belonging to UFC's Dark to be footage published on Russian media outlets showing armed police officers around the gym. His name, Khabib's dad. It took place after one of the gunmen involved in terror attack on Christian Charles worship and accidentally trained at Khabib's gym. At least 21 people, including 16 people, and priests were killed. Jesus. Law enforcement officers reportedly identified fighters connected with the extremists after questions and tenants for 2 days.
Yes, it's a different kind of rate.
To establish a judicial system that's a
One of the fighters had trained at the club.
Is the obligation to go ahead and establish a judicial system is both a positive amendment, right?
Shortly after, it can be denied any affiliation with the extremists, arguing that he was never a full-time student at the gym.
What's the prohibition? This should go ahead and occur within your boundaries. Okay.
In 2020, they came to the gym with his older brother for a month or so. That's it. See the gym again. I can see that. I can see that.
Russia,
It's all weird. It's all weird. Because, like, you know, war machine train damage. Does that make all?
and that's for them.
Yeah. That was the trail. It's pretty cool.
They learn it behind why he so why not include this?
The PEDs, they suck that no one really talks about. Again, let's say AK, let's say AK, Wisconsin, DC, all does it hot. Are you looking at fit general?
One of the things that says
You know, that's how he is. You say, like, the extremists, that name, you can't really I finished it.
So you say you can't do it.
There's a lot of discussion.
What is John's?
Okay. So, and check out the new podcast also. Podcast. Jesus, let's go. Okay, so I have a drug your head. In other words, you don't like when you lie on the finger, you put your yeah, you're doing the right thing, but the way you chose to do it, you didn't choose. You can't make these things automatic. I disagree. There's discretion because I know you don't think that makes sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So, and on his head, here are the odds. If you took a point, he wouldn't do that. You'd figure out another alternative to control DC. Because he knows, if I hit anywhere near his face, it goes in his eye, I just point, it's not worth it. There's other things I can do. So getting ruined by poking the guy in the eye.
I think in a nutshell, he's just saying if you're in this for takedowns.
Yeah, I just don't agree. I think part of the sport.
Yeah, it's gonna be really cautious how you
move
your hands in his fights.
Yeah, and if you kick a guy in the accent or not, it dictates all that. If I come right in the nuts, the guy's, what are you talking about? No, take a fucking point. But he didn't mean to. Okay. So if he does it 4 times, point, that's just so happened the guy was on a certain direction where he lined his nuts up in front. Is it always the guy's fault he gets kicked in the nuts? There's no accountability on the other end. Folks 4 times. Okay, but what if the first or second or third time changes the dynamics of the fight? You're still not going to take a point? This is stupid. This should be black and white. This is the problem with our sport. I mean, see, just what are you talking about? Now, just course, it does not matter that it was just his natural reaction, leg kick that turned
is nudged towards him. All this goes away. And there's no gray area, like we're pointing it out.
It doesn't say
Saying this is part of the problem. Okay, let's just keep doing what we're doing. It's not working. How's it going for us? Dictate off this. Well, sometimes they don't fit. Because there has to be consequences if you're going to do that. And now there's not.
And here we see which one is it? Whereas it's only on that contradiction. Muslim show mitzvahs. So again, it is good for us to have when it's show mitzvahs. Right? Then you has to learn to apply to and he understands it and also appreciates it.
Eligible for parole. There's nowhere we're close enough.
That's not his use. That's not his Rothschild. That's a loss.
Like that.
That different added different mitzvahs on sharing this story. Like Emil said, Ben Noah also
And here's another one that's a little weird. It just looks like one of his tits is bigger than the other. So I think he's on something.
that you're not allowed to eat. Buster did not. So especially when the life force is in it, that's the issue
before
real Omer Av Hadamim. The real says even in a high, but
yeah, maybe, but back in the day, that was some
Buster did not show low so how dumb open. So the community is more about it says Buster did not show dumb low so how. The other thing is physical vision. Buster did not show. You can't.
And it's the one where you have like multiple
and
people.
then there's double.
He's awake. He's out. This one I think he's awake. And this guy shows what happens during the taxi.
Will say, "We'll just respect him."
You can see the air where he is severely shaken from the white after now. I'm not sure if his body is just been shot here or if he's awake, just that wipe is hurting. It is weird and kind of cool to see the background.
So he was fighting that. Get hurt, man. Get hurt away. That's Mark. That's a great that too. Now that you're like, Jack, he wanted back happy down. Your Texas shirt off on top of the lake. Let me know. Just take some time. I did George reach out. This is officially on something that comes out about Rothschild versus Rothschild.
The other players that like the part that's
Big BKFC, yeah, 100%. Incredible. These dudes, man, get you some. The real fight is our loss. Versus, yeah, Dory's boys. It's just funny, but you're also going to destroy these guys, but you just want to get out. I think it's just good. That one right in the face. I think it's good.
yeah.
What's the main streamer's name? Jack's team? He was just staying by his body. Just that's what he does. He's not that's not Chris Nichols. He does have a situation. But again, he likes this. Get some views. And everybody's like, yo, did it again. This is cool, man. I know. That's part of the proper culture. Like, that's your thing. That's what you're into. What happened? That's not good. Just bitch me at us.
Before
This is from Combat Talk. It says, if you're a fan of MMA, you've seen how much you spend the difference. And then I'll show you. So it's like in 2025, you're spending about $1,000. 26, you'll spend about $60. Dude, that's 60. Dude, they always look for guaranteed.
says that's
they're going to get a bunch of people at the start of the
not repeated again.
Yeah.
Not repeated again.
I mean, that would suck. Yeah, but if you're 8,000,
not to the name of.
if they went to
And this is an
500,
right,
you're still saving money, but yeah, it's great. There's no way to say it. And you know how they do the free trials and stuff? I don't think they're doing that. I think it's just you gotta, you're in or you're out. Yeah. That's $60.
And I love how I said wasn't stated, it was only stated by our wasn't stated.
Okay, we're going to talk about extras of it, but I'm going to Louis' apartment
Was actually a prohibition
afterwards. This thing up was hilarious. Check it out real quick. This guy does voices. Oh, I saw this. Just sick, right?
Backed by the story of Yaakov Avinu, but it wasn't given. It was actually given later on, but when you put back retrospect, placed in the story.
Oh, it's gone. Anyway, they took it out.
So let's go through the script.
So your boy Brian Ortega is going to be fighting Hayato Moicano.
And it was then repeated again after.
You know, last time ago,
The fight for both Jews and non-Jews. Number one,
yeah, this one was announced Cody Garbrandt versus, to be honest, I don't even know who the long guy is.
And then said again after. Doesn't mean that it's not perfectly.
He wears on 21st and winning, which is great.
Which the Gemara says, no, have all those
I guess you heard about
the Ashke from
well, it's still it might be for the debut guys, right?
Idolatry was mentioned. And we know that about the Zara,
Starting that rumor, so
that gives rise to the principle of the science of form of it. And then it's repeated again after
business tactics, like chess.
Still analyzing. Again, if you have
Doesn't make money.
was that
Where does he live too? It's Arkansas. Yeah. My house
right? So again, I should just the opposite. The fact that it was given to the name of God again after
I get it. That's it. If you like it, you want this ad to have 18K. It's like stuff on there.
Remembering in by well, not by an again, possibly to the Lebanon of forgiveness.
Welcome to the fighter and the fighter. fantastic, dude. What's cool is like an hour or this is an era of a fighter, of our generation. Is great. Yes. Just figure it out. Back in the day, even like the superstars, and then those guys even like after us, like fighting that was the biggest thing on TV. I watch it. He's the best. He can also spoken with intelligence. Entertaining. Just like normal human. I don't mean that condescendingly because he's little. Like everything that he does is weird. I think that's why what's weird is he was the best fighter on the planet. And it just for whatever reason, like it just took me kind of move. Like, oh, I missed it. Yeah, as much as great. He was the imagine doing and then doing like it's number two. Crazy too. If he has this big like social media presence, we're not yeah. I don't think he can do that. I've already heard it. Again, ultimately, again, there was such a price on the tornado, which he was a taboo, but from to the meaning there is not to go ahead and no.
Every day is a holiday, meals, a feast. I've got my shield down to 2 minutes, 22 seconds. Thank you so much, MC, your kind words. I'm Rabbi. I know who I am. You will. I share my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. Back to the pandemic, we've seen death, the birth of a guy, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Truman Show, real life Big Brother. This is a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Gates coined the phrase, content is making it true today. On the internet, this is the biggest in global history. And here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is influential. I'm going viral. And what I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these links to my YouTube, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. I dare you to look at that link tree, but because I have more social media than ever, I have more content than any person. Discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a crypto that's worth about $100 million. Things that we do is we build wealth towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. You are a reply guy. If you're a Web3 marketer, you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free coach and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. All to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
So Hashem says to us, I have given you all the things, all the things for you, and for all of the animals. So you and the animals keep the vegetation. Although Chayas are not allowed to eat meat. That was later on put up. Because the world in Noah, after the flood, that's called. No more prohibition of maybe even when I my family does. What's the you should call it shallow. Even if I own it to someone or to something, and it's wrong. Y'all call it something. Therefore, there's no we'll do the gas on you. So the process is so good. So now, the fundamentally shows not allowed to eat. So when an animal is using all four, wars, and he's also specifically working with the large Chinese fresh. He's so chicken is only 2 feet. So he said, well, does that work? Yes, the animals can eat. Well, no, the animal is not. The details an animal's more part of the discussion is how you can put meat into fat birds. Okay, first of all, over all the animals that love this stuff. This comes from food that originally was supposed to have been eaten over the science was incredible. We should have not known. Both to man becomes a result of the sin, the tree, the Isagas, the people that other ones are supposed to eat from. If other ones are tremendous. Snake is supposed to be the right hand. And Murray on this column, though, has had enough of not the best. Remember, don't tell us which is enough. That's speed. That's called speed. What would have happened? So every person will have every Jew would have snakes. One snake is Senor, one snake is out. La Hajigo, la Havana Tobos, and I they mine out all the beautiful precious stones and gems. Send them out to do their thing, and they come and bring back. So we're old, not only that, I wish I'm actually to attack us in the boat. You can patch something.
Well, let me just, you guys have put a beautiful, big old smile on my face. Thank you so much for your kind words. I absolutely need to know how much your word means to me from the bottom of my heart. I genuinely appreciate it. You do want a little bit more information on the project that we're helping in the world, specifically in areas like rural Nigeria. Put them in the Jumbotron. You can see that we're actually building wells there and water towers to help people and to help spread some of this love in the future. All right, Rabbi, what is it that you're going to do to make us all wealthy? It really comes down to the data. We're going to monetize the data. We're going to take all of the profits from the data that I've monetized over the course of the last 4 years, put them in a 501c3, essentially a not-for-profit, a big old trust full of. We're going to take that data. We're going to take all the social that I have more social media than anyone ever, over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2 Twitter accounts, over Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. We're going to send that in the monetization from that. We're going to put that in a big old pot as well. Then what we're going to do, I already endorse certain projects, including cryptocurrency, but I'm going to be able to do it for much companies. Companies like NVIDIA, Microsoft, Deutsche Bank, anyone you name, I'm going to be shilling them just like you hear me shill my project 24 hours a day. And then finally, there's the Web3 element of this. We're going to create certain NFTs. We're going to create certain cryptocurrencies in the future to make sure that all your dreams come true. That's what I want to do. That's how I want to give back to you. And that's the plan. Thank you.
I know again, dates with Coinbase. So they have a business account set up, whether it's an app, your device, where your business will be able to cryptocurrency, receive payments in crypto, and also it does all of its own bookkeeping and sets up just like a traditional style, like
well, that's phenomenal knowledge. My friends, I've got to run. I have some friends who are at in my Discord who want to connect with me, and I told them that I would. But thank you again for all your kind words. You made my night. Many blessings to you. We connect in the future. Thank you again.
Delicious wine, pouring in delicious wine. It is cannibal. We're not speaking jealous. We're not speaking jealousy. I will say, was that jealousy that led to this life? See, wonder why did the first despair? Because the Nukish wasn't happy with what he had. He wanted what someone else had. So They will say that emotion gives us each one of these elements. Look at someone else who has more or less. You no longer have the ability. It stirs all kinds of things. All kinds of things. Not much with judge. I was looking at the generation. What else? But the point of it, why does he want to bring this up? Other ratios eating meat. You see, this from the says, oh, different. That meat came from, I guess that's like the first impossible, right? That wasn't meat that came from an animal. That was meat that came from Shemayim. They don't prepare the meat for it. So what is known as cliche? It says, I don't know what it is. It's an impossible order. So it was the first different. It wasn't other Rishon didn't say anything to that. The Shbaruch brought Shemayim. Whoa, meat kabasa yom Shemayim. Is there such a thing like that? As meat that falls from the heavens? That actually happened in the other Shimon Chalaf. Yeah, that does happen. What happened? What the Shimon Chalaf? I was traveling on the way. Two lions, right? Two lions came in and they started roaring in his face. Amar. So the Chalaf says to them, "Fear shrugging the terror. The lion comes, crying out for food." And what happened? The Chizulei Karti Atmasa. Two slabs of meat. This is the meat fell. Two sides of meat fell right in front of them. One of them lying ate. The one they left behind. They were focused on one. I see Vaslu in Russia. Ultimately, the Shimon Chalaf brought that last piece of meat to his message. Brought the best to meat to his message. And they asked, Boy Allah. They asked him, I'm sorry, Davar Tameh or Davar Tar? So what is this? Is the meat is it kosher or is it treif? I guess maybe they wanted to have a little bit. Is it kosher or is it treif? Shimon Chalaf said, what are you talking about? I'm like, there's no such thing as a davar tameh that comes from Shana. What are you talking about? Meat fell from the heaven, and you're asking what the hashgacha is? Meat fell from heaven, you're asking if it's kosher? You're asking if it's kosher? Nothing that is comes from Shana. Everything comes from is kosher, is tar. Say, but that is so, that phrase is so powerful. Davar tameh yordan. Anything that comes from a kosher is never tameh. It may hurt. It may be difficult. Any circumstance, every circumstance in life, maybe overwhelming, it may be shameful, but somehow it's for people and it's for time. Aim davar yorei minashem. Circumstances that involve us, never to bring us, never to generate tumult, but if I care, just the opposite. We need to lift Isha in a sense of time. Incredible. Why? Last 2 lines. By me, I'm saying that what happens if a donkey came down from the Rothschild went ahead and brought down a donkey from the heavens? That's a donkey. It's a donkey. A donkey is a tree, but it came down from Shemayim. So what's saying? Yagod Nala. So they asked this from Zera. Zera asked this from Yavo. From Yavo said to Zera, no. Since he said, you're. In other words, that was a. I guess the way of saying that is not a dream, right? You're a crazy donkey. Rashi says, "Time showed that over Shmotana." Okay, it's not a donkey, but rather again like a bird. You're a crazy bird. What's the matter? That was the kind of question. How do they aim davar tameh yorei minashem? Doesn't matter for smoking the time. It's case for a young son. It's a sign of loss, of brisket. What doesn't make a difference, whatever it is. If it comes from my Kodesh Baruch Hu, if it comes from my Kodesh Baruch Hu, it is going to be kind of incredible. If it comes from my
even if it looks treif, if it's from Hashem, even if it looks bad, if it comes from Hashem, even if it looks terrible, always remember one thing: Ein davar tamei yomei hashama. Comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it is not difficult, maybe challenging. Whatever comes from Hashem is only there to bring out parallel. Both saying, Shkoyach, according to the Shabbos.
And Eretz Yisrael in America is the arrival of Mashiach. We also thank Daniel and Tava for sponsoring all the shurim of the month in commemoration of the second year of Hashem's father, the Aryeh of Philadelphia, which is on the 7th of Tammuz. He was a child of Auschwitz, descendants. The Shah should have a Gan and the family should have continued nachas for all the grandchildren. We're going to pick up on the bottom of your test on the base with the words Amar Shmuel Bar Nachmani, Amar Rabbi's son. Shmuel Bar Nachmani says, the name of Rabbi's son, Ma'idachsiv, they had it on the side. Ma'idachsiv, we mean by what it says. Ashri Ish Shlehalach Matzas Rishayim. Again, analyzing the very first chapter in Hillim, which is lucky, fortunate is the person who does not go with the path of Rishayim, who does the top of the Testament. Why shall I halach say Dara Flaga of the ways of the Dara? Who is Dara Flaga? Again, there were people who built this massive tower which they were going to use to wage war against the Baruch. Why should Rishayim have the evil people? Never for Tzad Hava lived to build a city, and he did not get involved in such a group. Therefore, he did not follow the path of those who commit Avera. What is again? That's also referred to Ravinu. So, like Amad Amidas Sodom Shechatayim, he did not live, did not spend his time with the people of him. Why? Because they were people who lived their lives, sin stayed away from them. Shneimar, which says Sodom, the people of Sodom, Royim, Shechatayim, bad people, and they constantly. The pasuk continues and says, and then it says, he did not spend his time, did not do well among those who are late, and again, those who are cynical, clowns, constantly making fun of everything. Actually pushed him. He did not settle down within the settlement of the Philistines. Initially, it's on him because, again, these people were very cynical, constantly joking about everything. And interestingly, Shinemar, it goes, were people who were constantly filled with joke. First, the story, again, this is not a story that happened during the days of Rabbi. This is a story that place later on, during the times of Shimshon. Shimshon is somebody whose story told us is Shimshon, and Shimshon was somebody who lived quite in his life. So again, he was a Shoftim, he was a Navi, and ultimately he lived a life which was unique to him. At the end of his life, he was Christian, and after they brought him out and entertained them with all types of jokes. You see that the two people were very jokes. Anyway, Rashi tells us that Avraham Avinu did live among the Philistines. In other words, among the people of Sodom, he did not live. We look at Rashi, what the Pasuk says, Yeshegar Beinayim, Yagar Avram, the Philistine Avram, he dwelled in the land of the Philistines. I saw in the Marsha, exactly as Mari, he says there's a very big difference between Avram being guard the land of the Philistines or being Vayeshin. It says Vayeshin Yaakov, the Eretz Murei of the Rishonim points out that there are two life. Rashi himself says Yaakov lay shaved. He wanted to live a life Avinu, he lived among the Philistines. However, he did not kind of integrate into that community. Why? So as soon as he started noticing the people were making jokes. Now again, it was the Rothschild pointed out that the Sane Hadar had all kinds of rumors to say about Yaakov Avinu, about his kingdom, and therefore also saying ultimately the bottom line was when Rashi refers to the Hadar, the time of Avraham Avinu, that's what he was talking about. About the Philistines were the son and all the way back at the beginning, and Avraham Avinu recognized that sometimes you live in a neighborhood, you stay away from a neighborhood, a community, but yet you stay away from the people who are not good for you. That's what it means that Avraham Avinu, he did live among Philistines, but he was low yashab. He did not settle down as a member of that community because generally speaking, he made jokes at everything. Plus, the Gemara continues by darshaning several more psukim which discuss the fortunate lifestyle. Ashrei Yirei, as I said, this is not the very first pasuk in Tehillah. There's also a pasuk in Tehillah, but this is much later on. This is a confusion. Ashrei Ish Yirei Es Hashem. Ashrei Ish V'Lo Ashrei. Usually, when it says, why is this specifically relevant to a man? Why does it say Ashrei Ish? Now, why earlier? The reason we didn't have it said Ashrei Ha'ish. So Ashrei refers to this person as opposed to somebody. In other words, what it's telling us is that there are certain types of people who are fortunate. That's not gender specific. But Ashrei Ish sounds much more like it's gender specific. Therefore, they want to ask, why do you say Ashrei Ish like Ashrei Isha? Amar said, Amar Rav said, Ashrei Isha. In this case, Ish does not refer to a man as opposed to a woman.
That was big. Oh,
what it means is, the fortune is a person who does teshuvah, who repents from this mistake. He's younger. Why? Because the person is younger. There's a lot of strength, a lot more of an ability to reevaluate, and live a different life. Once the person gets older, it gets much harder to change. Teshuvah Levi Amar, Teshuvah Levi, Ashrei Misha Miskara Yitzchak Ish. The pasuk says Ish over here doesn't necessarily mean anybody, but the term Ish means like a strong person. In other words, it's kind of like man can do what's right. That's what the pasuk was saying. Actually, maybe it's not really correct to say that, but ultimately, the bottom line is the pasuk was using the term Ish to describe the strength to be strong and to fight up the Yehara. Ashrei Misha Miskara Yitzchak. The mitzvot of the pasuk continues on and says, he really wants and he has a strong desire to be able to fulfill the mitzvahs. Amar, the mitzvot of the Lord is motivated by. He's motivated by the mitzvot. He's not motivated by the prize, by the reward. This is what we're taught in the Mishnah. This is the famous Mishnah in the Sefah. I think Sefah said, not who serves because it's Baruch with the wages, Ella, and you have the Sarav, low, Amanas, the Kalapras. Be like the servant. The servant is his master, even if you are not going to be rewarded for it. It's very interesting just to see this. You look at the terminology of the Gemara. It says, Ella, Heyuk, Avadim, Amasham, Sarav, like servants who serve the master, Shalo, Amanas, the Kalapras. Shalo, Amanas means not on condition that you will get a reward for it. You look at Rashi, the way he writes it is, the nuance difference between a person who serves their master, which means even though he's not expecting a reward. But the way Rashi says it is, on condition, he won't get a reward. In other words, he doesn't want a reward. But then when you read Rashi, that's not what he said. It says, he should do it with his heart. Lomar afilu ein so star
So Boss Ring came in. You just don't need to come in. These like man fighting AC, but it's a fight club. Trying to call Fight Club. We're not like cheap. But they got in there. Sean Anderson in there. As Calvin comes in and tries his hardest. And I don't know how great he's doing. And Hawks in the ring. We know Shane Steiner. And they have Satoshi Ishii over and he like Chandler has to he is sure like he spars with just an absolute he was the guy that came first.
That's real.
He has that strength that indescribable. And it's not just so hard. And I don't know what their situation is. I don't either, but I remember when he was at Red. You know, his English is way better now. Great. And then just as Red and this is all on Sunday. Good for you. Barbecue on Sundays. And forget it. I cook, I'll smoke, massive ribs, and I'll do 5 or 6. He'll eat an entire rack of ribs, and then like John salad. He's like,
as long as the person is not going to regret
and like a fucking Rottweiler.
if he doesn't
like
get it.
this disrespectful. You know, this is telling my kids and talking to me like bring me a gift every time he comes over. Like friends, you know, I'm bringing gifts. We drink together. So it's easy for you. You're in Texas. Like I'm doing this without exchange. The transaction. He is just that. So you guys do well. You're
Nevertheless, as long
taking care of veterans. Like I would, if you don't want to know, I can get you the various possible. Section 3 million. That's one of the people that dropped anything I was doing and trying to live to do whatever because he's just
important rule. When you hear about the time, there's so serious when how long
next year, Dave was like, I'm looking for a replacement.
Another disaster. Person's own Torah and learn whatever to the Torah and set. So, again, that's why it's not only at the Torah, including the front of your lovers. It's the process to God, but it's the Torah. Again, Rothschild says, Rothschild
he was not just the chocolate ale counter style where he was a good wrestler. He was still
another reason to save her, like learn, look for misled. Since Rabbi was too very much all our life one restaurant of an artist what they can run that. So they learn. First they learn misled. Ultimately, ladies overpowered him because of anger and not supposed to go to I'm sorry for that.
Before we start fighting, it's like
Another
you know, to like NFL, it's like Anderson, and so the NFL responsible for that, you know, or was it Mickey Evans way before that? Dana came in, this guy money because of CD.
Now, the sound of the sound of you got this fucking thing up. Another overpowered is after it. What happened?
You hear guys say it's a dive cage.
That's the purpose always thorough, translates to same desire. Right then, our lady sat his hand on the table and said, Rabbi, so long as we're short, Lama, give us permission to stand up and look at us here. Do not want I want you to misplace here on the next room of the building. I'm doing the misplace here today. Where the Jimmy, our Kama, most of the Torah is the powerful host from what I'm going to do is desire. Aaron says, it's just different. Don't think it Torah, Hashem, until we desire. Up until now, we said, you need buffalo. You learn from a person who started the It says, Marsha, means from the Rabbi. Everything learned from the Rabbi to understand. Every Talmud, sometimes a person is fine in the practice of Rabbi. Actually, it's with the Olam Lim of Adam, it is not something to the public. He desires to have the process. He's care in front of him with unfair compensation. That person figure it out but there was no NFL sit down, learn one line, questions, and ask all those questions right away, and then come up with all kinds of answers. That's not solution. The first we have to do is gather, understand what it's telling you, what it's telling you. Learn the Gemara. After we learn, go back to if you ask so many questions, really, you're fine if you're ignoring the fact that my father, never learned to do it, always tell me, you need to say, yes, you have to get a great time to start understanding why in the Mishnah, learn a few pages, start questions at that point in time, ask the thing is, you might be spending all your time with a lot of concepts, you might answer the questions and read on the next page. So first learn, gather information, and then ultimately start spoiling the best recipe for it. We receive these guys. Is not more later on to do this, but first amass a lot, and then they should go ahead. Already, outside fighting, and physical health is something. That when a person learns, you have to be able to really know what the person said. There are some people who would be like to learn something. Learning Coco, learning fields is necessary. You have to be aligned with that. But you have to to always remember the basics. When you just do an hour-long course, the person asks, what was the purpose of the movie? And you forgot that. You don't have all the basics about that. Your ear is very nice and beautiful, but missing the basics. You can learn first. Slow and give a girl. First learn. Does the Torah say? What does it say here? What are the words? It says, 11 says, first get the what, and then get the why. If you get the why, before you know the why, then your why is not relevant. Again, this is what the Torah is saying. All the Torah. Africa, yeah. Afterwards, the Torah for them, others trust the Lord. All of rigorous to learn. I'm going to forget it anyway.
So it's
what
like
does Rabbi say? Learn anyway. It's hard for him. Yeah, I forgot. Some people say, what's going on? What's the point of coming? Rabbi, first the Holy Spirit, yeah, I forgot. Mishka, yeah, I'm ready to go. We talked about, remember, it says, Garsa, Nazi, kind of breaks himself first. That's what the Saba, explain. Garsa, to break small pieces. Garson said,
It was wrestling match. It was
the best
beautiful wrestling.
grain, grind it into flour, and you can make it grind it into flour. What do? They put pieces and turn it into a ball of part. So it might not be soft, smooth flour to make it to a bread. Understanding Torah, all the steps. Still go ahead. Break your pieces. We'll see. Stop it. You know what? I'm going to see tomorrow. I'm talking about. There are processes to go through. Try to get yourself to understand. Ultimately, start. Understand it. That's when you get to the place when you'll never stop. Rabbi asks the question, if Shalom ourselves kick out the Torah, so the person is going to go to the and leave. Kind of flap, it's not a very simple here, kind of going from one place to the next. The Siv al-Kisei, person on the chair, from the Torah, and ultimately going from one place to the next, or sitting on a Kisei in a chair which is much more stable. Those are going to say, Tila, Agape, much more difficult, much more hard
guys that are crushed at post fighting August.
With some ultimately at the end, will be a much stable ground on a chair. Again, the road to Roman, initially, the Torah seems like it's a road to Roman. It's up in the sky. This is Ali Dara. Another place you can look right there on your path. So what is it? You have to ascend heavens to get it? Or is it untapped? What is the more answer? Tila, initially, it feel like the road to Roman. The Torah is up in the sky. So once the person actually starts and ends up being, gets to the end, Dara, and the thing is, again, what does it teach us? Everything feels very well. Once you start to reach out to achieve the much closer than you initially thought. After you actually start learning, you find out that it's right here. Carl left off from the right here. Ula Rami. Ula asked the it says in the Basa, say 90 Kore, drink water from your sister, from a pit. Siv and those don't Iraq. One place describes the Torah as being gathered together in a pit. What happens to them? What pit? You drink it. Eventually, you get used up. Another place which one is it? Feels just as premium as those expensive brands, or without making my wallet high. Right? And I said the VIP package, dude. Sign up as a VIP, get 80% off everything. The thing really surprised me with the package. I work out at home. The sweats, the jogging, the sleeveless hoodies, the sleeveless tee, all freaking great. Fit is exactly what you're looking for. It also helps on athletics has built a community of early VIP members. People get 80% off 100 retail stores, which you feel like I'm joining somebody you know and love. All right. Now, Blixie has amazing deals, but they're running their biggest sale here on top of that. You get a deal
for you guys.
Person who has
If
a
you
lot
sign
of
up
wealth,
as a VIP,
have enough
fathletics.com/EFTK.
only have a lot. The COVID
This is
is
only
not
available through my link. So go to fathletics.com/EFTK to sign up as a VIP and get 80% off. That's fathletics.com/EFTK. That's what I'm saying. Shop show like respect. Like Jay.
and you have a lot. In other words, simply put, you grab a lot of
I don't like
will have a little. Person grab a little bit, will have a lot. Mark Twain, they also have a philosophy, Kabilos, Mishnayim. A person who's going to bundle together tons and tons and tons of Torah, who has
It's a theology where he actually went to
tons and tons of information, not just the a little bit slowly, Yerba always have a lot. Rabbi says, Yadi Rabbi know about this, he knows he learns too much too quick, but Aviyallah. His desire for learning Torah is wrong, just one to do nothing himself. But not the Yitzchak, no, I did it up,
Wanting to see if
I
you could
ultimately
critique him
followed
and
it.
making him chase him.
I reviewed what I learned,
I literally think, and I think this is why you get so much backlash in the way Jake Dover's
a lot of knowledge.
he was going to
Tomorrow warns us though to say, don't do too much on that filming, because if you run that filming, every day, then you go more and more concentrated. So, learn it one day, spend the day reviewing it, come back to the morning,
There's
review
actual
it before
casual
you
out there.
start,
But there's chance.
it was
He
the
can
thing,
like,
and ends up staying with you.
no, there's no chance.
I'm gonna
You're just seeing.
major was
You can jump
right
into
it
this
says, what it
great
says,
light.
low Yahweh Mia
He's gonna be.
literally means to roast.
Hopefully
Or
this
to cook,
paints
or
a
burn.
other,
The Ramia is a
or I don't know, fighting
swindler
post-crime
because he's
forward
trapping
MMA fighters.
animals. He's not going to
Here's peak
roast
talented
and pray.
This
Low
week's
Yahweh Yamin.
there were a few moments
Sayyid
where
Harab.
I don't
What
know
he needs to say is,
if it
works too quick. He's not going to be able
looked like he could have heard him
get
a lot
the
sooner.
busted.
It didn't.
That's the point.
I get it. Chasing him
Rashi
around for
points out, Yahweh,
6
it
rounds.
puts together
Before he hit it with
Lo
like you could
Yitya,
have
you
landed a
see the
few
first one, Lo
rounds
Yitya,
earlier.
To your point,
and the
I
second
think
one, Lo
Josh's
Yahweh.
plan was, yes,
It's
boxing's on my
Yahweh.
back. I know.
It's Yitya and Yahweh together.
We know
Lo
he's
Yahweh.
boxing. If
Ultimately,
he's
not
just
being able
running
to
around
pray.
like a crazy
What
chicken
happens
head,
is
he
just
can't
catching
do
what
it.
you could.
So let him do his thing. We're not gonna feel crazy. Just the
He
thought
said,
of
Sayyid
beating
Harab,
his heart rate's going through the roof. He's not experienced season.
when he read it was,
He's gonna gas out. When he gasses out, he'll stop moving. Third round, 6 rounds, 7th round, he's gonna slow it. That's kind of
This is
how it
terrible
goes.
for a
I
person
think
who's stepping bird.
if you can take him out, maybe, or
If
you
you
just
tap one and then you
make
break
this
his
kid
finger,
get out like
you know
this
what
for
happens
8 rounds. He's
to
gonna
the
get
guy
touched.
that catches one, puts two wins. Now it stays
It
and
was
he
just
catches
like
another one in
Star Trek.
15 minutes. However, if he doesn't do that,
maybe
he lost.
you're right, or maybe there was
You put it on the floor, then guess what happens? As you catch the second one, the
some
first one
influence
flies
out
away.
of
There's a
what
difference
happened in the
between
ring
regard
where
to
let this go for a few rounds.
First, just learn so much, so quick, without spending any time to get not going to stay with him.
Nothing to do. This is not related to his fights. Has nothing to do
The
with
bus is
fight.
I'll probably be mine. Feel like a tree which is up on with water. How much they got that? 8 shuffles I can look into a person has to be 8 shuffles. Like you see the root uproot itself, go from one to the next, locate to another, like a tree that's planted in one place.
He gets $1
Which
million.
means for a moment throughout that thought, someone who only has one Rabbi, ain't no
That was the
drop Hawaii.
So the
You have to have some elements of diversity when it comes to Rebbeim. Throughout your life, you have to teach Rebbeim. Every Rebbe has something else able to give you about. You can't get everything from only one Rebbe. That's the concept now with the racial Torah. Has the ability to be able to attend one year in the morning, here another year in the afternoon, and in addition to that, certain Rebbeim have the ability to pull Torah from so many different sources. So it's very important to listen to the multiple Rebbeim. Of course, listen to the Torah, have a wealth that person comes to love, the person comes to Mori and Ra, the person comes to Mori Dara, look at the person that deals with develop the past of life. When it comes to learning Torah, a person is able to learn Torah in various different ways. Every single Rebbe is themselves. You have to also a person cannot limit themselves to only one Rebbe.
go up.
Our Lord is this Rabbana. This is told, this Talmudic. The email to Emil of Milsa, I wanted to, but I'm concerned if I tell you, you guys are going to bounce. But as Lisa, and you go somewhere else. You also return to them anyway. So learn with Torah. And I thought you only learn Torah. You're not going to learn. You're not going to have a sin and bracha your whole life. And what happened? Everyone got up. Also, Kamei the Rava learned by the other Rava across the street. He went to Rava. All right, Rabbi actually honest. Tells Talmudim and enjoy the fact you come to my shir. Continue coming to my shir. Don't stop coming to my shir. We can end this shir, and the next one just to get over across the street. The road here are coming to as well. I'm a little. I'm really smart. This is only tomorrow. I was tomorrow on the route of the other. Tomorrow is one road. What he's saying is, when it comes to tomorrow, a person's thought process, you have to be able to understand the different people have different thought process. Because Baruch Hu gave different ways of seeing the story. You can't limit yourself to one person's viewpoint. But when it comes to the actual of Gemara, we don't really have that problem written down for us now. When it comes to the text of Gemara, you can't have where you have different actions. You have to be the story from one way. You can't be such a way. How do you mind? Under time, life. Versus his years. So they got further advice. Gemara. Hold on a second. You are required the person knows how long he's going to live. They take things for free. What happens if that Tulsa lives to 120? If he passes away at 80, 90, 100, the wealth that over here is more it says, no, the hope is to have the focus. Look around, that's what the young makes us, because Sunday and Monday we learn. And Wednesday, and then Thursday and Friday, and get stopped correctly. You do everything you learn throughout the whole week. Look at Tosis, he says the pastor, the young portfolio every single day without skipping a portion. Every single morning, you have Suki at Talmud, you have Suki of the Talmud, in this
Snash, Azel, One. You have the Snash, Azel, Rice, River Small, and the Rice, River Small. First is the David. Follows through the Siddur, and you learn Nikra, Mishnah, and he learns Gemara. However, he says it's very clear down. The Anu, host of the Talmud Basi, he learns Gemara every day. Every single day. What happened? Yayin was good enough for us. Why? Follow the Mishnah. Just you learn. Look it. Yeah, Helen. We're learning tomorrow. The pace tomorrow. Every time he's like, learn. And Thomas Day, every single day. Smart thing is that the fear of retail is will give in your time. Forever. The branches of the leaves will not wow. And the says
and then somebody down like drink bad on the street by addition before that guys got knocked out. Which is all good. You made money. You learned.
Anderson can do anything. MMA or boxing.
One funny says
Good.
that they have been
Do you remember? And this is where the Jake Paul days.
don't know what that refers to. How much
Anderson and
Warrior,
when it was Roy Jones Jr. in the fight, they both agreed to box. And that's at the height of Roy Jones, and they lost him. Remember that? Imagine that in Anderson.
The strong ones of those were killed. The
Yeah,
this refers to a Talmud that reached the point of
I have made when he had done the two that I was just jumping for stylistic cool things. They were just
be very careful with this down. Because Talmud was not proper aid. Proper
test yourself against at the time I didn't play, but now I have a lot of respect as a fighter. He was just a personification of a fighter.
And he does not prosper. Will be victims of the fact I want this to kind of go through every time.
So he was drinking.
It's funny in hindsight.
Watching like how they had chance there, like you like seeing it.
Like the biggest hope in
He was for boxing.
You might know a lot of information. If you're going to be a person who talks to each other prematurely, this is your own stuff. Similarly, if you have information there and you don't, then they'll be victims of your lack of stuff. That was, however, he wasn't 40 years old in South Island. Why? How do you know he wasn't 40? Why did you tell him he died from
all that other stuff with him?
He wasn't the fact that this time he was good people and everybody in the community, therefore it comes to mind that
so you did show demo. I know UFC.
And believe the branches were not Amar of Akka, Ba'ada, Amaraz, Amaraz, Abba, Amaraz, Amaraz.
It's just gonna be massacre.
Successful.
He's still going.
Everything that they do.
Because
Again,
hockey,
not just the bad side of it now, it's not stuff is more for Taylor. Anything that's on the fucking side of something.
Right to lacrosse.
Already feeling amazing because I got the car on the side of the
pressure because he's on travel ball lacrosse.
That's the thing for me successful.
Any pressure
If
from
they
the teams,
a lot of Torah,
just
with
focus
the
on
Torah
one.
in the museum, the prophet, and the third time in the writing of the
Because
what
we
you
know
say, the host of the Torah, ultimately be successful in his business.
Like the thing
that you can specialize in an athlete in your school. First, you're eliminating every athlete, the limited athletic potential for that child to seek development in a whole bunch of different ways. They can do gymnastics, basketball, flag football, baseball, some form of pugilism, whether it's wrestling or jiu-jitsu. I'm going to create something inside of people that cannot be created any other place on the planet. It's just body awareness, competition, using the body, the hand, coordinating, just everything. Like once my kids started wrestling, everything. I think that's not true 3 years. Forget instant truth, though. Yeah, transforms everything. Gymnastics. The thing that just transforms that body awareness, balance, explosive, fast twitch muscle, warrior. Have you guys ever back into double batches of eggs and where they do decide if they decide to choose that it's gonna pay off. But I said standard right away. Right away, I go baseball Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. No, Tuesday, Thursday, rest. We have so see it's a word. It's not like you just practice only Monday. We set the standard. Now this play labs. Oh, there you go. I think we're seeing especially in college recruiters that they are looking for late to the game high school runners that have been sports athletes coming into high school. Let's just take lacrosse or baseball. We start playing baseball at 12, 13. I cannot think of how many other different positions. Like first place, you play catcher, outfield, wrestle. Yeah, that's bullshit. Yeah, they much rather have a kid, but they professional coaches for a reason. That's a little not as defined as the kid who's been playing since he's 4 specialized. Because that kid's gonna burn out. But we have the pillars. Cornerstones of athleticism that have really built. And then coming from the specialty wrestling,
we get to the keeper to this little
no,
dome house and put the Zara, which means the ball was honorable and Fana, he does build it, so much he's letting it pay for it. Once the keeper pushes for it, the chance to give it to something in 7 minutes. Which does the river small, very few, and that's not actually building the tension,
but I saw the coach.
Get him off that. Until that's the serve. No reason why we don't get paid. This is the whole
specialized kid that has money $150,000 coach playing double-A, triple-A, ever.
So doesn't matter. Have it until it is
can't do anything else.
That's what right away,
and then I said,
the final blow that's necessary to
Wednesday,
in regards to the nonsense law, what turns into the Zara, when did Guamalaka happen? The master tackle was the last blow. There's no that last blow. The blow goes out of a Zarya. Wait until the last blow. 5 times the blow, goes with left and so. You see the person, when you work, I get paid for each doesn't get paid until the end. Those that you do add up to get what you do. So, that's why
the holidays are big six DraftKings most fans game. Make your NBA picks for big cash prizes this holiday, more or less, on 2 or more player stats. The more accurate your pick, the bigger your payout. It's the kind of side you only find on Big Six. Not those big sides. It's a Coach Fighter. DraftKings with Coach Fighter. Right upside in partnership with DraftKings. Big Six, the ground is your blood. Verify jurisdiction. 6 minimal everywhere, including New York and Ontario. 4 were prohibited. 1 per new customer bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. It's December 2nd, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms 600 Kings Up. How much programs? Those are 2 studs you got there.
People first we went to like circumstances generated by guilt and then maybe the list.
There, bud. Let's go. Obviously, real is
RL,
researching, trying to understand
for where do you know that if a colony
what is safe for weightlifting for children. You get all that stupid internet, even AI, you get this huge disparity of movement somebody should be doing.
Actually, but it has to open new people up now. What's the test? Open up the again, obviously, it's not and therefore, again, when the mother says that it's not really what it is, Rashi points out that we are behind us. We see a lot of these we call the Kabbalah. What time is it? We're talking about over here. Make sure that is tight as such. It's a lot. Second line on the top, 84. From archery country. In 2 years, 1 year training consistently. Big shout out to him. He's on that bike. Since being along with us, which is a month, and then get on the bike, always track. I'm trying to steal his private body. Talking back to the remember again, on one hand, says by a says kilo, just like if a coin was coming to tomorrow, I need just maybe some idea. Just look at these other does get 20 minutes a day. Just like by shroom off again, only don't forget to use my chicken, right? First of all, Kane Snyder flies his helicopter back to comes over and fact that the conduct is not allowed to serve even tells us that a regular Kohen can't serve it.
Sandbag.
It's
They're like 40 or 60 pounds.
this is something that I learned out of
Like,
there's a principle called
so
anything that is learned out of the difference, it's so watch it saying, don't be part of the church, you cannot use this word to okay, no shit, next. How do I know go ahead and search and show the Kohen. Among all of his life, La'amod stands and what's his logic? Ask Lord Yom. Not come to the Lord Hallel has to use just like it says, just like by Truma, you have to come and put it to make time to be money. So remember again, the fundamental between Truma and Ba'amum is you have to have disqualified code. As Ba'amum, survivors. To learn how physical education comes to the self-towers. You also have a little bit. You have to know why. Again, has a lot of coming out. Number one, they will go there. Number two, again, also increase inside of the Rush. And furthermore, again, it's Ella, resources. Ella, satellite stuff. You know, some of the shipping Polish. Yeah. Learn out from Mozart rather than hello, coming to change. Again, it is better no, rather than how to the keys. Learn how, ultimately, that's the point with survivors. More like your reference, and also the self-towers. It says ultimately again, this individual is hiding. Everywhere I go, I start. It's so stressful. It's so easy. It's so. What about the case?
thought that got tech savvy is not going to map and tell you exactly how to do everything to position a satellite, and now there's so many satellites it does for the Starlink do this now. It doesn't matter. I can think throw it into a window of flight and Starlink.
And Starlink's Wi-Fi and everything.
Your phone is an operational.
Next.
The house Wi-Fi run off of it is it's expensive now.
Rabbi over the Rabbi says that he saw coming over the what's Rabbi
There's like a fast reels of the fire pit.
I might get to there. He's going about being millions. He's taught me. He has all this stuff. He has
Come on,
like 10 years and all this stuff. And he's showing his bunker. Yeah, but as he's taught, look at this dude is so much. And then I just go, he goes, yeah, man, we have to get out of here. They're like, because no, we walked. I'm like, no, 80 pounds. 80 pounds on you. Carrying 80 pounds, maybe carrying your kid. All that gear on and run up that hill, man. Nah, man. We won't need to do that. I wouldn't worry about getting staying ready. I'm worried about diabetes. Yeah, dude, yeah, you can see some of this. Some of this worry about doomsday. Sure, like blood pressure. We saw it just, with COVID.
Rabbi
1-2%. That's all you saw. That was it. People that had,
the Nama
compromised
Alon, one hand it says,
podcasts helps to talk about your longevity.
what's the second one?
Predictors of
So again, this is actually talking about
predictors. How
but again, and then he says, Marcos, another predictors says, whoever comes close to the mission of Hashem,
if you're going to survive.
Yamas will die.
And
Mala Halon, just like by that second pasuk, it's talking about
how we survive.
Yeah, I think too. As well, where it's like you're going to get visualized where it's like, oh, chamber, you need a cold plunge, you need a sauna, you need this peptides. Forget all that. Forget all that. It's fucking tough. It's tough. I don't know. It's trying to get this fancy equipment.
It says by now,
It's very cheap. Give a great workout and make you mentally tough.
it says by Akastora,
Which is why
Mala Halon, just like by Didish, so to here,
all these things. Jiu-jitsu, boxing, any of them is because
Pushback, I've told Rogan this too. Like, I'm like, that's where my local football, like, dude, if they allow us to do that, if we went up in there with our full pads on, it was like such a weird, like, I just didn't want that.
just like by so to the south, Mala Halon,
Just wired.
most people. It is Brian. I thought he was going to die. He was the our shirts. Like white. And Ellen was in them. And when she walked out about 25 seconds later, I came in and he said, not green. If it's 45, now it's get to get a little bit before you pound that chill out 35 get area.
Most Rabbi says, "Don't take your no, it's better to
podcast on it where he's talking that's the time is pre-workout. And you're going to get naturally organized to warm up and then going to do your actual training. You better freaking warm up. Because the only thing he's released dopamine, growth, and testosterone. That's like or spiking, and then when you're doing it before the workout, after the workout, you have all this good inflamed body. So we go and lift, and we have tears, all these important tears, and our body is going to heal and grow back stronger. And then we go hop in a plunge, and that inflation pushed from what was just damaged in a good way. And now we're in this revolving tour of we do all this training, we hop in a cool plunge, this healing and repairing our muscles to grow back stronger is being pushed back to our core. Firstly, if you in the core plunge, 12 to 18 hours after your training, where 20 after your training session, just pre-workout. Now we only have kind of that joint invasion, exposure, operations, your elbows, back to your core, and then back to it when you go again. You have red blood cells are being pushed, injury, and then you have to do all that natural repair and building muscle. Just damage starting to really just give an Excel of the weight tops of what was my biggest $5 podcast. He's explaining scientifically people are going to jump before they work out. Yeah, you should definitely. Professional this, yeah. Excuses we always get like I did it backwards. Now, Dad Jackson, we go to the University of New Mexico. He's by this weekend. This was back in June. I saw it. Yes, I just want to see you guys and even after by God's grace,
Who gets them? Who gets them? When is next right? I'm not getting
taking all three of them over to the elevator with Rothschild. Yes. Cooks out with the like, it doesn't matter. With this generation where like they thought that this is a win of some form. You're right. You gotta show what the he's never do it again. He's a teammate. What a get screwed. But I didn't. What happened when Joseph give me there's nobody else trying to partner. We know each other so well. The fight's not going to be. It's just we trade too much. Such a war. Yeah, that's one of my favorite rounds to watch. I'd be a body. Farowski and John watching John Farowski just great. Their intelligence of violence and being able to advise the adapt and create, not that anything can be created new, but created MMA things that you see I can't find a in fact, for one, let's tell you about my favorite odds. I get my favorite twice. Which I can get it on video, Fandango. With a bang. Imagine World War II. This complete badass is fighting Russia. So damn good. We've watched twice back to back. Right? John Wick. Right? But in World War II setting, at the end of the war, it's so damn good. Sisu, go to Revenge. Right? So for more information, go to www.sonypictures.com/movie/Sisu. Go to Revenge. That's ISU. Go to Revenge. This movie's so dang. No, back to what we're talking about, where now what I have is set taxes aside for fight money. Now push back on that. Right? First case, class. K through 12. We're going to get that classic gold. Why did you teach me how to get energy? Educational systems.
two redundant systems. On one hand,
Actually own your home.
you'll be put the Chomak and
And I give it to my
right?
kids.
The Chomak and Nefesh,
Taxes.
right here it says so. It says, suppose it says, if you kill,
So
so it
they're
says,
gonna have to make it a
Chomak,
pretty
right,
big
it says,
business.
Chomak
So you
is
never
not
actually own your home. There's a big movement Florida Governor DeSantis has passed or is being passed. And I think property tax it's already come here. Texas has very high taxes because we have no income tax. This is my thing too. Benefits I know state tax.
I would have
But
thought like
what's
this,
gonna get
when he's
there
liable for
are
killing
gonna
someone,
get and I realized that
so it makes
oh
perfect sense.
shit, I'm not paying state, I'm paying almost double
You're not liable.
property tax.
You're not liable, right? The child
They're
tax.
gonna
It's
get
work. It's not
they're
money.
gonna escape that.
If it's like, what is that?
There are
I think child also high.
pretty much in most instances, all forms of taxation, and it goes against everything the founding fathers wanted.
I would have thought that it's right,
One, we have to make the system eliminating the side government, which is just to something that is unattainable and unsustainable. You can get creative. My parents have property in California, and my siblings, as my parents are in their 70s, talking about the inheritance tax. It's you're gonna be taxed on your income, and then you're gonna get taxed when you spend your money. If that's an inventory or as a business, corporations getting taxed, the inventory of the stuff you own next. You try to sell that thing, you're being taxed on those things, not to mention that you're paying all the fees, run a business, you're paying the corporation fee for vehicle registrations, you're paying for the anything free here. Just added toll lanes to an existing that it is a road, added a toll lane and
My thing is, how can we deal with a lot of cars, right? So let's say that
I'm
does get done, I'm bringing they already got their tax at full price, half price. Your tax is and you said so yes, hold on. Saturday Cruiser is 30 years old, and I just went to register it. How do you know it's real, not just what you sold it for, or what you bought it for, the value of it. And then, I put $30,000 of stuff in it, I have to pay, I paid sales tax on all the kids that I put on there, on the that I put on there, on the tires, on the power brakes, you were that already, and now your taxes again. That's not fair. So what do you do? You throw that blood on the grass. That's what we did. Back there, this is not sustainable. The household doesn't look around like, come on here. I have a new gym manager, Danny. He's amazing. Sitting down with him, with P&Ls, and talking about like what we pay the instructors. Like, okay, this is what Black Belts make, this is what Brown Belts make, this is what Purple Belts make. Like our salary, okay, we're like set this money aside, and okay, next number of members, we're looking at the gym, like, oh, this is a giant gym, you guys got tons of members. It's a wonderful gym. Sit down and look at that our spreadsheet of what we have revenue, and then what we have to, and when you start adding your insurance and all that, there's no money left. Yeah, man. Nobody's making money here, but the government. Let's say I go over to Ruga's.
That can't be the way to do it.
A whole load of stone.
It's not sustainable.
So I'm not
People are coming up with businesses that
I'm diminishing it.
you guys take all the money.
You're telling me that there's no line.
And how's that going?
Because there's no
What's it paying?
How can I make the lumber?
I don't know what you do.
Of course, I'm really high.
Why? Toss it to you and then I'll come and take it. Oh, let's go. I say, that's on the side of the road. Really have some beautiful leather, and at the time, like, whoever stitched this was like really dark. And I sit there, I scrubbed it, and I put it in the washing machine, and I put the towel on the leather. Like, oh, it's just like it's beautiful.
Hell yeah.
Right? The taxi, I don't know very well. It's not what my father bought.
So I don't
Because
really,
he got it.
I don't need that much damage.
They want to get their own
But
place.
after causing
That's like
a
you're
wide
60
by an animal, the truth is, even
Let's
if
say
you
you
don't
get your house,
cause
it's a 40-year
once you
mortgage.
really do
It'd be
something that
$101
substantively
by the time you pay
diminishes
that off.
the car value, how well you're going to be excited.
You
So
know,
I don't need that much damage to appreciate that animal
where
is
you can pay the property tax.
So how can you not be a fisher about one life?
It's sort of like the Clinton Foundation.
Use
You know,
it
these
for
foundations and
Use it
trusts
for
where
LA
they
puts
put
a
up
lot.
anything.
So therefore, what I mean,
Things
so
are
therefore,
by these
what's
trusts and foundations.
enough
And
that we were learning
those
this
nations,
ultimately again is
that
from
wealth
evil.
is being
Right?
passed
You're
down
not going to ever
as
be by a person.
it stays in the trust.
Right? Only if I hit my parents, if I actually cause bodily harm. If a person just hits and there's no violence from that,
It's like the reason
that's
they have
the case.
one reason they have the money is they figure
What I need
the taxes. So the debate
not
between Trump and Hillary when she was approaching to his taxes, and he benefit from it too. And every single one of your donors, I'm just calling a spade a spade.
I'm not going to
But we're paying a tax. I'm not paying the taxes because I'm not done. And the tax goes really for us to be able to take advantage of it. And only this tiny little percentage actually does it. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Electrician, I'm
Yeah, it's
what
really
is
tax
the
code
heck?
fill this room.
I'm not going to
There's a whole entire studio.
So what is the definition of injury?
Tax code.
What does that teach me?
Should all be
First thing Gemara says is
flat tax and a reasonable
comes to teach off
it's paid for doing it. I'm complaining because it's the end of the year and trying to make sure you get the last that December 31st is a scary day, like that I do everything for all the nonprofits and I helped everybody philanthropically that I can. And that I spend all the right ways to make sure that every single of these buckets in the IRS is going to be investigated and that I devalue this thing that I
if it's the kind of fact that as you done it, you made mistake financial liability.
I don't care.
Even if you do a show gig, you're exempt from financial. Okay. Yeah. We're learning out from that. The Gemara says that's that's fine if you hold like how they dispute. Element the left dispute. But if you don't hold on the time of the dispute, many don't. Many reject that concept and they say don't care for monetary compensation is when you are liable for that penalty. So you did other things and we're not liable. Yes, you are liable to pay. You reject that in what you do with the head. Not remember again, just understand. Trying to figure out the way
but I don't bet they have a whole they're driving to
what do I need?
in-laws in his house right now.
They want to
They're adulting hard, getting healthy, getting finances right. I'm so
what happens if I
both
had
my grown daughters.
animals
I don't like the word
and I end up
to be selfish, like, well, where do I fit this? Do your kids still Santa Claus is real?
Kind of knows the kids out, but then the sales are all.
if I end up
I do that too, like those ATVs like that. I get
liable
one good gift
for
from Santa, and I love your dad works really hard. And the rest is Santa. Really, for friends and family.
Then
It's gifts,
now
I get one good gift. But my 9-year-old stage now, he's like, Mom, so Santa comes down.
and I don't
But I don't hesitate. Yeah, dude, the answer of like figuring out what's getting you so he breaks in. Listen, dude. Listen, man. And then finally he's just like, yeah, I didn't say anything. He's like, that's not real.
This is awesome. Maybe this is your year. Maybe next year. Show my 10-year-old. Catch out of the back. Tonight, he's going to come and bless my Santa Claus. But it's going to be a moment with his mom and him. Where I'm going to talk about the responsibility of think about it. You got presents for Santa Claus, which were wrapped by me and your mother. And we have to get him to travel. And that was it'd be a week from you. I didn't eat, but I was no time in 9 years to give thank you for these. I think about the amount of joy that I have seeing you a present from Santa Claus. And
So there was a
you're going to have this opportunity for the rest of your tonight. You're going to have the opportunity to
son,
sister because it's stolen for her coming back to son. And so we're like, we're going to watch some show now, like some cheesy crack. He helps us wrap tonight, but he's going to get brought into the fold. Let's go right now tonight. I utterly have to talk to college. I gotta go on vacation. Well, Santa Claus is not real. Spirits of getting helped by generosity and grace. Really disappointed. Deep care of people around the kitchen. Like that is a form of if you're seeing the necklace all the way back. This is a real thing, buddy. And you're like, welcome aboard. You get to do this for the rest of your life, and you're gonna have the joy. And I'm gonna argue it's gonna be more joy than what you experienced for the last 9 years. Yes, it's great. You two are right.
Someone made mention of the first time talking about something. No one else should be able to go around someone else also not after sugar got no sugar got
So we're out there at 10 o'clock at night, the light for my trucks. I did out there for an hour and a half. Next morning, woke up like, you time good? I'm like, all right, but you tell me, but we're going. And if this is your dream, I'm not getting in the way of that, dude. I was bad shape. I told my wife, sure, I was in training camp. I would at 3 in the morning, I'm running miles, dude.
not allowing his son to
I had a dream.
So again, tomorrow, is it that the amount of
I think when you were
where it's
I was crazy. I was willing to do what they weren't willing to do. Then I goes over to college. College, they had to take my key from the gym because I would be there before 3 in the morning. It didn't matter. What time you get there? 5. I'm there at 4. During the Q course, there's always different phases. Once you go to Special Forces selection,
Let's say good morning. It is
it's amazing to trigger. And during that, I was working out during selection, which is the trigger. And then you graduate, you are selected, you go to the Q course, and it's anywhere from a year to 2 years long, sometimes like an 18 delta. And you have all these different phases. During those phases, I would go to team and do the 6 a.m. jiu-jitsu class before I had to show up to be in uniform to start that day of training or a long day, get done, and we go and train. And could have done this one for sure, yeah. But something he said about it's that math, it's like 5. So my kiddos
fake wolf. It's the outside of that wolf's father's head, reverses the meat and the adverse memory of the father. Then, Father Paulo Flores had been Moreno, in America. Agora estamos todos eles estamos falando ali, ó. When we're 9, all those years more athletic, bigger, faster, stronger, more the cars allow. This is the difference. I didn't have a plan. 61 killed me to stop. See how you get a little tired, take a break and stop. And I never stopped. I run circles around. That is Sunday. Fire. Never stop. And eventually you would. That would be more than this is a situation
that this year we're going to do it by the end of the year. And we're doing it every year. My son and I are going to compete in 5 events. And we're going to see what year does he pass all these events. Pull-ups, push-ups, sprints.
Actually, I know. So again, the way the situation works like this.
Sprints is going to happen fastest. And the kids so fast. And his legs from and cross. And he's jacked.
So really, everything else
He's up there today. Shane and I are doing our workout. He walks in there and does his daily pull-ups.
He says,
I'm also like, watch this pull-ups. I probably have 5 years in that. Because like, I can do 25, maybe 30, and he's walking, and he's doing strength now, 5, 7, you're struggling on 8.
So what's going to be the status of that? But at the end of the day, they can remain a home garage. So I have to be packed to the unweight status of the worst days. What's garage? That's where you're like, like video. So again, something that we're talking about fast forward, it opens up the public back in that gym. People could see out of the house. So here she is, but okay, what public is the motor? The wine is going to I think it was your asking more dirt. The nurse says like the problem of the low blood. This is what do you try to use? So the wine ingredients wine process wise just how did you do? It's now been deposited back as a salad. The concern we have is that the place where the so people Apple touches the wine. Then the wine is permitted. What the and the first short line is on there. Here's the thing.
Trust me, it's nothing new under the sun. I have not heard some of your
God is such a
God is really, I called every single thing. You know what? God is so good. You look right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this. She's an amazing woman. She has a sword.
I'm going to go up. Before that, she's on my junction. Someone's going to see strapped. He runs her job. And then the assassin, JD. Just being like this badass. This is like big power.
It kind of is, though. Not the assassin portion. Also, this weekend, somebody took a shot at JD Vance's wife. Clearly, was making fun of her ethnicity and some other woke-right conservative pundit. And JD just went to town on him. Yes. JD and guys that you want to course with. They'll make you look silly. He's so smart, so quick, so clever, and yeah, they said something nasty against his wife. What is she? She's Indian. And I don't know what he said, but
Damn. Damn, dog. It's crazy. Don't read the comments. That's okay.
The thought that he is aiming for president as two Californians is the state. Like Rogan said, I fucked up California and I messed up San Francisco. Who's gonna vote for that? You say messed up. That doesn't paint the picture of what San Francisco is. One of the most beautiful places on the beach. Now it's a dumpster fire of whacked out people that look like sour peas. Pot dirt, you can download it on the street. Yeah, but who's all that? That's I'm gonna sell homeless in 5 years, or whatever, 10 years, and it's way worse than it's ever been. And they're spending out.
All right, guys, it's that time of year. The holidays classic, and they got you covered. Anytime you see me wearing a white t-shirt, Texas Pride, classic. And it causes culture shift where
So Mishnah said, remember what's the case? I went
people really build up what we're doing and
so I need one, right? So really what
and that's how we built this foundation.
I need the one, it's kosher one, so
We've been building, we do cool stuff. One of the first things we did, it was kind of simple, we made a little coin flip game, you put a Telegram community where you can sort of bet with the token and challenge each other, but the main thing I did recently was started, releasing this NFT collection of Breakers by Pump Dead. Now, with this, not only is it dope ass artwork, but we took in half the
That should take away from the dope as
put it back into the chart as locked liquidity. Or we sell, the more people adding to that liquidity. Also, we're eventually going to set up some staking rewards along with the NFT. So, you can earn tokens just by staking the NFTs. And I mean, on top of all that, one of the next things we're eventually developing certain games. The first one's going to be a simple one, but laid out a line when we develop this whole game. The NFTs are going to have a strong utility in terms of certain ones having abilities based off rare traits. One of the I just recently did a shop drug platform on Placebos platform. So when we do physical work, we'll have that too. But yeah, I mean, we just hit 15K recently. Paid decks. We're still growing our community, trying to just be out here and active and really bring people that believe in the project. It's slow and steady, but slow and steady upwards. It's not going to make you rich overnight, but if you want to be a part of a project that's actively out here connecting and building, then come check us out.
even their access is restricted. So because it's restricted, therefore halacha is a city, but only as general residents, the one is going to be problem. See, with alone Kishus Harabim. So remember again, Mishnah says that in a city where you have Jewish and non-Jewish residents, still the house of the outer opens up into the Kishus Harabim. By the way, in other words, even if the house doesn't open up to this, there's a window from the house to the house. So you can see in to see what's going on. That is enough of a fear on the part of the Akum that he's not going to tear down this wall. Similarly, again, look at that. Actually, 15K right now. We hit 15K yesterday. And, this is your average token. We're really, it's more slow and steady stable approach. And, we're real owners, real people that actually believe and want to be a part of the community. So, yeah, check us out.
and of a fear,
Doing well.
Apple is not going to play around with again. The Ashbal, ultimately, again, if you have a was garbaged up, people would see enough of a fear that the Apple is not going to touch the wall. You must see again a country.
So there's plenty of keys out there. It's a great one.
Let's say again, the Apple member's house. Next, let's the Apple is a Jew.
It actually might not be cheaper now. It might be cheaper next year. We've had some price increases recently. It's about
Find the country, get the dates. Remember again,
once
he's
I
not
get back
programmed.
over
The
the
dates
holidays,
is
I'll probably adjust that.
says to get the dates.
Then
They're
if
going
you
to
have a
climb up,
soul
they're
gods or
going to
full
skip the
bears, then
Apple's
it
home.
gives you
And after the Apple, well, say, just want to point out like the tremendous misfortune. What do you see? If you spot, see that, let's finish. Gemara says, Sikri shop. Is there a Sikri shop? What happened to this? It's not Sikri like a homo shop. All it is, the head cut off. Let's say the tree was cut off. And therefore, a lunch on the lunch side, there's no food.
Most recent thing I did after Get Out, I don't know if you can exclusive over platform, but it's pretty much like a Web3 Shopify, and it's very exclusive. It's in the name. So I have a site thing there, like a page. It's a storefront. It's not fully fleshed out yet, but when we do physical merch, it'll be there. And we weren't able to move them in onto that platform. It's still on the brand key, but when we do one-on-ones or special sales rather than listed regular on our page, the main next things we have coming, probably into the new year, will be like game we're working on. There's going to be two games actually. The first one is going to be simple. It's sort of just like a side scroller where you would buy in with the token and then, you play the game and the person who has the highest score at the end of the week would win the giveaway from playing the game. But you do have to buy in with the token first. But then, there's a certain game studio out here, and I'm not going to say their name because it's just a brief conversation we had. Nothing set in stone yet. But they develop like very impressive Web3 games with NFTs. So when this project kind of generates more revenue, and it makes more sense because it is going to cost some money, we are going to work on getting a game developed that will be, like I said earlier, certain because they're legendary and rare trade with the NFT collection. So if you get some of they're going to translate the game abilities in that game. And then, we come up with other stuff as we build. Again, this is a project that's focused on community and actually building and utilizing the token
When we think that someone's watching,
and the NFTs.
bottom line, we all love it. All love it. When do I must the courage not to do another? And someone else is looking. This is the the most important thing should be something like this summit. Take from the forming at all time. Why the spiritual success is God awareness. Initial comments is a person realize that they are always in the presence of that like that a person behaves so differently when he's in the public thing than he's not. Those things sometimes make the fatal flaw because we can't see that they don't have the means that he can't see us. The privilege that we have is that we live in the presence at all times, literally
I forgive seems like you guys got a thing here. I hop into every space I see for the most part. I'll just look and chill. I'll search chill in the space search bar and just sort of hop in and knock around. Like I said, we're building completely organically. The real place where you find real projects is in these spaces, so I make sure I end up I try to join every space I see. Just so that people can get to know me. And get to hear me, and I can get to know them. I do gotta say I can't stick around for too long on this one. I just want to say my main pieces I did just fly out to see family, and I am, seeing family I haven't seen in a long time. But I still want to remain active
You want them to be safe. You want them to be secure. So when we see a fellow who watches, he doesn't watch us so he can catch us. After I gotcha moment, that's not why he watches us. He watches because he loves us. Because he cares about us. Because he sees women in the ocean of life. And if we get ourselves into trouble, he wants that he can be there to smooth and gel us out as countless times. I know about times that we don't know, but it's important for us to live in his presence. Whom modifies his behavior and he knows that he's doing well. That's how much you have to modify our behaviors when we know that our loving, devoted, adoring Father is watching us every moment of every day as well. Incredible. Let's go back.
Will
Gemara is like such good Gemara. Echad halokech ve'echad hasofer ba'is b'chaser sha'olei. Again, I am going to be purchasing, renting a home in the foot of an apple. Remember, we'll say, the damage house was set up. She had a cluster of courtyard. As you can imagine, that was like a central courtyard and multiple homes opened up into that courtyard. So the cluster is owned by the apple. And I did and rented a purchase of a home in that cluster. And what happens? I go ahead and I fill up the home with wine. We sell that also, and ultimately again, there's a Jew who lives in that cluster as well. So that's all. And now again, once again, I'm depositing the wine with you. That's the case of the apple. Just the difference is there's another Jew who lives in that cluster. So what's mutter? Allah is that the wine is mutter. Right? And even though again that Jew does not have the key or there's no seal on the presence of the Jew, the mere presence of the Jew is enough to allow wine to remain on the days. However, again, if the Jew lives in a certain ultimately, again, if the Jew lives in another cluster, ultimately, again, if the Jew has the key to kept and there's a and or there's a right, there's a seal on wine, again, the wine is going to be moved. Okay, next, Hamatari Yunus, so the also again, if you have this is the previous I'm producing wine for the apple. But the goal of this wine to but the wine deposited in the rush of the apple. These are also culture who lives in that very same to the apple. Ultimately, again, and he has, or there's a seal on the, and there's a seal on the wine. The wine is going to be motor. You're on the tunnel. Tony, Yochanan said, no. It's living in the same place. Even if it does have or there's not a wine, it's still going to be what? It says the presence of Israel by definition prevents the Akum from doing anything he's not supposed to do. Incredible. So the Gemara says, however, let's say the Jew is not living in the same place Yaakov, he's living ultimately again. Sorry about that. Sorry. But let's say, again, he's going ahead and he's living in the same cluster. Sorry. Tell over here. So you said, however, let's say Rabbi even in the right, if the Jew is in the same cluster, ultimately again, even if he does not have the key or he does not have ultimately again a seal, it's going to be multiple. He is in a different cluster. Ultimately again, if he's in a different, even if the key and is a very male. From the way, from Osun, we show my Yoshik in the Shamer or Achi. So the saying that ultimately, again, the wine is the usher. And so then, ultimately, again, either until the time that a shomer comes, until shomer yoshik mishamer, until a watchman comes, or until someone comes for a point in time comes to watch the wine. Now we'll see exactly what that means. It says, Chachamim ahiyah. So what are the Chachamim commenting on? What exactly are they commenting on? So the Gemara says, if we say ultimately again that they are commenting on the Seifa, Tanakama not Mesa. Ultimately, Tanakama also said it's also Mesa Kasa. The Alaration, unless we're talking about the first case. The Gemara says 1 second. The Alaration, the Seifa. So the second part of, actually, the beginning part of the Seifa. I have a Haka Amr Malay, the Rabbi Yochanan, Litana, Tani Afapi Sheimas Gam. The I, but Rabbi Yochanan said to the Tama, that go ahead and explain this, even if ultimately he does not have the key or the seal. The Seifa Dereisha. Rather, again, ultimately he's talking about the end part of Dereisha. The Kamar Tanakama, the Chutzah, that's mutter. Tanakama says that in a different Chutzah, again, it's going to be mutter. But that is, in other words, if the Jew is not in the same Chutzah, ultimately, again, as the Akum, again, it's only mutter if he has the key or there's a seal. The conversation Olam Asher, Achi Shomer, Yoshe, Shamer, or Achi Yabom, all the keys. We are going to say, no, even so, again, even if the Jews are in a different Chutzah, even if he has the key or there's a seal that's not enough, until there is a Shomer, ultimately, again, it comes at a point in time. So the verse is 1 second. Mamona is on the following page. Mamona about the key. If there is a point at a point in time, that's going to be detrimental. It's clear that he comes over to eternity after knowing when he's coming. Ella, God, the way you have to take it is that Allah from the Maisa, we're talking about a situation where there's a guard, doesn't come at a point in time. I.e., he comes whenever he wants. We'll finish with the seal of the Rambam has to go. Shimon Elazar Omer, Rishus Odiko Kam Achas. Remember again, this is the Mishnah. He made this quick statement that all of the domains of an Akum are considered to be one. You must be available. Shimon Elazar Lahakia, or Lahakia. Shimon Elazar means to be naked, or not. To be worthy, or kind of cover. So the Yehuda Amar Zikri, Lahakia. The Yehuda name is Zikri. So, they're not on the Zikri Lahakia. It's going to be a math. The channel like this. Amar Zikri Lahakia. From the Indian, so about the used to say about the change to so answer obey the Ruja says here like how it comes like this that if again it shows up right and again all these names all the cities and ultimately again the city is not and the domain does not the same halacha is true if the wine is deposited in the home of another. In other words, the halacha is like this: whether the wine is deposited in the home of the akum owner or in a different akum, either way it's going to be also. Why? Chashinan the gold. All again we are fushish for reciprocity. I will say before we go on, let me show you a very important Rashi over here. Look at Rashi Lahakel or Lahachir. It's almost right across from Rashi where we're up to. Rashi Lahakel Lahachir. Lahakel the Kamartanakamo. The Ir Shakul Oblikochavim Aser Oblis Oblikochavim. Shehu Bailot. What didn't the days Oblikochavim Acher? So again, for example, right? So watch this. We're trying to figure out what exactly is what Shimon Elazar is saying. So Tanakama holds like this. If you have a city that is all aqua, right? So halacha you can't, then the wine is going to be awesome. And that's true. Whether you place the wine in the home of the akum who is the owner, or you place it in the wine of the akum, ultimately again, who's not the owner. Either way, it's going to be awesome. The Gemara says, the Kamer B'Shem and Allah, the he, Choshus Obikacham Achasi, it's Mia, Kilamar, Hol, the Inova-based by love mutter, the high Obikacham Mirsas, or the Hafnir Kamar, the Benikusa Ikmar, the Daf, of the Bais, of Kamar, Bas B'Shem and Allah, the Lamema, Wajin, Achar, the Shinu Go. So we'll say, here's the Shai. the position of the Tanakama is like this. When you have a city that is all up, right? So then how does the wine is up? The Tanakama doesn't make it better. The wine is being based on the owner of the wine, the owner of the wine are different. So the Shaila is what is the Shimon that Allah is saying? Because the Shimon Allah ultimately again is he agreeing? Ultimately again is he being more maker? So now let's go back to the Gemara. So much like Tanakama is like Yeshim Shirishus also comes other than Tabim. After Nami Asar, Tanakama is like this. Where it's all apple, whether you just have that wine in the home of the apple owner, different owner, different apple, the wine is going to be regardless the wine is going to sit, right? What do you mean in the moment? That remember it says to the other guy, listen, you know what, I can't make the Yainesa, it's all I do. But you can make it Yainesa. And then the next time a Jew dips wine, you could also give it to me, I'll make our wine Yainesa. So therefore, there's reciprocity between the two of them. So that's that reposition. Shimon Elazar, remember, when is it so? There's shoes sold. Only mitzvah shoes. About their shoes, only go having achar, mutter, and lochash. Then Shimon Elazar perhaps comes along and says, no. That is in a city where it's full of achar. It's all achar. The only time the wine is asar is in the domain of owner. In the domain of someone else, we're not concerned that this secondary apple is going to make the wine into the Yayin Nesach. There's no concern about collusion or reciprocity. I'm not going to give you the here. No. It's going to be back here. Both go to Tanakama. Tanakama is on the Sunday, so Mejan, where there's Shusol. There's Shusol, Tanakama is like this. When do we have to be cautious? When do we have to be concerned, ultimately, again, that in a case where it's a city, Kula Apple, that the old apple is going to make the wine into Yayin Nesach, that's only if it's placed in the home of the owner. But for a different apple, we don't assume that a stam apple is going to make wine into Yayin Nesach. And therefore, again, why? We're not concerned about reciprocity. Shimon Elazar Omer, on the other hand, says he disagrees. He says no. He says rather all of people come represented like one Rishos, and therefore Allah the wine is going to be usher no matter whose domain it is deposited in. So that's the two versions of Shimon Elazar. So Tanya Kavas did not Nachman Amaziri Lahafnir. That's the person of Nachman name is here. He said it was Shimon Elazar. All Rishos all people come. Every domain of an apple is considered to be one domain.
There she is.
Talking so much, I fell asleep, and a friend, she was her birthday party. She went to a birthday party. She was going back to Adrian's house. So when Adrian,
we actually had his name mentioned before. Was the guy.
Adrian must have fell asleep or something, so she had to go back home.
So one time this guy
Back home.
Wine, deposited wine.
Okay.
That's why she tried to call her.
Is everything okay?
I'm here. They said over here praying. I'm lotion on my I fell asleep, topping it up, and I fell asleep. Make sure she got on home. That's how I got all the way to her house. Adrian fell asleep, called her twice, and she had the phone, so she probably sleep.
We have to be concerned regarding
Is everything okay?
reciprocity.
Yeah, she just fell asleep.
Okay.
This morning, some other friend who hangs with us went to a birthday party. So Adrian came to my house because Sasha had went to a birthday party. So as Sasha left her house, I didn't know she was going to go back this night or whatever. So me and Adrian she came to my house and we changed it. So then she went to close or whatever and went home. So Adrian had called. I just called. She said, okay, talk to you. I said, I feel good. She said, it's okay. Okay. So then I think that was time I was going with me. And then she said, okay, so just let me know. She said, okay. And I fell asleep. So I wake up. She hit me back up. I hit her up. I said, hey. She said, hey, must be asleep because I went over there, rang the doorbell twice. I called her. She was like,
He could do whatever he
So he said, I went home.
Guess what?
So I'm going on home. So I got to go to the bathroom. I said, you don't want to stop me? This thing make the clothes. I said, okay. I stayed on home all the way till she got home. So now she called. I'm over here lotioning myself. My butt is wriggling. I get up in the morning. We're getting out early. Getting off at 2 o'clock.
That's nice.
That's
There
a
was
good
a
show.
particular city.
That's
So how
nice.
was your day? I had a good day today. How was your
Good to
day?
hear. Oh, it was good. So good. I was able to share my project with lots of people. And
Oh, you sound like a robot. I didn't hear about you together. Hold on.
So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says,
do I still sound like? Yes, do I?
I had to leave and come back.
Okay. So, yeah, I was able to share my project with lots of people. It has 3,000 followers on Twitter, great. And yeah, that's exciting. And just had a good day. So thankfully, I had my friend who was here last night, and whenever we're together, he can keep me up really late night. So yeah, he,
So Ryder and Zoo are the two that
that's exactly right. And
you stay in Canada, right?
that's right. And when he comes in, he'll stay in here for like 8 hours. He'll stay in for a long time, make jokes and stuff. Zoo comes in and then he'll leave like 10 minutes later, and then for a long time, but not as often. And then Zoo comes in quite often, but not for that long. We were able to make jokes and have a good time. And then, yeah, and I slept later than got kind of a late start on my shilling, but I've done a good job this week. Oh, and I did an AMA. An AMA is an Ask Me Anything. For 2 hours, this guy, who I know, asked me, it was really nice. He said, would you please do an AMA with my community and like teach them what you know about like cryptocurrency and stuff? And I said, sure. So I thought it was going to last like 30 minutes initially. It lasted over 2 hours, and it was good. I was able to answer a lot of questions for people, help a lot of people. And so that was like the majority of the day. And AMAs are good. They allow me to meet new people and allow me a little more time to talk. So I quite enjoyed it. So it was a good day so far, I think.
But it ain't when it's Christmas Eve, so hey, I be taking a Thursday instead of an hour. So I usually go like the trucker. I be taking express Thursday for one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you said you and your friend exchange gifts with each other.
We didn't open it yet. We don't open gifts until Christmas.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Let me just say the last case.
All right, Mr. Curtis. Well, whenever you're ready, you've got an invitation.
Okay, give me a break.
Pardon me. You,
And
as we said before,
you need to have a plain what?
Again, where Jews and the wine is
Okay.
Okay.
I was just going to say, Mr. Curtis, I didn't hear you. You have to have a what?
Clean brown. I'm brushing my teeth.
Oh, okay, excellent.
Rashi gives a little.
Supposed to brush your teeth in the morning and lunchtime or night, right?
We'll just go quickly there. Actually, no. I'm going to record it separately.
I'm supposed to brush in the morning morning and before you go to bed, right?
Yeah, and after each meal. Yes, and after each meal.
Everyone, a wonderful day.
Yeah, height is very important.
Yes, ma'am.
Um, you know, I gotta get off the top and then we can play.
Okie doke.
All of our sponsors for this year,
Lay down. I'm talking about lay down. This is talking about okay, then that's 6 o'clock and it's 7. All right, here we go. All right, make sure I got me a to the bed. Yep, I got another one. Right there. That's almost a bit. I have to buy some more. Then I got to make sure this for tomorrow. Vitamins. I got to get my incredible job ahead of that's another important hygiene.
There you go.
Okay, so today's daf is daf fast 8. We have the Meretz Hashem on Zion 7.
Right.
We left off at Mishnah about a Mishmat Habarzon.
So, my best friend say,
Yes, ma'am.
hit me up, and we're going to go get our dresses fitted and ordered on Saturday at 1:30.
For the wedding? Well, that'll be fun.
They're my bridesmaid dresses.
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe I'm going to say, okay, good. I mean, be good with me. Get this out the way.
This is not lazy. This is not intentional. So remember, you've already swung yesterday.
I'm not saying that. I can't sit down. Sorry. Come on, I gotta say, go see the race with them. But other than that, go,
he does get goals in this school.
I'm not going back to,
that's case 1. Case 2, case 2 is within the shot wood. A splinter of wood flies off a tree and kills shimon. So case 1 is the act flying off the handle, killing shimon. Case 2 is the wood coming off
I just want to sit down and stay down. Go. Moving around and all this stuff. Okay. It got inspired. Does it,
Oh, it does not.
So Rabbi said, okay, the outside flies off, no goals. If a splinter of wood comes off, yes, goals.
You're right here. So, you're right here. Big.
And what happens?
It was Rabbi. Okay.
So you understand. So this is the from like this. Does the Pasuk say does it say that axe head fell off of its handle or flew off of its handle? It's so. Rather, what it says is, so something happened with the axe head, with the tree.
All right, here we go.
Understand that the charismatic case of Douglas is not where the axe head falls off of the handle, but rather where winter comes off the tree, a piece of wood comes off, and that's what kills Shimon. Furthermore, furthermore, again, it says, hey,
lower down, right? And it's just 8 above, not Kea. So just like ultimately again, 8's mentioned, it's talking about a piece of wood.
Should be.
So to again, the 8 is mentioned lower down, i.e. the Nashal Habarzel min ha-8, ultimately it's talking about a splinter of wood from the tree itself. Splinter from the tree itself. So it says,
Get one.
This already has really twofold drush over it. We'll see in just a little bit. So part one.
Okay, there we go.
Say the Nashal
More
Habarzel
like it. All right.
that the X head fell off on his head, number one, right? And number two, it says 8 twice in the pasuk. Just like in the beginning of the pasuk, it's talking about trees. So to the Nashal Habarzel min ha-8 is talking about trees as well, not the axe handle. Okay, so that's the position of Rabbi. The truth is both the Chachamim and Rabbi darshan the same pasuk. What's the pasuk? The Nashal Habarzel min ha-8. So that's the phrase in the Torah. Literally again, the bar
Nice strike.
will come off
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So he says, interestingly enough, we go ahead and we assign supremacy to the way that the word is read. So I'm not sure. So radiation in the Masor, you see this machlokas many times before, means that when we look at how to dash the word, we look at how it's read, how it's actually pronounced. Rabbanon hold, yesh in the mikra. You look at how it's read. Look at how does this play out? Well, let me actually read it. Sorry. Rabbi Sava yesh in the Masores.
Nice, man.
Says we look at how the word is read. Now remember again, the word as it's written in the Torah is
No.
That could be pronounced as not just Menashal, but Benish, as opposed to Yish.
Give me this.
If you look at the how it's
Ooh.
written, that's Menashal. So that's my focus. Now, what does this mean practically? Take a look at the last Rashi on the daf.
Oh, big time.
So it holds like this. You look at how the word could be pronounced,
Nice bear.
how the word is written. Therefore, Kisha'ata Korein bin Nashal, Ata Mosif Habara Shal Aleph O Shal Hey Bein Nun Rashin. Ulefia Masoris bin Nishal.
All right, Rabbi, you got this.
Uperusha bin Nishal.
Give it to me.
Much more strikes.
That was big time.
Good job.
Give it to me.
Do it again. Do it again.
All right, all down to this.
Yep, you got this. You got this. Get this there. Get it.
What a comeback.
You win out here. You win. I win. You win.
What a comeback, Mr. Aquarius. That was a good one.
Yeah, that was good.
That's the Gullus case. On the other hand, Rabbi
I like my ball. It's cute, huh, Rabbi?
Yes, it is.
I like it.
That was a good. Get it.
Oh, that was a good one.
Everyone agrees with. Obviously, Ruben's not going to be executed for this case. Why is not going to be executed? Why not? Right? No intentionality.
Let me get this.
It's definitely a show. We call it an accident.
Get it.
The Shaila just
Oh,
is,
no.
it's a type of shogeg which results in galus. Right? Because as you go into these now, not every case of accident an obligation to go into galus, right? Into exile. There's only very specific parameters of cases. Therefore, again, halal halamaisa, Rabbi says, and what it all comes down to is how do you interpret the phrase?
That's okay.
That's
okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Give me it. Got it. No.
Yeah.
Should have done better.
Come on, you got it. You got this. You
Get
this,
it.
man. See, I told you.
Yes, ma'am.
You did it. Yes, bear. I like that.
Thank you, ma'am.
The accent dislodges something from the tree. It's when the splinter from the tree kills Shimon.
You've got these three. No doubt. I don't have any doubt.
1 second, right?
And you shouldn't have any doubt.
That one, sorry. Hey, don't do that. Don't do that. Lord, don't do that.
Rabbi Yehuda ben Roetz, Rabbi Shammai, Rabbi Kiva, Kulu Svilu, Ish and Lemikra. So here's the problem. We have an explicit statement that says very holds Ish and Lemikra. That when Darshan the Pasuk, we look as to how it's written, not how it's read. So what's going on over here? First Gemara says, you're right. It happens to be so. Whether it's a machlok, it's not Rabbi holds, or really Rabbi holds Yish in the Mikra. That's like, if you remember again, I'll say, what else? Rabbi said two things. He said, number one, he also made a consider Shabbat. It says 8 in the beginning of the pasuk and 8 in the end of the pasuk. Right? So the beginning of the pasuk is that a person.
All right, I need these two.
Right? So there,
got it.
Yeah.
No doubt. That was big time. I'll take it. I will take it.
Yeah, take it.
So to tree at the end of the pasuk, at the end of the pasuk doesn't refer to acts. It also applies only to tree. Okay, so that's. But even if Rabbi holds the Mikra, he still has that Gezerah Shalom.
Get it.
So again, so this is a what is the
Get this.
case of Golos when it comes to chopping wood? Is it the axe head flies off and kills
Get it.
or a splinter from the get?
All but one. That was good.
You got it. Thank you. You got this.
No doubt.
Yeah, come on, let's go. Yeah. Is that where you got it?
Reuben takes a clod of earth,
Good job.
throws it at a cluster of dates. The cluster of dates falls down and falls onto Shimon and kills Shimon. Heavy cluster.
I'll take it.
Kills Shimon. Okay. So
Right.
I win, you win, Mr. Aquarius. You win, I win. Undefeated in clothing, undefeated in friendship.
Yes. Right. Yeah, undefeated friendship and undefeated.
1000%.
And always gonna be friends, okay? Always. I don't care. We have disagreements. Always gonna be my friend.
I will.
Is effectively the same case as
Gotcha.
according to Rabbi.
Are we gonna be friends, Rabbi?
I want to be.
We're gonna be friends.
According to Rabbi,
Word, girl.
where would you ever find the
We have to have
horse?
99. We have to have 99-year jambalaya.
It was good. Wait. Let's talk about it. And then I was just hearing regardless when they got to me. They could see him again. I'm trying to play that too. Well, would you come here too, Rabbi?
Well, perhaps one day I go viral, be able to travel everywhere, and we'll go to Papa, and we even have more jambalaya. 100-year-old jambalaya and 101-year-old jambalaya. The 100 thing, when you get past 99 on every birthday, you eat jambalaya.
Secondary course. Now, interestingly enough, how do we pass it?
That's right. You're right. You're absolutely right.
There's no death penalty, right? Because there's no intentionality.
But
It's a question that says, is the
jambalaya
that results in dollars? See, interestingly enough, that I'm not asking.
Another Christmas week.
Like, quite interesting.
That'll be great.
Nishma Habars on the
You don't know what it is, but you know the people here. He wouldn't know what it is.
The way that I'm a pastor is
You're not gonna remember what it is. Okay. It is what it is.
Again, Ruben's not shy about it, but that's not the case. Right? Ultimately, again, he holds that halacha for myself, that Nishmat Habars on the
I'm going to sleep.
that if the axe falls off, you're not chayav. Right? Again, it's not left, but the Maisa, no golos. He says, "V'china zori even l'tamar lato v'naflu min ha'tamar latino."
Alrighty.
So halacha Maisa seems that the paradigmatic case.
Hey, can't go to bed now.
It's just That's the case. So living
Extreme jazz with.
so sharing that's the case of
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay. So let's go like that. We're going to spend a good amount of time on these type of cases because where we get into like what we call koa, we've seen this elsewhere as what it's called Rabbi causation. So we'll get into a lot of these cases as to what's governs. But just interestingly enough, at least the way the Rambam understands the pasuk is in accordance with Rabbi. That the noshal habars of that mean ha'etz is not talking about when the axe head falls off, but rather again it's talking about where Reuben is chopping wood. A splinter of wood comes from the tree, and that's what kills Reuben. That's what kills him. Sorry. Next. So we'll say small cases like this. Azorik and Rosh Hashanah in Bahara. Listen to this. Reuben throws a stone into Rosh Hashanah, and he ends up killing Shimon. Rosh Hashanah, what's the halacha? Hariz Egola. This goes to Golas. This goes to Golas. The Rosh Hashanah Yaakov Omer. In the Kshiyata Sa'evan Yada or Hotzi Halas no Shobi Kiva. Hariz Epater. So Rosh Hashanah Yaakov Omer is an interesting qualification. He goes like this. Let's say Reuben went ahead and he threw the stone. The stone. There was no one in Rosh Hashanah. No one was there. After moving in the stone, Shimon stuck his head out of his window, right, and extended his hand to the Shravin. So Yaakov says, Reuben's partner. No, there's no problem. Why? And it's interesting that the logic seems to be since at the time that Reuben threw the stone, no one was there. Right? Shimon wasn't present. Therefore, again, Reuben can't be liable to Golas for that kind of case. Interesting. Zohar gets to Evan Lachatero. Bahala, listen to this. What happens if Reuben is standing in his yard and he goes and he throws a stone and he kills Shimon? Now Reuben is in his property. He kills Shimon in his property. The Yisrael is if we cut Hashem Gola, they love ain't no Gola. Halacha l'maaseh, everything depends on if Shimon had to be there. If Shimon had to be there, then ultimately because of the reservation, they're Golas. If however she did not have permission there, then Reuben does not go. Shneimar, Babo Esrei Rubayar. Knowing it also the way the Torah sets up the case of killing the showcase is what happens. Like two people are together in the forest. Why the forest? Just like the forest, right? Both Reuben and Shimon, the damager, right? And I should say, the killer and the victim have the right to be there. So to the only time that there could be a liability for Golos is when the victim has the right to be there. If, however, again, yourself, the English is Golos is very important. So again, what we're doing is we're slowly but surely adding on like the details to what creates this showcase case which would result in Golos. Right, so from the previous Mishnah, we established again it's not the axe head, but ultimately again it is the splinter. So this Mishnah we see now in order to kind Golos, the victim has to have access to be in that area. I mean, you have to there is no across, which makes sense. Rothschild says, furthermore, when you hire when you accidentally close someone engaged in what we call an optional act, a non-mixed act. However, for example, now again, obviously, some of these are side, focused as well. Let's say a father is disciplining his child. Father is doing his child, and he ends up hitting his child, not even killing his child, or disciplining his student, and he ends up, there's no another way, it is so funny, discipline I've spoken today has to be so fundamentally different. So fundamentally different. And you understand, again, this is reflective of what slack could do today to a child in terms of turning them off in so many different ways. This has to be understood. It doesn't necessarily mean that a little child but it can be so eclipsed in general. What we see to our children, how we discipline our children, what we teach the discipline versus we see just to kind of, ignore and let it be is a very delicate dance in terms of the atmosphere which we the film and hopefully these Jewish churches. They're different discussions. And but you were talking about the idea that a father is physically disciplining his son. A Rabbi is physically disciplining his student. So if, let's say, again, father kills his son, a Rabbi kills his ultimately, again, or Shliach Bezin, so the word is more understandable. Shliach Bezin would be like Bezin is in the because to someone. So remember, when we talk about this as well, but he had a court position, we determined how many months a guy could withstand, and he died. He just died. So how long is because all of these are mitzvah activities. Therefore, how long so there's a liability of dollars for them as just killing someone like this. Okay. So let's say so again the point out is that the only thing one is society of dollars is it Carlos Colomesa, they are in good and not but if I end up putting into killing someone when engaged in a mitzvah activity, again, there's no double that. So it's just said, so let's say first case Mishnah. First case Mishnah was Ruben throws a stone into a Rav and kills someone. That's like amazing. The most side again. Now, when you ask me, what does that mean? When you throw a stone, that's capable of killing someone into a crowded public area. That's right? That's egregious. That's egregious. What are you talking about, dollars? What are you talking about shoulders? You might as well come up short. The soul starts coastal. No. What's the case? Not literally stone. Rather, it was Ruben's property. He has a stone wall he needs to demolish. As he's demolishing it, the stone falls into the Sharab and kills Shimon. So says still, you got to be careful. Well, we're going to see, by the way, in general, it's fascinating that on one hand, halacha accidents are absolutely preventable. Now, again, because there's another category of unpreventable circumstances, that's called onus. Showcase by definition means that meaning I do not intend to do anything, but had I been more vigilant, I could have prevented this. So again, obviously I'm not going to be liable, for an intentional act of bloodshed if it was an accident, but there's no liability. It's the whole top of colors. Like, remember again, if there was no fault for the accident, then why would you have to go to Gullus? Gullus is a kapara. Kapara is only necessary what? If you did something wrong, if there's some level of liability. So the nicer than the fact that it said, it was an accident, that's fine. That's fine. You're not amazing, but you're still responsible for accidents as well. Sounds like ignorance says, I understand you didn't need those things, you didn't stuck to your wall, but you should have been more careful. No, the soul says comes from the light. Who brings me at night? So again, it's worth a shot. She's assuming that at night there aren't people around. So she wants to but I don't mean, but you gotta be careful at night as well. Just because it's at night, why does that give you a pass? It comes from the asphalt. Thing is demolishing his wall, and he's kind of like demolishing into a right. Okay, so first line. Hi, actually, you got this. What is the asphalt? Too much. If there are people coming in garbage dumps, no budget collectivity, whatever. If there are people writing the garbage dumps, so then the nice getting much of Hoshelu, then that's negligence. That's negligence. But people never come to the garbage dump. Honestly, that's an onus. So I just want to point out, so you begin to see already these distinct categories, right? There's mazid with intentionality. There's shoking, but I should have been more careful and could have prevented this. And then there's ones, which is I had no way. I had absolutely no way for me to prevent this. So again, if it's a garbage dump, people don't know who to come into. So we didn't just use demolishing walls or a garbage dump. There's no reason to expect anybody to do it. That's called an ones. I'm going to talk about Tzipa. Al Ashpa Ha'asuya Yupanos Balayla. Ve'ein Asuya Yupanos Balayom. Those things are very interesting. So what are you talking about? I will say there's times people would use a garbage almost like as a public restroom. So we're talking about over here. That's why you have to be careful people in the garbage dump. You notice what's the case? People use this as garbage dump as a restroom, right? But ultimately, again, at night, all right, but don't use it by day. But sometimes people use it by day. In other words, it's primarily used at night, right? Not really used by day. Every once in a while, some use it by day. What's happening over here? Ruben is deconstructing his garbage dump. Posher Lohabi, and it by day. Posher Lohabi, so again, on one hand, he's not a Posher, he's not negligent. Because he had every right to it, that people won't really be there by day. On the other hand, Ones Nami Lohabi, he's also not going to be an Ones. Why is he an Ones? Because every once in a while, people do come there by day. So this would be an interesting case of shogeg. Right? Shogeg. So when he's obviously not intentional, he's doing it by day where people want to be there. On the other hand, he's also not an Ones, because again, people do come there by day. So if you're not a basis and you're not in base, what are you? Shogeg. Okay, that's it. So those we got to worry. So the last one is an interesting case. It's really close to Rabbi, and the coast was clear. Then after he goes ahead and he takes his stone, Shimon sticks his head out. So ultimately, Yaakov said, "Move in the Patra." What logic was Tarabanon? Matzah, Katlaman Katzman. So those said, what? The Patra is Matzah. Right? Matzah Esrei. So Matzah Esrei means, right? So again, this is what the Hunter of wood. Hunter of wood finds a Shimon. That comes to explain the case where Shimon makes himself available for that. In other words, so the nice in this case over here, he stuck his head out of the window, put himself in the direction, right, in the path of the projectile. So therefore, again, Ruben's not going to be carried out with that kind of case. Because when Yaakov finished, he had to say, therefore, again, into the stone, there was no one there. Right? And then after Ruben released the stone, Shimon stuck his head out of his window, thereby putting his head in the direction of the projectile. All again, Ruben is going to be Potter. The Memra, the Matzah made Karamashma. That makes it sound like Matzah, a watching of Matzah means something was there already beforehand. Right? It was like a pre-existing condition. Or many of the Matzahs, but it's like Prat Lematzah, Shalom Yin Parva, Yigo Bakaro, Ra, Yigo Yap. So what's got to do with Steachuza? Right, by Steachuza, the person has ancestral land. So in general, if you sell off your ancestral land, you can force the purchaser to sell it back. And since it's part of your ancestral portion, however, again, the halacha is only so if you sold your ancestral land as like a last resort. Like you have nothing else to sell. But if let's say you had the property, but you still sold your ancestral land, you can't force the purchaser, just to sell it back to you. So it's more about this comes from something like other property, but you come to the law, you go on up, on the law, and then you got the house. What is the truth is matzah means different context. For example, matzah may know the dog, doing it with his siga yadam, first by steachuza. Matzah is comparable ultimately again to the siga yad, it comes into new money. Siga yadam hashta, just like a siga yadam means it's the new money now. Matzah hashta. How come in the right over here also, matzah is in accordance in context. Matzah doing the ya'ar. Matzah is like the forest. How so? Now ya'ar means just like the ya'ar, like the forest was a pre-existing reality. Matzah nami means so to over here, in order for rain to be chayiv, for killing Shimon accidentally, what has to happen? Shimon, so to speak, has to be sent at the time that Reuben did his activity. At the time that Reuben did his thing, for example, in this case, through the rock, Shimon was not present. And Shimon only introduces himself into the equation after Reuben already threw the rock. They will not be liable for gullus in that case. Okay, how's it this happen? So you might like this. Only I'm one of the Rabbi. The Mechatavas eating duris. Remember again, the end of the Mishnah was as follows. Shaul said that the only time you're liable for gullus is when you are engaging in a call of Meiser Rishus. Like we'll call an option act, a non-mitzvah activity. But if you are engaged in a mitzvah-driven activity, then halacha l'may, and you end up killing someone accidentally, halacha l'may, say you're punished. So the Gemara says, and again, the Gemara Darshan, the Rothschild Darshan, the pasuk says, remember again, the pasuk is Vashem Yavo Esrei El Bayar Lach. Right, the thing goes into the forest to chop wood. So the Gemara says, chopping wood is an optional act. So to again, if engaged in an optional, but if you're doing something that is mitzvah related, then you're part of the. So the Gemara says, I'm going to imagine that was 18 delicious. How do you know that the pasuk is talking about chopping down wood for our purposes? Zilma mechatavas eating the sukkah, or mechatavas eating the ma'arafa. Maybe he's talking about a person going to wood because he wants to build a sukkah, or someone's chopping wood because he needs wood for the pot, for the pile of the be'ah. And even though a person knows, how do you know that we're talking about chopping of wood? Maybe it's mitzvah chopping of wood. It's a mitzvah. The Torah still go to Galus, to which it says, mitzvah, I'll tell you why. There is no mitzvah to down wood for a sukkah. Right? There is no mitzvah to chop wood for the mizbeach. Means what? So let's say, for example, there's a pile of wood, there's a pile of skach. Right? A mitzvah to chop down your own skach for the mizbeach. Is there a mizbeach? No. So there's a mitzvah to have, right? There's a mitzvah to have wood. It's still mitzvah to chop it down. See, technically speaking, you were going ahead chopping in front of the skach. However, myself, that's still called an optional act. And you would not be chayiv. You would not be chayiv. I'm sorry. And you would not be part of the galus from that. Eiser Rabbi Rabbi Yatsa Av Hamakes. You know about Rabbi's focus. Hamid Shliach based in. This isn't this right. So what about the Mishnah? Right? The Mishnah said the father is disciplining his child. He accidentally kills. Putting his student accidentally kills. A Shliach is flogging someone. Accidentally kills them. They're potter. Well, why don't we say potter from galus? Limo. Keva Dilu Gamar Lat. Hashtag. You said this. Technically speaking, if his son was well behaved, his father wouldn't need to discipline him, right? And therefore, have a nice again. So maybe therefore the act of disciplining as well should be covered. So what he wants is just like this. The same way that, let's say, for example, the wood of the mizbeach. There's not a mitzvah to chop wood. What's the mitzvah? To have wood. But there's only to chop wood, right? It's to have wood, not to chop wood. So it's like this. There's no mitzvah to discipline a child. What's the mitzvah? What's the obligation of a parent? To child. Obligation as a parent. You have a child disciplined. It's just only they're not disciplined that a parent has to discipline them. Maybe we should say that the act of disciplining isn't really a mitzvah. It's like a hechsher mitzvah, same way that the act of cutting down wood for a sukkah is not a mitzvah. But I need sach. It's just if there's no cuts, I have to cut down wood. But the cutting of the schach is not for a mitzvah. So again, the obligation of the parent is to have a disciplined child. That's the mitzvah. It's just that my child is not disciplined, so I have to do the work. So therefore, again, we should say the same thing. Therefore, if the father kills his son in the midst of disciplining, he shouldn't go to galus. I'm sorry, he shouldn't be exempt from galus. To which the Gemara says, something is very interesting. Even if a son is disciplined, it's fascinating. It is still an obligation of a father to further discipline him. It said, which literally means again, discipline your son and educate him, and he will provide the light for your soul. So this is actually very interesting. So the most seems to indicate that is that even if the child is well behaved, there is still an element of parental discipline that is absolutely necessary in order to maintain the child's proper path in life. It's very interesting. Okay, so first of all, just in general, just as a side, what's fascinating about this, one of the things sometimes that we're so scared about the life, we tell our children, we think that if we tell our children, especially every parent thinks that they tell their children, my kids are going to go off together. There's no parent telling them that. I think even anything that he wants, that you should be happy, you should love him, you should love him. It's not true. It's not true. It's like not disciplining your child is a shirking of parental responsibility. Allowing my child to do whatever they want is an application of parental responsibility. The children do not need them to be your parents. How about your friends? But they only have one parent, or two parents. They have one father, one mother. That's what they have. The job of the parent ultimately again is to provide structure, hadracha, and ultimately to provide discipline. The parent who fails to do that ultimately is shirking the responsibility. So even if the child is well fed, the Gemara says, there still has to be an element of parental discipline that is present. It's fascinating. So listen, a Rabbi comes along and says, you know what, forget about what I just said. Let's go with a different approach. He says, right, what does the positive say? The positive talks about again, when Reuben comes in contact ultimately again with Shimon in the forest. So again, forest represents an optional act. You want to come in, you don't want to come in. These are that from mitzvah, if we were talking about a mitzvah, so how can you say that ultimately again you have the right to choose if you come in and you don't come in? So you tell me wherever it says the word share always something optional. So also the Pasuk is talking about a person who coming doesn't become tahar and enters into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of tumah. Such a person is chayiv karet. So but he used no share. So what are you saying? We're talking about a case of a person who had a choice from that tamei. What about mitzvah? What about mixed mitzvah? The low sakit, no, so what's the case in this mitzvah? Are you going to say that the pasuk says maybe Hashem is like this? Or you have the choice to become tamei, enter into the Beis Hamikdash, but if you didn't have a choice about becoming tamei, enter into the Beis Hamikdash, it comes. So, for example, in the case of mixed mitzvah, or both saying mixed mitzvah, you don't have a choice to take care of the mixed mitzvah. Would you say that therefore, because I didn't have a choice, I have to do it? Therefore, I enter into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of tumah, not chayiv kares. Shining house on the Amikra, both says on the days, tamei yihiyah. It clearly indicates that however you became tamei, or you became tamei in a non-optional way, halal to enter into the mikdash in that state. Why are they saying no? Tamei yiyah is needed for something different. What does that teach me? If you decide that tamei yiyah levels to full yom. So what's very interesting? Tamei means full yom is the guy who, what did he do? He went to the mikdash, but he's still missing what? Erev Shemesh, nightfall. If the guy goes into the Beis Hamikdash state of tumah, he's also chayiv. So I would have thought that maybe full yom is not chayiv kares. Because the Bible says tamei yiyah. As long as your tumah is upon you, you perform, and you go into a chayiv kares. So we know so bowl with Mufasar Kippurim. And tumah so bowl comes to include ultimately in the Mufasar Kippurim someone ultimately again to the mikvah, maybe even sheresh, but it still needs requisite karbanos to carries. No, may also come here. So we'll say others have different approaches to conversations. So the Gemara says, Tishbos is very interesting. The pasuk over here, is like this. Listen to this. For 6 days you will work. Bayom Hashvi Tishbos, literally plowing. Chatzir, harvesting Tishbos. You shall rest. And one side, we'll see over here. It sounds like he's talking about Shabbat, but it doesn't make sense that it's talking because we already know the malachos of Shabbat. So therefore, what's interestingly enough, the Gemara will say that Shmita.
Shmita, okay. So listen to this. So Kiva says, Eno, sorry, she is. Now even if I don't need because that I can't plow and I can't harvest during Shemitah. I already know this. Israel, the Kamachamos, because the Pasuk already says, really don't plow your field and don't prune your vineyard. It's already told you what is it coming to include? To include even plowing of the 6th year, during the 7th year, during the 8th year, sanctity as well. The Rishon Shos, Rishon says, what comes to teach you like teaching that halacha myself, plowing is an optional act. So to harvesting is that Yatsa Kitzir Omer Shum Mitzvah. What does this come to exclude? The harvesting of the Omer, which rather is a mitzvah. I remember Rabbi, remind me of plowing of the Rishos. Harishas mitzvah. I'm sorry, Dilma Harishas the mitzvah. Maybe it's about again the plowing that is in order to for the Omer. I'm going to plow the field for the Omer, which is a mitzvah. And even so, still can't do that. Still can't. I'm relay. Kavan din matzacharish in a flourish. After all, there's no mitzvah to plow. Right? If you already found the plowed field, like you have to plow a different field before the Omer. That's the same conversations we had before, but of a different approach. So, what about Kali? The Mishnah said, if he gets shot and he kills him while disciplining him, or if he's disciplining a student and kills him while disciplining him, or Shliach Beis is flogging someone and kills him, so what's that? From Galos. Why? Because it's a mitzvah. Why do we say something over here? Since if the son was disciplined, the student was disciplined, the person, right, was disciplined, said there'd be no mitzvah to do these things. Maybe we did now is called a mitzvah. Which says no. Hasam, mitzvah. Hasam, Atagad, first white line. Hasam, Atagad, become a non mitzvah covenant. In the case of disciplining, even if the child is disciplined, even if the student is disciplined, there is still a mitzvah of further discipline. That said, Yisar Banecha B'Yadecha. Okay, to which the Gemara says, Hadra Amar Rava, Lav Nosihida Amin. So ultimately, as Rabbi says, 1 second, let's revisit that which we said before. The Torah is comparing things to the flowers. Just like by Charisha, if you found a plowed field, you have to plow it again. It's not like a carbon over. Like if you found, let's say I need to plant barley for the carbon over. I already found the field that is plowed. There's no mitzvah to go out of my way to plow another field for the sake of Omer. I'm going to put up Katsira Nami Matzah Katza. So I'm going to put also, when I say I already find cut barley, I don't have to more barley. These are like Mitzvah Matzah Katza Kotzer, Mitzvah Liptor, where it ends up, by the way, that interesting enough when it comes to the Kar Omer, by Harisha, by plowing. If you already found the plow field, there is no mitzvah to plow again for the sake of barley for the Omer. But let's say for the harvesting, if you found cut barley, no, right? Rather, to the Yotze for the mitzvah of the Omer, you have what? You have to actually eat that part of the Shema. Let's say, actually, quite beautiful. This is right. We're not covering Omer. We're on the third day of the Omer today. Third day of Sira. Just to understand, we're just as an aside. Yes, Omer. Two different yourselves of Hayom Shlosha Yamin La Omer and Da Omer. Right? So what's the machlok? Yes. So we're again. Right, Lamaisa, La Omer goes counting from the time that the carbon was offered. Hayom Shloshim La Omer, today is the third day since the carbon Omer was offered. Ba Omer reflects the idea that there is not yet a carbon. So therefore, again, Ba Omer means not from the carbon Omer, but in the counting of the days of the Omer. That's why it's interesting. The majority of opinions actually say that temporarily one should say La Omer and not La Omer. You only say La Omer when there's an actual carbon Omer. That's right. Otherwise, if there's no Omer, I'm not counting from the carbon Omer. I'm counting right in the count. So interesting on the salvation. The yard site was yesterday. That was the first day of the night. So the Rav, and interesting
I don't know if it was him or maybe from his father beforehand. So we say both. To actually say both. To actually, when we can say Hayom Shlosh Yamim Ba'omer, and then afterwards Hayom Shlosh Yamim Lao. Nothing wrong with saying both. Everyone was saying both. Well, nice, and therefore again you get both that they get. But interestingly enough, I don't know if they have for Max or they have Bao. Okay, whatever it is. Anyway, so just you know, but anyway, we'll say. So for our purposes, by the way, the emergency sends out. So Omer is a little bit different. However, if you were to find cut barley that would not satisfy the obligation, you would have to go ahead and recut new barley for the sake of carbonol. Okay, let's say bottom line, our takeaways from this Mishnah, is that halakha l'maisa, although actually the sugya did not get so into it, but at the end of the day, two important takeaways. Number one, you are only chayav for gavus if you kill someone when engaged in what we'll call an optional discretionary act. But if one is engaged in a ma'aseh mitzvah and that results in the accidental death from someone to someone, there is no gavus. So therefore, if a father is disciplining a child, again, the parameters would be very interesting. Or if he's disciplining a student, let's go with the Beis Din case. Right, Beis Din is administering a punishment, and right, the Sheva has killed someone. Those are considered mitzvah acts. One would not go to gavus for those acts. You only go to gavus in the case of an optional discretionary act. Number one. Number two, the Gemara didn't really spend that much time with it. Is halakha l'maisa is only gavus if both parties, right? If the victim has the right to be where he is. But if ultimately, again, let's say again, Shimon is trespassing on Reuben's property, and Reuben's practicing archery, right? And Reuben kills Shimon, then halakha l'maisa there's no key of gavus over there because Shimon had no right to be there. All right, well, let's go a little bit back to Mishnah. Ha'av gol yaben, ba'ben gol ha'av. So we'll find exactly what this means. A little again. A father is exiled as a result of killing his son, and the son is exiled as a result of okay, like I said. So what this means is, if he kills his son, or a son killed B'shogeg, halakha l'maisa they go to gavus. Hakol golden ayidei Yisrael. Everyone is sent to gavus as a result of killing a Jew. Right, that's the Rothschild. You saw golden ayidei head. Whoever he kills, chutz means ger toshav. With the exception of the ger toshav, the ger toshav in a golden ayidei ger toshav. And ger toshav is only exiled as a result of another ger toshav. We'll have to see exactly what this means. Again, a ger toshav is a non-Jew who lives in Eretz Yisrael, repudiates idolatry, and ultimately goes ahead and observes Shem's husband. Says the Gemara. So what's that? You tell me that if a father kills son, then ultimately again he goes to God. Just learn the Amrit. No, but we just learned that Lamaisa was Mishnah. We learned that if a father is disciplining his kid and ends up killing him in the midst of disciplining him, that Allah says the father doesn't go to gavus. To which the Gemara says, no, to come here. We're talking about a well-behaved child. Child's already disciplined, and then again the father had no need to hit him. But we said before that even if the son is disciplined, it's for the father to further discipline him. The Shunya Dinagri. Now, what are we talking about here? We're talking about ultimately again a carpenter's apprentice. Right? The case over here is ultimately again where they're teaching his son carpentry. The son is not paying attention. The father disciplines him, they don't pay attention, and he has a kill accidentally. That'll be the case of gavus. Because we want to understand Shunya Dinagri Fiyusahu, but that's the trade. Right? That's teaching himself. Right? And the Gemara says, right, the Lambe. Let's say a father has an obligation to teach his son Torah. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Parakam Bikidi. Because of Ra Chaim and Isha Hafgal, Hikish Omus Shu Isha, Kidusif, Kubanekam Nashim. So what's the interesting the Gemara Dashins? And the same way that a father has an obligation to marry his son off. By the way, marrying his son off doesn't just mean marrying his son off. It means that a father has an obligation to teach his son how to be a proper husband. Right? How to maintain a proper marriage, how to maintain a proper home, not just find the shit. Model for him the right as to how to be a proper Jewish husband. So, to again, a father has an obligation to teach his son a parnasa. So therefore, again, I will say, so Lemaisa, again, if a father is teaching his son a parnasa and is disciplining him so he pays attention and accidentally kills him, the Pasha is actually called the performance of a mitzvah in Shiva Tam Galos. The Gamma will not say accuracy. No, it's where the son already had another trade, had another skill set. Father's teaching him, so therefore, again, he already knew what he needed to know in order to maintain himself in life. Father's teaching him an additional trade. Additional trade. Okay, well, you have a plan. Like, what's about it? What is he teaching you? You know, as far as to teach his son in life, how to have a plan B. One of the most important skills in life is to learn pivot. Because a lot of friends in life, like, things don't go the way we plan. And I will say there are two different people in life when things don't go according to plan. There are people who fall apart, and people who don't know how to move forward, and people who learn the power of the pivot. One of the most important things that we teach our children how to pivot. That's why I will say, you know the most teachable moments in life, the most incredible teachable moments for our children is how we deal with stressful situations. Our children learn so much about us and about life from how we deal with stress. And when our children see us fall apart, and our children see us lose it, and our children see us lash out in stressful situations, that's how they too will deal with stress as well. But if my child sees me under stressful situations, under pressure, all right, I got this. I know inside, I don't got this, right? I do not have this. I don't have any control over this situation. I don't know what to do. But I know that I'm going to keep a cool head. I'm going to be mental, proper. I'm going to be measured. I'm going to be even keeled. I'm going to figure this out. That is the most tremendous chinook we give to our children. So therefore, I was interesting enough, the father in question over here, he already taught us on his part also. But this father also understands in life, you're going to teach your kid a plan B. An active plan B, and also how to deal with life when things don't go according to plan. But because it's a plan B, therefore it's not a mitzvah. Because it's a mitzvah, therefore the father ends up accidentally killing his son, but teaching him this second that I know. So Allah Khalanai will go to this fact. There was going to stop a great, tremendous shkaya. For the shkaya, come on, good night. See you tomorrow. Everyone soon. Have a great day. Good night, everyone. Yeah, I know. Grandmother on the test on the days of 19. So continuing in the theme of Avodah Zarah, so we will be more in the section today. Mishnah says, "The in ocean chicken Avodah Zarah can't make any type of one. It's literally translated. Can't make anything on the true for Avodah Zarah. Example, Kabos is a verb. Zonin, Kabos rings, other rings. So there's a Omer. This says, this is only true if you prohibition. But if you're being paid to do it, because you're a hired craftsman, again, a local ministry can get around to go ahead and do it. Obviously, as I mentioned last week, years ago, last week, we have to get into a lot of the halachas, a lot of the halachas concerning how to actually deal with these contemporary issues. We will get to in the coming days. So again, it's kind of common sense. You can't go ahead and make any type of ornamental things for our design. The Rashi says, if you're getting paid for it, it's mukra. In multiple, and the multiple of the kakao, multiple mishiyuts. This is another interesting halacha. You are not allowed to sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground. And that's exactly why this is actually the first topic in the law. So literally translated, you can't sell them anything that is attached to the ground. Okay? But you can sell them something that was attached to the ground as long as it was detached. Okay? So what exactly does this mean? What's the nature of this prohibition? To read it from the Rabbi says, Rabbi says you can sell it on the condition to sell it. So it's easier to cut it down. So you see my folks here, it sounds like my folks here, Rabbi says, you can't sell it from anything that's attached to the ground, period. The only time you can sell it attached to the ground is if it was detached. And of course, once it's been detached, it's no longer attached. Rabbi Yehuda, our Talmud says, you can sell them something that is attached as long as it is clear that the intention is to detach it. Okay, like I said, further, it's not we're going to see further of this incredible. Says the Gemara, tiny minute. So the Gemara is jumping here right into this statement of that you're not allowed to sell something that is in the contract. So I can't sell anything that is attached to this. Notice that. What is that? So first, understand what this would mean, right? It would mean, again, a tree, vine, a house, pretty much, again, anything that is attached to the ground. So what the hell? So I'll point out, this is a din in evidence. You can't sell anything that is attached to the ground. So whereas in the already know this, I'm not going to see by enough, top of Lo Sichani. So the Pasuk says, Lo Sichani. What is Lo Sichani? Tomorrow, Lo Sichani Lahem Chania B'Karka. You cannot give an apple a foothold in the land of Israel. Eretz Yisrael was given to Am Yisrael. We have one land in this entire world. One land is only solely in us. And therefore, again, the Gemara says, don't give up a portion of that land. Yaakov, don't give up a portion of that land to anyone else outside of Klal Yisrael. So, I want to point out, we're going to see this phrase is going to be subject to some level of dispute. The pasuk in its entirety reads as follows. Beginning of Chumash Devarim. So this is talking about Klal Yisrael's conquest over the 7 nations from the side of Canaan. When you come into Canaan, you're going to do war against all these nations. Baruch is going to deliver them into your hands. He's promising us victory. So you have to obliterate them. Literally, again, I'm just a little bit thicker than you. You have to obliterate them, they leave. Right? Lo sichlos lahebris. To establish with them a covenant. The lo sichan. That's the other sichlos. Again, so the context, in the commentary, is all of the nations to one day. Do not treat treaties with them. Do not go ahead and lo sichani. So what is lo sichani? Again, lo sichani. Lo sichim lahem chania b'karka. Don't give them a portion of the land. And therefore, again, referencing that connection, in Eretz Yisrael, are not allowed to sell an apple anything that is attached to the ground. No prohibition, no sichani. Incredible. So I want to point out something interesting. If you notice, in general, from the second of Israel, an apple pretty much one who is not Jewish, with the exception of your Rothschild, who is a no, right? But here, then, and then in Apple Zar, we kind of constricted that focus on the Apple Zar's worships Apple Zar. Now globalizing it. The word Apple means anywhere outside of Israel. Outside of Israel, you can't sell them a portion of Eretz Yisrael. One second. Second line down, we'll say, I'm talking about I most I mean, one second. At most I mean is that it teaches a different halacha. What's the different halacha? Vosikim lahem chen. Literally, again, don't give them chen. How can you usually use charm, kindness? What does this mean? To say the person has chen. Don't give them chen. Says Rashi, Rashi, first line. Shelo yomar kama avodas kofavim zeh becomes don't compliment. Interesting. Like so, lo sichane for notion of chen. Don't compliment the apple. Don't compliment the apple. Okay. Plus, it's a lot of compliments are not less easy. And isn't it something that the ownership is seeking to create several Christians between Israel and nations of the world? There has to be collaboration, partnerships, but all to serve certain gifts. Also understood that there has to be collaboration and there has to be walls. So most of the of the second approach means don't compliment them, you don't need to ingratiate too much. In the name of God, most not. So the Gemara said that, and it should have said los no, my los sichanim, why los sichanim? So again, if it's just about do not give pain, then the proper way to write that word would be in los sichanim. Why does it say los sichanim? Shmanina party. Two halachas. So again, actually put it at both. So los sichanim means number one, do not give them chania, not just parking, right? But don't give them really again as a foothold in land. Don't give them parts of the land. Number two, don't give compliments. Don't give compliments to Yaakov. That can't be what it made. Talking about what Rothschild and not to us Shalfino. There's another interpretation. Another interpretation is don't give them free gifts. Don't give them free gifts. In other words, free gifts is something that you do to one another. That level of friendship, that level of responsibility, that level of love is reserved for you to the other. When it comes to people, do not give them free gifts. Again, here, most of the notion of fino, free. You are speaking in the name of God, most of the and it should have said most of the
You'll see with the UFC, Target, see them at Costco, they've blown up. They blow up for best essentials. You can get their jogs, their tees, their button-ups, court polo tonight, this Christmas dip. They have the perfect pieces. They fit incredible. They feel incredible. They are the best, and they don't break the bank. I've been wearing for a hot second, man. As soon as you put on, you're going to know the difference. So skip the guesswork. No bright designer stuff. Get comfort. Give confidence.
Welcome, Big Dog. Go ahead.
Again, on Amazon, Target, Costco, Sam's Club, the UFC. They're all over at trueclassic.com/fighter. Grab the perfect gift for.
Hey, if you can, my Discord. The Discord link is in my profile. I'd love to talk with you.
2025 is ending, and the smallest resolution you can make for 2026 is upgrading your brain. Hey, man, you gotta get in. Don't waste this year like you did last year. So if you want 2026 to feel actually easier, it starts with having a better mind, and that's where great. Magic. So if you want 2026 to feel easier, you gotta have a better mind. For the New Year sale, you can get the full routine. Normally it's $327, but now $74.25. It also comes with a 100-day money-back guarantee. So there's zero risk. If you don't love it, but you will. We don't do anything at Fire Kid, me and Chen, Brian. Nobody does anything without Magic Mind. I use it every single day. I use the Max or the regular if I have to. At nighttime, I use the nighttime Magic Mind. It's the best deal. You're going to need it for this year to get all your stuff done. Grab the deal before the New Year sale ends. It's the biggest discount of the year. It's going to sell out, so get on it. It's magicmind.com. You're welcome.
Yeah, I was really uncomfortable. What do you think about the... I love the Kurt family. I love what he did for that generation, especially young. And there's a lot of people attacking this recent widow who just lost her husband. Everything's on her, not for the movement, but for the legacy of her husband and the financial control. She's a tough gig. I think people are kind of like, what's going on here? Question some of it because it's so soon. But I asked them, you gotta put yourself in her shoes. Like, we just want her in the corner crying. We're not like she has work to do. She has the kitchen, the feed. So I assume she wasn't made
You know, that's part of the thing. That Tim Ferriss said, not Tim. Who am I thinking? The show. Oh shit, they do it to me. He took heat for it. They're kind of screwed, man. I love them, but that was the Blackbird they go. So now, Charlie Kirk is in a freaking Lifetime